For 2 generations, this tournament, the Collegiate Rugby Championship, has been the largest experience in college rugby. The biggest stadiums, the brightest stage, the loudest crowds. It's also been a breeding ground for future international stars. A place where college kids could dream big and one day become Olympians, Super Bowl champions, and play in World Cups. And then once their careers are done, they come back here to become Hall of Famers. Welcome to the 2026 Collegiate Rugby Championship Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 2026 Collegiate Rugby Championship Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
I'm Pat Clifton, the host of the College Rugby Show. I'm here with Gigi Spear, the host of this tournament. Guys, for 15 years, for 16 years, this tournament has been college rugby's brightest stage and a launch pad for the game's biggest stars. This year's class is no exception. As we welcome an Olympian, a pioneer coach, a 15s and 7s Eagle, and a 2-time All-American CRC champion and my College Rugby Show co-host into the elite company by enshrining him into the CRC Hall of Fame. Without any further ado, let's welcome our first member, Rochelle Stevens. Many cut their teeth at the CRC and have gone on to play in the Olympics. But Rochelle represented the USA in the Olympics before playing in the CRC. At 20 years old, Rochelle was the youngest player on Team USA's rugby squad at the 2016 Rio Games. After which she landed at Lindenwood University and helped the Lions win the 2019 and 2021 national titles in the middle of their run of 4 straight. Ladies and gentlemen, Rochelle Stevens.
Hi everybody.
What's up, Rochelle?
Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for this incredible honor. Being inducted into the Hall of Fame at the CRCs truly means more than fully expressed. I grew up in this tournament, beginning with Fallbrook Girls Rugby Club in 2012 and 2013, and competed later with Lindenwood University in 2019 and 2021. The CRCs is where everything changed for me. I was initially scouted for USA Rugby in 2013, and it set me on a path that completely reshaped my life. From there, I had the privilege of competing on the first ever women's 7s Olympic rugby team in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. Thank you. That was something I could have never imagined for myself when I stepped onto this field. My journey in the CRCs didn't end there. As Pat said, I returned and played as a Lindenwood Lion. But I returned to the field, not only as a student athlete, but as a mother. Like with many women, I don't know what my place in sport would have looked like after having a child. But this community welcomed me back with open arms, with patience and unwavering support. That meant everything to me. A special thank you to Billy Nicholas, Trevor Locke, and my fellow Lady Lions and their families, and to Pat and Ethan for making this happen for everybody. My first tournament back postpartum was right here at the CRCs. I had the honor of bringing my child with me to watch. That moment, standing on this field again in a new chapter of my life, is something I will carry with me forever. Thank you, not just for this recognition, but being a community that makes space for growth, for change, and for women at every stage of life. I hope when people see my name in this Hall of Fame, it reminds all moms that your story continues. With the support of this community, you can return, you can evolve, and you can be both a strong athlete and a proud mom. Thank you so much. All right, Rochelle, there's so many things people want to know about you. I want to stick with your kids. You have a 7-year-old, a 3-year-old. What message do you want to leave for them? For my kids, that you can find a strong rugby community growing up in this sport. And what would you say to you, you're coming back before you win 2021, and you're fresh off having a child? What message would you give yourself? Stick with it, believe in yourself, and look to your rugby family for the support. That's beautiful. What a great message for all women and mothers here and watching. And congratulations on all of the success. Now another thing a lot of people can't relate to is having a game-winning try in the Olympics. What does that feel like? That was surreal. I know exactly what play you're talking about, and I'll never forget. I dove so close. I was nearly at the 5-meter line, just dove out in total desperation to make that try happen for us. So that felt really good. And with the win over Fiji too. Rochelle, congratulations, and go celebrate. Do you have anybody here you're going to be celebrating with? I know you are back into playing too, and your kids are coming to watch you play. I came out of retirement for Tropical Sevens and played with some other moms that I grew up with, and some aunties on that team as well. So it was good. And shout out to that team. Give it up one more time for Rochelle. All right, Pat. I think we have
Congratulations. I'm Jeremy, the CEO of National Collegiate Rugby.
to get to, so I'll give this back to you.
Indeed we do. Powerful stuff there from Michelle. All right, let's give it up for Chris Matina, the best player on Delaware's best team. Cinderella quarterfinalist in 2012 and played champions in 2013. Chris Matina was a star of the early CRCs who enjoyed a long and storied postgraduate career playing for the USA in 7s and 15s alongside a 46-cap Major League Rugby career with the United States. And now he is the United States Rugby Players Association's Executive Director, displaying administrative talent as a student athlete, guiding Delaware Rugby Club through some difficult administrative years and helping reestablish a club standing on campus. Chris, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Before I get into my thank yous, I want to give a shout out to the Fordham Rugby boys. You guys have made this season so enjoyable for me, and I'm super proud of our growth. Let's finish the thing strong. I just want to say congratulations to the other inductees. This is an amazing accomplishment, and thank you to the NCR for putting this all together and running a great CRC. I want to first thank my family for supporting me throughout my entire rugby career. I wouldn't be able to go as far as I did without you. So thank you. I want to thank my partner Ann for supporting me and chasing my dreams and being by my side throughout all the hardships of being a professional rugby player. Thank you to my coaches from University of Delaware, Biddy Boyle, Chris Ryan, Bjorn Haglund, and Shrew Murray. To my high school coaches, Mike Polkin, and many of others who helped me grow, not just as a player, but as a person. You have all inspired me to be the best coach that I can be. I want to say thank you to my teammates who created some of my fondest memories, taught me so much, and became some of my best friends. My last thank you would be to the game of rugby. It's given me everything. I've traveled the world, met some of my best friends, played and learned from some absolute legends of the game, and even met my wife on tour halfway around the world. I will forever be grateful to the game and will do whatever I can to give back to it. To grow the game, we have some work to do. In NYC, I'm building the youth game through a nonprofit called Rugby for All and started my own skills academy to develop high school players in the area. At the higher levels, I'm coaching Fordham and was elected as the executive director of the MLR and USA Rugby Players Association, ensuring that professional players' rights are protected and standards are constantly improving. What I've learned in my time playing and now developing the game is that we cannot grow the game individually or in silos. We have to do it together. Just like the game itself, it takes a full team to truly succeed. So I encourage everyone here to give back to the game. Help coach your local team. Support the professional athletes by watching or going to games. Collaborate with other coaches and players. And ask not what can rugby do for you, but what you can do for rugby. Let's grow to the game together. Thank you.
All right, Coach, I have to ask you, how much does your identity as a Cinderella story play into your current role as an advocate and someone who pushes the game forward continuously?
Yeah, I think my career was all about resilience. I came from New York City, where you have to be resilient. I came up through the system, through Delaware, New York Athletic Club. I'm really just grinding my way to USA to play there. So, I think I was a Cinderella story. That's why I love coaching these guys. They're a surrender story. And yeah, it's been an unbelievable journey, and I'm really excited to be here and now continue to grow the game.
Go Rams. And I also want to ask you, too, about the CBA and how this is a railway really pushing towards 2031. What went into that?
Yeah, I mean, with the Players Association, our goal is to raise professional players in this country and all the young players here that want to be professionals, protecting their rights and improving the standard. So the collective bargaining agreement is extremely important to that. By the time we get to 2031, it's all about capturing the World Cup and then making sure that our professional league is at the highest level it can be. So that's really what goes into the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, and now for the other hat you're wearing today as a coach. As much as you can without revealing too much, what's your message to the team today going into the rest of the day?
Honestly, it's just finish strong. Finish strong. We came here to do a job. It's a business trip, and we just need to continue to get better each and every game and finish the game. Yeah.
Go get them, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Give up one more time for Chris Medina. And now, I know this guy's got some fans in the stands because he's about to play in the semifinals. Doc Jones. For 40 years, Greg Doc Jones has been the head coach at Kutztown University. Under his leadership, KU has become a blue blood of college rugby, especially in sevens. In 11 collegiate rugby championship appearances, the Golden Bears have made 9 quarterfinals, 8 Final Fours, and 4 finals. In 2022, Jones led Kutztown into Lindenwood's 3-year championship run in the semifinals, en route to the Golden Bears' first ever national title. Maybe you'll see the second this weekend. Give it up for Doc Jones, folks.
Thank you, Pat. This is a moment of reflection. It's a huge honor to stand here and accept this award. But it's also a moment of thanks. I'd like to thank National Collegiate Rugby for hosting the greatest collegiate rugby tournament on the planet and allowing me to be part of it. Most of all, I want to thank Steve Cohen, who had the vision and the audacity to start Nescro and turn it into this wonderful NCR as we know it today. I also want to thank all of the support I received at Kutztown University, with all of the administration, the Rec Services Department, especially Amy Son and Matt Barra. And also, you can learn so much from your competition about coaching, much more so than a coaching manual. So I want to thank all of the coaches that I competed against over the years that enabled me to be here today, especially Terry Riley, Mike Flanagan, Luke Gross, Josh Mason, and all the others, Tui Osborne, Danny Neighbors, and all the others that have too long to announce. I also want to thank my assistant coaches that have stood beside me for all these years, especially John Ciano, Larry Chester, and currently Ty Kawhi, and none other than Jeff Dukes. I also want to thank everyone in the Kutztown Nation over the years that supported our club program and brought us forward in the vision that I had for this club over the years. So to all the alumni who are honored to wear the colors, and I was honored to coach, I say to the Kutztown Nation, blessed be these hoops, for they have the power, and always and forever, run with the bear!
Coach, I'm ready to run through a brick wall right now. That was wonderful. I want to ask you to go down memory lane shortly. What's been your favorite memory with the sport?
My favorite memory with this sport is obviously that memory lane is long, with all the alumni and all the young men that I had the honor to coach and mentor, who have grown to have families and be successful and great Americans and great citizens. That's my best memory.
That was a cop-out, but beautiful. And Doc, I want to ask you, you said the secret to success is to go to work every day. When did that become integral to your identity in rugby and as a coach?
I learned that at the Common College of Chiropractic, and I have to thank Tom Lowell, my coach at Common College, and also Amos Signet at the Bethel Hooligans, and the one and only late great George Betzler at Philly White Marks. They all taught me to go to work every day.
And I want to ask you, again, without revealing too much, what's your message to the squad as you go to compete the rest of the day?
Love it, boys. That's all we need to know. We all love each other. Go in the foxhole. We only play for each other. Let's go get them.
Give it up for Doc.
One more time for Doc Jones. And now, my friend, Darien Lovelace, a two-time All-American and 2017 CRC MVP. Darien Lovelace was a key contributor in the Running Eagles' back-to-back titles in 2016 and 2017. The daughter of a rugby coach, Lovelace picked up the sport in high school in Naples, Florida, and played a season at American International College before transferring to Life to help the program's first 2 national titles. Lovelace played professionally in Premier Rugby Sevens and is now a voice of college rugby as a host of the College Rugby Show and a renowned broadcaster. Congratulations, Darian.
Today, I'm incredibly honored to stand here. This isn't something you achieve alone. Rugby makes sure of that. It's a sport that tears you down, builds you back up, and teaches you who you really are. When I first stepped onto the pitch, I didn't fully understand what rugby would demand of me. But over time, it gave me everything. Resilience, discipline, and a sense of purpose. It taught me that hard work isn't optional, that grit shows up when things get uncomfortable, and that strength isn't just physical, it's mental. It's built through every challenge you don't walk away from. To my family, you saw parts of the journey no one else did. Thank you for being my foundation and for the unwavering belief when I struggle to find it in myself. To my coaches, namely Ross Chow, thank you for pushing me beyond my limits. You didn't just teach me how to play the game, you taught me the value of character in it. To my teammates, namely like you are the heart of this journey. Rugby is the ultimate team sport. You pushed me, trusted me, and never let me face anything alone. Some of the best moments of my life weren't the wins. They were the battles we fought together. And to everyone who's been a part of the broadcast, Next Level Rugby, the College Rugby Show, and all those that tune in, thank you. You remind us what we do matters beyond the field to help the sport grow. You help give it a voice, a stage, and a future. So let's keep changing how America sees rugby. Rugby has changed my life. It showed me that success isn't just about what you achieve, but how you achieve it. With selflessness, hard work, and with love for the people beside you. Rugby gave me more than I ever expected, but it also asked me to become more than I ever thought I could be. This honor means everything because it's a reflection of everything I love about this sport, so thank you.
Marian, great job. I want to know, why stay committed? You played at every level you could play this game. What does broadcasting and pushing the game forward now mean to you?
It means a lot, I think, because I can't smack like I used to. I really like to talk it, so that gives me my fix. I don't know if I could ever leave rugby alone, and I don't think that it would want anybody to do that. So, like Chris was saying, it's all about how you give back after the sport, even when you hang up your boots, and that's what still gives the sport meaning.
And at 16, you start this sport, coaching with your dad too. What would you say to 16-year-old Darian?
Well, my dad would be mad that I didn't say that he started at 32, so very vintage. But it was really a way to spend time with my dad, and from there, being in the culture that he was in at club rugby, and then starting and playing for the Naples Bears, it really just gave me another family, and I don't know, it was just really enjoyable to be able to do that.
Well, congratulations. Keep pushing the game forward and go celebrate. Thank you. All right, and we have more rugby coming up with the women's premier national quarterfinals between Brown and Westchester. But one more time, give it up for the Hall of Fame class of 2026.
job, dog.
Good stuff.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A-side, B-side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in sevens. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
I mean, it's an absolutely great experience. I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby! If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most of them haven't had beans on toast ever, and they're definitely experiencing that here, but they're also getting a chance to watch players that they look up to playing in the Women's Rugby World Cup here in England, which is incredibly important for them to see these people, because if you could see it, you can be it, and we are so happy that our athletes can see the Eagles, and I know they also want to be the Eagles, so this is a massive opportunity for them.
For decades, college rugby has been built Not in stadiums, but on long bus rides, early mornings, and moments no one else sees. No fanfare, no shortcuts, just pride. But once a year, every year, the best come together. Not just to play, but to prove something on the game's brightest stage. To their teammates, to their schools, to themselves. This isn't just another tournament. This is where seasons are defined, where legends are made, where you put it all on the line. This is the 2026 Collegiate Rugby Championship. One weekend, 144 teams, 8 national champions. Let's get it started.
And welcome back to the stadium here at the Collegiate Rugby Championships National Sevens. We have Brown versus Westchester in our National Premier Cup quarterfinals. My name is Lance Kavanaugh, joined in the booth with Isabella Corral. And Isabella, you've seen the Hall of Famers go in. Now's the time where Hall of Famers are made. Westchester, 1-0 today, getting a 12-7 win. Looks like they'll have to play against a very poised and patient Brown team.
I just wanna get that with you. Last time I can call you mine. Once more than I swear we
Absolutely. Brown 38 to nil win earlier today, and they are poised and set, ready to defend a title that they've won in recent memory, and they have the skills, the coaching, and the ability to do so, Isabella. The purple and yellow kicking off from the left to the right. Brown University dominating colors. Deep brown, ready to represent the way that they've always have. And kickoff is underway as Brown able to take that sharp kickoff and get forward momentum almost immediately. Ball ready and scramble for that ruck. And it looks like Brown are going to attack right off the gate. One pass, two pass, and right into the heart of the Westchester defense. A gap opens up, too much space, and with two hands on the ball, does Julie Murray have the speed? Yes, she does. And just like that, Brown University gets the board 5-0. What a fast start for this Brown side.
Julia Murray coming in with an absolute fire driven behind her. She saw that gap and did it so beautifully. She kept looking back because she knew she wasn't going to get caught on that run. She had the wheels and she had that ball quick off of the ruck right here. She just sees that gap. There's no one there to block her. There is nothing but open gates as she drives straight on underneath those posts.
And that is the opening you want to have in a quarterfinal matchup. Brown University is poised and patient as ever, getting those early points. And Westchester now have an opportunity to get the ball back on this kick receipt. Has a lot of work to do, Isabella.
Very quick with it, a very good way to come out here immediately. I mean, we knew what Brown had in them coming into the start, but I'm glad to see it so quick.
Kickoff knocked on, and a player from the offside position touched it. So now Brown, after the try, immediately gets a long arm penalty, but they're opting to slow it down and go to the scrum. What does that strategy mean, Isabella?
Honestly, it means they could be running something that they have run before in practice. If they know that they're good on the scrums and they're very big off of it, this penalty could honestly be a real big boost for them. They're close to their try line, and they have the opportunity if they execute this well.
Coached by Rosalind Child, spent years creating awesome rugby programs, disciplined rugby programs, and with a left foot, right foot step, Brown is going in to score Olivia Batista, showing the skill and ability, and Brown are off and rolling in this quarterfinal.
Immediately, right off of that scrum, like I said, they had an idea and they executed it perfectly. Great feed in right there. Strong push from the 9, who pops it right back onto the player who was running onto it, Olivia. Like you said, clean stiff arm right here against 7 and just goes in for that beautiful dive right under the sticks. What a way to show just why the scrum is such an important set piece.
And with those tries in quick succession, Conversion is good, so we're looking at a 12-0 scoreline early in this quarterfinals. And what a start for Brown, known to really get out in front of teams. Coach Ross, as I said, put programs together and put players in the right place, and she seems to find the perfect combination there, as now Westchester able to take in that kickoff, plays it short, big fin in the middle of the field, will not be stopped by one player as Westchester continues to storm forward. And again, Westchester recycling the ball a little bit unapproached in that next phase, and unfortunately knocks the ball on, giving Brown almost a mirror opportunity. A scrum down so close to their own try line. Westchester has an uphill battle here.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for them, but hopefully they learned from their past little mess-ups right here, and they're able to defend it, really putting up a strong wall against Brown.
And that ball is stolen. Westchester's scrum defense able to get the ball back. The mistake is now clean and washed, and they're on attack again. But the defensive pressure from Brown, one of the staples of this side. Tackle made right around the center line of the field, and it looks like Westchester is playing pretty shallow, and Brown able to capitalize immediately on the mistake. Barbosa able to get her hands on the ball in perfect position, and 3 tries in less than 4 minutes for this Brown side. So much positivity coming from this Brown defense.
What a drive from Barbosa. She sees that ball, definitely gonna go a little bit higher than normal, not hitting directly in the chest, and she knows, hey, this is probably an opportunity for me coming up. Speeds right up on it, grabs that little tiny grubber for a second, and then taps it on down under the post. That's what I call playing on your front foot.
Yeah, once that ball seemed to slip through the hands, she speed burst right to it. Conversion, no good. So now we're looking at a 17-0 scoreline. Brown up early against Westchester. And Westchester just need to fix some of those mistakes, give themselves a better attacking platform so that they can go right into attack against Brown University. A knock on by Brown on that kickoff gives Westchester their first scrum of the game. And now this is a great opportunity for them to set the space, play with the whiff. What can Westchester do here to get themselves a better opportunity against a very strong and stout Brown defense?
Definitely win the scrum. That's probably going to be their best set piece right now, to just push hard as much as they can and win it back from Brown, because if it gets in a Brown's hands, well, that might not be great.
Dangerous is Brown University when they are on attack, and the ball is dropped yet again. And again, Batista going in to score. Opportunistic defense from Brown University. Westchester makes a mistake, and Brown University gets a try.
Olivia coming in immediately. You see they have possession of here, Westchester. She's able to just grab that ball. Ball is not going to hand the way that Westchester really needs it to. And those tiny little things is exactly where the Brown team has learned through practice how to capitalize on the opposing team. And she runs it straight in, popping it down. What a way to do it. I mean, the girl has a major in biomedical engineering, but I think she should start to major in rugby, because I gotta say, there is some high IQs and some high points being laid out here on the pitch.
Yeah, just that one mistake, maybe the depth or the range of that pass, not really connected, and 2 times the ball hits the floor, and Brown capitalizes on it immediately, bringing the scoreline to 24-0 with less than 30 seconds here in the first half. Another ball hits the ground for Westchester, but finally able to corral it, get some go forward. The big run down the middle of the field, but Brown able to fight. And Caitlin Moroney able to get the steal, known for that patented scrum half. 2 hands on the ball, attacking with speed. Looks like she will not be stopped. Finds the chest pass to put the ball back into play from that touchline. And Brown seems to be rolling and moving, knock on going down to the floor. And with that stoppage in play, we have halftime with Brown University having a 24-0 lead over Westchester. We'll be right back here at the CRCs.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
And we are back here at the Collegiate Rugby Championships National Sevens here in Maryland. We have Brown University holding a 26-0 lead over West Chester. So many mistakes by this West Chester side. Ball not going to hand, and Brown is just running away with this game, Isabella.
Yeah, you know, it is happening, but you also got to give credit to Brown where it is due. They are able to see this way beforehand and notice, hey, the ball is not going the way that it needs to. And right when there's a tiny little moment of disconnect between the two players on West Chester, they're able to exploit it and then take it and use it for their advantage.
The try scorer, Julia Murray, with the kickoff. High flying kick, hits the ground. It looks like it's going to dribble out of bounds. Amazing kick, and now with our first line out of the game, Brown University pins West Chester just a little bit deeper than they would like to be. So now it's West Chester's opportunity to see if they can build on some of the things after that talk at the break, as now we have our first line out here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's you.
Both teams winning games earlier today to get to this point. And now they have to find a way to get some polish here, says West Chester. Ball played right down. Good line out, able to keep retention. Tackle made right around the 22-meter line. Played back just a bit. Multiple players in that ruck. Not something you see that often in the sevens with so many players on attack, rucking the ball out. But anything to keep possession as the ball is being moved towards the middle of the field. Big run. Multiple players forced to get engaged in that tackle. As now West Chester finds themselves just short of the 22-meter line. Ball played back, and look at the defensive line speed for Brown. They smell blood in the water and absolutely gets the turnover. The tap just a little bit in front of the mark. Referee says, let's bring it back. And now Brown has the opportunity to slow it down where they go back to the scrum as they did earlier. So many options here for Brown University, Isabella.
There is. I mean, something to point out, too, is Brown is drawing them into the center. That is where they're getting kind of caught up. West Chester has to basically draw in their wings, draw in their centers, and push closer and work together because Brown is so up on them and in their face that they're not able to do those long passes and really spread it out and use the space that they need to. So good on Brown for doing that, but now that West Chester kind of has that ability and is learning a little bit more how Brown is playing, they can now use that to their advantage and try to go around them and use all the space on the pitch.
Yeah, you got to play a little bit deeper with a fast defensive line as Brown gets that scrum out and about. Loop line ran, and it looks like they might have some space on the edge. Inside step, and after bouncing a defender, Brown University, Charlotte Davies goes in to score with a miraculous solo effort against multiple defenders. The scrum getting the ball to the wing, and the wing doing a winger's job, getting points, Isabella.
Exactly, 12 popping it right into her hands right here, tracks in with the defender, and then just blows her up right there with a gorgeous stiff arm, and then bounces her way in like a ball straight into that try zone and tapping it on down. Fantastic work. Even though the hits come at you, doesn't necessarily mean that you got to accept them. In fact, you can use them to propel yourself forward, and that's exactly what she did, putting up another try for her team. Brown maintaining that lead.
And that right foot step to straighten out, finding that soft inside shoulder as Brown now extends their lead 31-0. West Chester, few positives they had, but it seems like the defense from Brown is really adding pressure and just making it hard to go forward. Caught by Brown, will have a 50-meter free kick. Ball not going the full 10. Mark made by the referee. Let's see how West Chester proceeds. Goes right to the tap. Strong carry in the middle of the field. Multiple Brown players again forced to get involved in the tackle. And now West Chester with numbers here on the bottom of the screen. Can they find the space? Ball does not go to hand. Referee blows on the knock on immediately, playing a really short advantage because Brown has really found an advantage in these scrums. It's not a bad call by the referee, as now we have another scrum by Brown University here.
Yeah, it was a great idea swinging it that way. They were able to do it really fast. Ball didn't make it to hand the way that they needed to. But I really do think if they recycled some of their players there from the center and bring them around the edge, that running around and bouncing off of Brown will be a very effective strategy here because Brown has a very strong defensive wall. And so breaking through that is going to be slightly more difficult for this team.
Scrum confirmed and given to Brown. They're able to keep it. First rug hit up, referee having to get skinny just a little bit to allow the ball carrier to get around. And Brown seems to be looping and getting back around to make sure that they don't find themselves without players around the edge. Strong carry to keep from going out of bounds. And the defensive line from Westchester now bringing that speed. But that first defender not able to make the tackle as Westchester is bringing a heightened level of intensity here. Ball played to the weak side, pick and go. We have one-on-one in the edge. Does she have the speed? And she does. Barbosa again showcasing and showing up, getting another try here. And that was a well-worked try from Brown. Could have went to the open side, but goes back to the weak and finds the space they need to get points here.
What a drive from Barbosa. You see this, an immediate ruck, pick and go right here off of it. Number 9 draws in that defender, looks at her, offloads it to the wing, who's able to use that touch line to propel herself forward and drive off. You know, one thing you got to think about here, Lance, is these girls are moving in threes. They know, hey, one person goes down, ruck, pick, send it back out. And that movement and that continual support that they're carrying throughout the threes is really allowing them to continue that momentum forward and to drive it and push with every single step and yard that they're gaining.
Yeah, we speak about the IQ, the way they've been so connected. As I spoke highly of Rosalind Child, she has been an exemplary coach here in the United States landscape. But if you add Caramelli Fayee, who USA Eagle, a great rugby mind, a great rugby person as well, just adding to the IQ of that coach's room. And those are the kind of things that translate to the field really well as this Brown team. Defense has been really strong. Another tackle made. High tackle, says the referee. The body height wasn't there as Westchester has forced a long arm penalty. And they're going to bring them down for a...
Westchester opts for a scrum.
Looks like there's a conversation to figure out what the options are. Back 10, says the referee.
Correction, Westchester decides they're going to go.
And Westchester isn't going to take the scrum. A little bit of conversation between the referee and captain, and they choose to go to the line out. Does the ball make it out of bounds? It does. It does. Stepped out, says the referee. Assistant referee, excuse me. And now we have a line out opportunity for Westchester where they won their first line out, so there's some possibilities there for themselves.
Yeah, I would definitely say smart move, not going for the scrum. They've seen just how striking Brown can be off of it. So let's see if their lineouts can be cleaned up here and absolutely dominate Brown.
They were able to win back this scrum. Body position in that ruck. Referee says play on a little bit from the side, but that defensive line for Brown, look how hungry they are for the ball. A little bit too hungry. Hands on the ground. Got to control your body weight going into those rucks. And now Westchester with an opportunity here to put some points on the board as the final seconds tick off the clock. We are now in extra time here in the second half as Westchester chooses to go to his tap and goes right into the heart of the defense. Even if the score line doesn't end the way they want to, they're going to bring the ruckus into the middle of the field, and they are forcing another penalty as now Westchester is off and moving. Playing the ball all the way around, looping around, unable to find a complimentary teammate, and the ball is played in behind, hitting the ground again. A push from one of the Brown players. Playing the player, says the referee, and that's 3 penalties in a row for Brown University. They have to get disciplined. Even though the score line seems to be in hand, they got to find a way to get back into the defensive structure that they had. Discipline, good tackles. As now Westchester able to recycle. Ball hits the ground yet again, and multiple Brown defenders are there. One thing you can say about Brown University, they bring absolute chaos into those tackle areas. They are not afraid to bring a player to the ground. Westchester choosing to not go into the ruck, but keep the ball alive. And now another high tackle, 4th penalty in a row, and now we are getting a yellow card with zeros on the clock. So much happening. This is the last play of the game, but Westchester refusing to let that final whistle blow. They want some points on the board as we get another long arm penalty and an opportunity to kick to touch.
Yeah, Lance, I mean, there's a point where the penalties do get a little bit high right up in there, but one of the things I've noticed about the really good teams is they're willing to take those penalties and risk it in order to get that ball. So it is kind of a mix, a little yes and no when it comes to it. It's all kind of dependent on what the atmosphere is on the pitch.
Yeah, one thing you can say, the string of penalties they just had were aggression penalties, going after the ball in the ruck, maybe pushing a player on a loose ball, trying to get positioning, and those kind of things are unfortunate, but they are forgivable as a coach because you do want aggression from your team as the referee sets back up the scrum that was just settled, going through its cadence. Now the scrum is set. Ball played, and Brown University finds themselves with an opportunity to get the ball back, not releasing, and Brown University just a bit confused. Westchester with another penalty, 5 penalties, and Westchester choosing to get off the field and end the game. And just like that, Brown University takes a convincing 36-0 lead win over Westchester. We'll be right back here for more CRC Championship.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here.
And back at the stadium here at the Collegiate Rugby Championships National Sevens Championship, Navy versus Queens in the national quarterfinals. Both teams have a history here at the CRCs and in the landscape of the USA. Isabella, both teams strong, and this game is so important for the future of these two programs.
It's true. I mean, we've gotten to see the Navy before play, and I got to say they're a fantastic team, and they're going to come out here with the aggression, but more importantly, the skill, and I'm ready to see what Queens brings to the pitch as well.
That ball is kicked off backwards, says the referee, as it was touched by a Queens player. Queens in right, attacking from your left to right. Navy in that bronze color, gold color. An advantage played from a knock, but we will continue, says the referee, as Navy has players on the bottom of your screen in space. Can they find it all the way out there? Looping high pass, doesn't go to hand, and now there's a chase for the ball. Tackle made right around the 5-meter line. And played from that ruck. Navy now with a chance to attack, and a sharp line straight through. Gabriel able to move inside out, weaving, twisting, and just like that, Gabriel able to get points early for this Navy side.
What an absolute drive. That is exactly what we call a perfect execution of a switch play. Right here, boom, right up the center, drives all the way through. The defender doesn't even have time to line up with her hips and try to lock on her and take her down into contact. Great movement there from the Navy, bloody nose and everything. That is what I call drive, and more importantly, good rugby.
Yeah, that burst of speed and that line is something you see on the upper echelons of levels in the world of rugby. Able to find a way into that try zone. Conversion no good, so we have a conversion is good, so we have a 7-0 score line here early, and Navy finds themselves in almost a mirror position, pushing Queens back inside the 22. Ball hits the ground and dribbles, and Queens choose to go for the kick. Can they find space, or will this go into touch? Re-kicked, and it looks like it might have been kept in, and unfortunately takes an unfriendly Queens bounce. And now Navy with an opportunity for the line out somewhere near the midfield point. But Queens going for the kick is quite a thought, and it might have worked out beautifully if not for that awkward bounce there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I haven't gotten to see the women, but I have gotten to see the men and talk with their coaches. The way that they train in the Queens program is extremely well thought out. They do a great job with ball technicality and handling, so I am excited to see how they respond right there off of the line out.
And right away, Queens' defensive line presses, knocks the ball loose, but Navy finds a way to keep hold of the ball. The Naval Academy. One thing we know about this Navy team, they will play fast and they will be fit, able to restore and keep hands on this ruck, not rolling away. Referee asks for the poacher to release. Ball takes a bounce that's going over the head of the receiver, and Navy keeping the ball alive there with the offloads. Our try scorer with another opportunity around the corner. Does she have the legs to finish? Caught and dragged down by Vargerberg, able to grab her around that 5-meter channel. Navy getting a big chunk of meterage there off of that line break. Again, tacklers for Queen, able to drag down these Navy ball carriers. Backwards, says the referee. Raven Jones, one of the premier referees throughout the USA, able to be the conductor of this orchestra we seeing in this quarterfinal matchup. Ball played backwards, Navy being pushed back in order to play with depth, and Queen acquiescing, stepping up and closing out that space, but Navy continues to probe and drive forward. Ball brought up and big hit, double tackle as a Queens player gets stuck in the bottom of the ruck, and Navy now has space. As we've seen a multitude of phases, we're looking at least 7-8 phases. Navy still able to keep ball retention. Player not rolling away, forces the ball to squirt out. And finally, we have a pause, which Navy says, no, we're going to go quick and keep the tempo and speed that we've had all game. Able to play the ball back, but no real forward drive gives Queen the ability to press up and close the space. Not rolling away is the call. The poacher had hands on ball, but the referee, noticing that there's no roll away, asked for the release and wasn't given. So Navy choosing to take the scrum here after that not roll away penalty. Finally a break for us, Isabella, or me, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I'll come in for you. Here's what I mean. Like, there is this point where the defensive line of Queens is pushing up on them so much that the Navy's like, hey, let's pick up the speed. They're up on us. But those passes and the speed is getting added, they're catching it way up here. They're catching it way too down low, which is giving the defense even more time to run up on them. So if anything, the Navy's got to slow it down right here and then bring in the power, controlled power, and burst through.
Absolutely. Complementary rugby is the key in sevens. Got to keep those passes in that window. As now we have Navy hard charging, big tackle, stand-up tackle, able to make it with no room to offload, and immediately Navy goes to the left flank, unable to find the space or the gap they need, but the space is now on the top of your screen. Our try scorer pushing the ball to the edge, and O'Hara, does she have the leg speed? Caught again. That is the second time. Vertsberg able to stop a break from this Navy side, this time forcing the knock on. And Navy, even though they got a lot of meterage and show what they can do, now have pinned Queens deep in their own end.
Yeah, I don't think anyone even saw her on the wing until last minute. Great defense, though, and turnaround for the Queens. They were able to get her down immediately off of the bat, but she was going for a run in the park right now.
That is twice defense has stepped up on that edge for Queens, but now the offense has to step up to give them space, and we have just a minute left here in the first half. Ball played out to Queens. They find themselves on their try line. Ball squirts out at the most unopportune time. Ruck is settled, and now Navy going to where the space is. Ball placed down by O'Hara, able to get the try that she was denied less than 30 seconds ago, and Navy with their second try here in the quarterfinals.
Number 14, Catherine O'Hara coming in. They knew how close they were, and this was just a matter of power driving it all the way over the line. It's a quick grab off of the ruck right there, and all she had to do was just push herself all the way into that try zone, and she taps it down for the Navy, getting up some more points on the board.
And the whistle indicates that that conversion was good. We are on our last play of the first half. Navy holding a 14-0 lead over Queens. The Queens of Queen must find a way to strike back. And with that ball going out of bounds, that will be halftime as Raven Jones blows the halftime whistle. Navy holding a 14-0 lead over Queens. We'll be right back here at the CRCs.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in 7s. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
I mean, it's an absolutely great experience. I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
In a sport of power,
And we are back here at the CRCs as we play back a couple of the tries earlier. Navy holding a 14-0 lead over Queens. And I am here in the booth with Isabella Corral. Isabella, so much can be said positive about Navy. What can Queens do to fix this deficit that they're in?
Don't worry, be happy, folks. We're about to start the second half of the second national quarterfinal.
Good to go. On my whistle.
Raven Jones gives us the okay, and we're off.
Kickoff to the shade side. No one there. Slim in numbers is Navy.
We're not forward out of
And
bounds.
it looks like the ball was knocked into touch.
Option. Swim option.
And now Queens will have a put in here into the scrum.
Navy. This is going to be a Queen scrum. Great attacking position.
Choosing the scrum over the line out might have been a strong option, but Queen has to find a way to maximize the space that the scrums gives you. As our referee
To your hooker. Next one's a free kick. That's it. Again.
giving that last warning. The conductor of this orchestra laying down the law as the ball is being placed into the scrum. And the chase and defense on the backside is heavy for Queens, giving them a messy ball, unable to play it all the way to the edge. That outside line speed for Navy, closing the door, not allowing them to play to the space. Now Queen has the ball available. What will they do? They run right into what seems to be some of the strongest defenders on Navy's side. Clean tackle made, and Queens has been pushed back, tackle after tackle, phase after phase. What started around the 22-meter line now finds themselves around midway, as now they find some positivity in the drive, but hands on the ball for Navy and able to get that steal, as now Navy goes right back on the attack, playing with that tempo and speed that they've been known for in this matchup. Tackle made and no release from White. Slowed the ball down just a little bit. Not enough for the penalty, but enough for a little engagement from the referee. And again, Navy choosing to attack right at the heart, since Queens is pressing up and closing out that space. From the side, says the referee, and that's the appropriate call. Is now Navy using that tempo, going right back at Queens. Is their defensive line ready? We will see. Offload made into the tackle, doesn't go to hand. And again, the tackling from those outside backs for Queens has been a positive, keeping the score line, even though 14-0 lower than it possibly could be. As there's a big tackle and not rolling away by Queens again, puts them in a bad situation with Navy attacking on the penalty. Looks like they had an opportunity for that offload. Good line made, but held up just enough for Navy having to recycle and refresh into that ruck. Outside line speed leaves a gap once you have one left-footed step, and with nothing in front of her, Megan goes in to score and extend this Navy lead. One thing that Queens didn't need was for an opportunity for Navy to score again, as there's some hitting on the back end, holding up the ball. But wow, what a great bit of play from this Navy side, Isabella.
Number 10, Megan Houston for the try.
Out here from the Navy is that they play with a very low center of gravity, which allows them to do quick movements left or right and then push themselves forward. If anything, the Queens have to drop it a little bit lower, kind of get at the same battle position that the Navy's at, and then be able to make those quick on-step movements instead of full sending it every single time, either left or right.
As Navy kicks the ball off, opting to go deep, ball gathered inside the 22. Choosing to go to the outside edge. Dummy made and could have a small line break, but no, that inside help defense from Navy at a premium here. The defense from Navy really showcasing itself, playing the passing lane, and she was shooting from the very beginning. Has an opportunity for a break, dragged down just short of the 5-meter line. Multiple attempts to drop the ball and get back up. Unable to do it a second time, but now the space for Navy is at the bottom of your screen, but unable to keep full control of the ball is our recent try scorer. And just like that, Queens finds a way to bend and not break with their chance for a scrum here and an opportunity for attack.
Mia Young coming in with that interception. I mean, we all saw it here right now live. What a way to just drive up forward and get that little goal for her team. Yes, it didn't go to hand the way that they needed it to, but they're very strong off of a scrum. So nonetheless, that was a great opportunity for the Navy to come back even stronger than they've been coming.
And that line speed from Navy has really laid anchor to what we've been seeing in this match. They found a way to make it a turnover there. Usually it's just good tackles. But even now, look at the outside backs closing the space, waiting until that advantage is over. And with the kick through, can Queens find the opportunity here? Ball hit off a knee, unable to be gathered, and choosing to go right to ground to kill the ball, knock on. And what a great opportunity for Queens, choosing to go to the boot there.
It was a really good idea doing that grubber and then doing it twice, but sometimes grubbers don't go to hand the way that we need them to, and that was just a perfect example of it not going the way that they needed. But hopefully they can pick it up here, defend against the Navy, and bring themselves a little bit more back into the game.
Anouk Verberg has had many defensive plays here, and there had a great opportunity to go in the score. I don't think she anticipated the ball to sit up the way that it did, right into around her upper knee. But just like that, the knock-on gives Navy another scrum and another set to go and attack. A weak side gather from our interceptor earlier, Mia Young. And the young and the restless almost getting all the way down that touch line, but dragged down right around the 50-meter line. Navy playing the ball back to open field. They have a spatial advantage. How will they maximize it? Inside help on defense, was able to make the tackle and not releasing card as Queen turns a great defensive set into an offensive opportunity. able to close down on the far touchline and get the turnover as it returns to the other side of the field. But now it's Queens' turn to attack. Ball played backwards just a bit. Spin move just to retain possession. And now Queens are fighting inside of that ruck to keep possession. Ball played back deep, but the defensive line speed from Navy has showcased itself and continues to, taking away all the meters gained. As they try to play the ball backwards to get space, Navy is just cutting off everything and making it difficult. And that pass just a little bit forward as the arms got tangled up in the tackle. And Navy's defense, we say it once, we say it twice, we said it 10 times, showcasing itself with less than a minute left in the second half.
Yeah, like you're saying, less than a minute left, and it comes down once again to just stamina and back to the basics. The girls are getting really tired here. They've played a long day, and they're playing it and continuing on with it. And right now, this is about who can maintain possession of the ball.
21-0 scoreline, and free kick given to Queens. Queens has an opportunity here. They're going to fight to get on the board. There is no quit in the Queens. As the offload made, swing and jersey tackle, and the flyer down the sideline. Is the legs there? She has done so much defensively and now gets points on the board just like that. Queens gets on the board. Might not be enough time for the comeback, but definitely to showcase they were here to fight, Isabella.
Anuk coming up and making that try for her team. Great catch here and an offload. She had those two defenders caught up and busy while the wing was going to work and ran it all the way down. I'm very happy to get to see her make and score that try because she has been the main source of protection and ball drive and movement this entire game. So I bet for her, even coming off the pitch, having lost as a game, she definitely won as a player, and I'm sure everyone will be happy to celebrate with her for putting up some points for the Queens.
That is your final whistle. Navy taking a 21-5 win over Queens in this quarterfinals. Now this team is set to the semifinals. Can't wait till they do next. But we'll be right back here at the Collegiate Rugby Championship.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby!
If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make
And we are back with American International versus New Haven. Both teams taking care of business. But we're going to be joined in the booth and taking over is John Broker and the Hall of Famer herself, Phaedra.
It is the quarterfinals leading up to the semis. John Broker with Phaedra Knight. It is going to be Brown and Navy in one semifinal. This is American International in black going to receive the ball. New Haven in white going to kick it. University of New Haven, Long Island University, and Southern Nazarene in the other quarterfinal. These teams are strong. You look at the points that American International put up in that first matchup. Now they're in the quarters, a little bit different here. University of New Haven won as well, 33-15 over Frostburg. John Broker's with Phaedra Knight, World Rugby Hall of Famer. You see a couple of points against them there in the Frostburg game. And here comes AIC on the move immediately. They have explosive players. Bernice Stomped got them going. She has been a stalwart for this team. Kiana Edwards as well. I feel like every time I call these names, I call this name as well. Naomi Dodd. Naomi Dodd, an impressive player from the Caribbean and an
International, as AIC is going to wind around for their first try. It is Morgan Schechter to touch it down. And Phaedra, a couple of good quarterfinals coming here, and a great first start there from AIC.
Yeah, John, sizzling start for AIC. Beautiful offload. Look at the precision in that pass, right? And the discipline of Schechter to stay onside, to stay behind the ball. That is a high rugby IQ and awareness, and she puts the finishing touches to split the post. Outstanding play to open up this second match for AIC.
Kick was no good, so AIC will restart this. Cameron Henderson, up around their 15s team from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And the kicker, not quite as well as you like on that one. Schechter takes it down, but ball goes back to New Haven. It'll be their first opportunity for some offense here, coached by Emily Record, Lauren Kuffel, Leanne Lamb from West Haven, Connecticut, the University of New Haven. The Chargers take this ball away through Nienoff. Ball's going backwards. Ref's happy with it. Moving across field just a little bit is Blair Rodriguez. She's from Maplewood, New Jersey. Penalty against AIC, a little aggressive at that breakdown. And the Chargers will get on the move here. Now they will go forward. This player's going to make sure not get isolated, but she might not have to worry about it as she busts right through the line. Incredibly well done. Ball being touched down by Sariana Vulaono. Try, 5 points here on a great individual effort.
Yeah, and she carried this team, New Hampshire, in their last match. Take a look here. She is such a baller, such a keen awareness. She walked through 4 defenders right there on an individual effort. She started the quick tap, and look at that. That is pure talent. You got to imagine Emily Bidewell has her on the radar. She's a creator. She's a finisher. She can do it all. And she makes her statement right here in this first half of her second match and her 5th try of the day.
Impressive there from Vulaono.
I have a concern. Siders off. She has a bleeding nose.
Yeah, just a little bit of blood here. Just going to take a look.
Ellen Nenoff getting some attention from the physio before we restart.
Back and good to go. So we're tied at 5. New Haven will start this. Chargers in the yellow jacket just about an hour away from each other. Ball comes down to AIC. Quick little pass into the middle of the field they go, looking for their danger runners as always. Show of the ball right across the 50-meter line. Coming in to set that up. Kiana Edwards shows to the outside. Kiana Edwards just hangs on to it. Kiana Edwards from Columbia, Tennessee. Under the post. They extend their lead. It's 10-5 for AIC. Little celebration at the end.
Yeah, she's quite a showwoman, but a showwoman who knows how to play the game with sportsmanlike conduct to bring that ball back to her kicker. As you can see, she picks it off of the ruck beautifully. And what set that up was really the great handling leading up to that ruck. But ooh, what a dummy and what a cutback. She is a star, and only stars can wear those cleats, John. Only stars.
That's why I never got to wear them. As we see the celebration there, great job, Kiana Edwards. Always a pleasure to call. Great personality on these players, which is just amazing. As the ball goes back, restart from AIC, rolling to touch. Just couldn't quite handle it. There was Aaron O'Brien from Bridgewater, New Jersey. Went to Bridgewater Raritan High School. Just had a tough ball to deal with. As the day goes on here, you can see a little bit of wind in the assistant referee's flag there. And predicting some rain. So light at the moment, could get heavier. We'll see how that affects everything. Players are in front of the 5-meter there. I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Again, so just a little bit of a basic mistake there, Phaedra.
Yeah, breach and execution, but there could be no better place for AIC to be positioned. Take a look. You see, I think they just weren't aware of where they were. And yeah, definitely in front of that 5-meter line. So no doubt about it.
pretty clearly marked. You know, it's not one of these multi-line fields for a bunch of different sports. So
I was just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt.
I'm just trying to help them out that they play at a lot of fields with a lot of lines there. Just made a simple mistake.
Time is back
That's
on.
right.
I have 2 minutes remaining.
Little change coming in for New Haven. 2 minutes in the first half. Chargers inside their own 22. Down 7 points. They're going to put that one in. It is a danger runner. Wulaono puts it to the boot but doesn't get much on it and kicks it to Kiana Edwards. That's going to be dangerous, and here you're going to see it. Wulaono is going to be able to grab Kiana Edwards, but she gets a pass away to Soft. Those two have been playing together for a while. From East Palo Alto is Venice Soft. Brother played for the AIC men's team. Another 5 points for her. They're up to 17 as AIC.
Yeah, you see, I like the idea of Vulan Anu, but she didn't put enough on that kick and kicked it right into the hands of the superstar, obviously Edwards, and Edwards with the nice offload inside to Somt. That defense is really, really treacherous for AIC. You know, what they say, right? Their attack is amazing, but their defense is actually even better, and that's something Stephen Lewis observed earlier. And we know what the saying is about defense, right? It wins championships. So it's pretty outstanding by AIC.
Ball comes over this time. It's picked up by O'Brien. O'Brien hands the ball off. Sarah Connolly from Milford, Connecticut takes that one in. Defense coming up. They're looking for a little inside seam, but great work by AIC as Angel Davis rips that one away, gets the ball to Schechter. Schechter rounds the corner. She's been in the try zone once. She's headed for it again. Just takes the dive, and Morgan Schechter from Cheshire, Connecticut is going to touch that one down.
Yeah, and that's just, look at Davis. I mean, she understands the game. That IQ is really spectacular as she shows her hands after she tackles, but before she takes that ball and shifts it out to the right-hand side, and that's Schechter's area, right? She scored her second try in this match from that area, and she just continues to pour on this onslaught.
That is not going to hit. It's going to go to halftime. We're 24-5 AIC over at New Haven. We'll be right back with the second half in a moment.
And that's the halftime here.
If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour. Reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most of them haven't had beans on toast ever, and they're definitely experiencing that here, but they're also getting a chance to watch players that they look up to playing in the Women's Rugby World Cup here in England, which is incredibly important for them to see these people, because if you could see it, you can be it, and we are so happy that our athletes can see the Eagles, and I know they also want to be the Eagles, so this is a massive opportunity for them.
Consistency on three. 1, 2, 3.
We are back for the second half, 24-5. AIC leads the University of New Haven, the Chargers, in this quarterfinal matchup. John Broker with legendary rugby, World Rugby Hall of Famer Phaedra Knight, set for kickoff here in this quarterfinal. Following this, we will have Long Island University of Southern Nazarene. The winner of each of these games will play each other in the semis tomorrow. Brown and Navy have booked their way into the semis previously. We're underway here in the second half. Kicking off to New Haven in white here. A little high hanging kick there, and they can pay for that. That's trouble when you kick it into the hands of Angel Davis. Player not held, so they're going to get up that Schechter. She's been across the line twice. Davis going to be in the distributor role here. Ball goes to Cameron Henderson. Henderson would be well deserved to get across here. Does a lot of hard work for this team. Cameron Henderson touches down for 5, and it's 29 AIC starting to roll with this one.
Yeah, and that's quick heads-up play by AIC and Davis to get that ball into the hands. They set the quick ruck on the left side and into the hands of the power runner, number 2, Henderson. And she's keeping those feet active through the tackle to bring her to this lovely conclusion of 5 points on the board.
Kick to come here for this AIC Yellow Jackets team. Yellow Jackets coached by Jamison Bonte. They did not get that kick, so it's 29-5. Short kick here. Will it go 10? It will not. Rolls out. It's going to come all the way back. Free kick of the 50-meter line for the Chargers. 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. The Chargers have work to do here.
And getting these kicks, the full 10 meters, is going to be a really crucial point for AIC, given that they advance into the quarterfinal rounds or to the semifinal rounds tomorrow.
Ball in by Ella Nienoff from Colden, New York for New Haven, but hit hard by that defense. You see Soft coming out of the line there, really trying to make life difficult for the Chargers, and does, but ball's going to come back here. Marian puts that one away, and now through the middle they go, and who else would it be? Sariana Vulaono at the line, over the line. I believe she touched that down to begin with. The referee should award. The referee does. 5 more points for New Haven. And that is another great individual effort from the criminal justice major.
Yeah, that was just wonderful. You know, AIC conceded that ruck and took the chance on that cherry pick, and this is what happens when you shoot the line against a dominant runner, a dominant superstar like Vuliano. She has enough gas to get into the try-zone, even with the strong attempt here by Naomi Dodd, who is no slouch herself.
New Haven, after that, will get ready to kick off. Kick was good, so they're at 12. Referee just tending to something. The field here, player just getting an extra ball at the field. We still only play with 1. Ball up and over into the hands of AIC. Good break right away here. Up they go. Look like they're going to score another one. Not a problem there. This is Zanaya Fotu from Kahuku, Hawaii. Fotu is going to touch that one down. First-year player at AIC gets some points here at the Collegiate Rugby Championship.
And you talk about a team that's stacked with multiple threats on the field. This is your impact sub that comes in at half. She performs exceptionally, seamlessly, just like those that started before her. Fotu, the newcomer to this AIC squad. No one to fake to, no reason to whatsoever. Beautiful finish. What a performance by AIC.
Restart here from AIC, just pouring the points on at this time. Ball there to Kiana Edwards, and she's going to stroll the next one in. It is all going their way right now with 3 minutes to go. Another try here for Kiana Edwards. Kick to come again.
Yeah, ball doesn't go to hands off of a kickoff when you're playing against such danger as AIC. This is the consequence. And that's try number 2 for Kiana Edwards. Such easy work. They make it look so easy, AIC.
They really do.
But you know, they put the time in, they train hard, they train together, and this is what you get, right? When you train precisely, work on the basics, master the basics, John, you get this type of performance.
Yeah, they are very crisp, look good to AIC. New Haven gets the penalty. They're going to come across field, try to get some offense going. Not going to help right there as the ball gets turned over to ASC. But it looked like double knock-on, so we'll come back. Minute 45 seconds to go. Again, a reminder that next game is Long Island University versus Southern Nazarene University. Winner of that will play what is looking like AIC, and then the other is Brown Navy. The semifinals and finals will take place tomorrow. The final block, everything covered by NCR TV. The All Women Sports Network will be showing that championship block tomorrow afternoon. You can also follow everything on the NCR app. You can get stats, team leaders, scores, recaps, all sorts of ways to get information out there.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Carol Stiff of the Women's Sports Network, an integral part of that network who's wanted rugby on the network for so long. It is so good to finally see it happen.
Ball comes out here for AIC. AIC going to just split the middle there, no problem at all. AIC comes through. Satya Miller right in and right through into the game. It gets 5 points of her own. A great squad here to AIC heading into the semifinals.
Yeah, Sanaya Miller out of Columbia, Tennessee, general business major, making just no big business about this opportunity. Beautiful fin, great pace, and then look at that. Just a wonderful finish.
Great work by AIC. That kick is good as well, so they are just extending their lead here. Referee lets it go about 40 seconds. Go ahead, Phaedra.
Yeah, I was just going to say, New Hampshire finished their last match. They're no slouch, right? They did an excellent job to put away the win, but it just goes to show you the level of competition and just the legacy that this AIC program harnesses.
They're certainly one of the early adopters of the programs, and New Haven certainly building. Emily Record doing a good job there.
And Alicia Washington also obviously was coaching New Haven at one point. The legendary Alicia Washington, I must say, with her toast and beans.
Alicia, I'm from New Haven myself, so Alicia, we'll call her the pride of New Haven if we have to.
There we go.
Around the corner comes New Haven. New Haven looking to get some more points on the board. That was Makame, South African-born, Cape Town native. They're at the 5-meter line. Got some work to do. Would well deserve some points, but AIC relentless. They're just going to keep that ball and look for another one. Out the outside they go. Satya Miller is going to put the cherry on the sundae. That is going to be it for that one after the kick, and it is going to be through to the semifinals for the American International College Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, beautiful finish. Try number 2, but it shows you, again, just this teamwork, this effort put together by AIC, the defense, the powerful footwork, the precision in pass and catch. These are the things that have really excelled this team to this level. So they'll be grateful for this semifinal opportunity tomorrow morning.
And that takes us to the end of that one. AIC moves through the 53-12. We're going to go back with LIU versus Southern Nazarene. See you in a couple minutes.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
The Collegiate Rugby Championship, 3 out of the 4 women's premier semifinalists have been determined. This game will bring the last Long Island University to kick off to Southern Nazarene. John Broker with World Rugby Hall of Famer Phaedra Knight for this one. The final place to be booked in the next 14 minutes. Great game on hand. Some stars on both of these teams. We are just about ready to get underway. Indeed we are. LIU, the Sharks from Brookville, New York, coached by Alex Artis, are not going to get that first kick, so that's a bit of an issue there. See, Talesi Uatafe passes that ball to somebody to get there. We'll talk about Uatafe in just a moment, I'm sure. And a little slip from Uatafe there in her first moment of the game. We know Uatafe played for the USA Eagles yesterday against Canada. Now playing with her college team in sevens here, Phaedra.
Yeah, a little change of speed, 15s versus 7s, so perhaps that could be the attributing factor to that knock-on, but you better bet she's going to try to erase that.
Played for the USA, got on a late evening flight, came down here to D.C. from Chicago to play with her college teammates. That's what this tournament and her team means to her. We're going to have a yellow card to Southern Nazarene. We're going to have a penalty, and LIU is going to be on the move. Just a bit of a silly play there from Lola Rosario. Knocked that ball on.
Tackle.
We are underway again. The Sharks. Straighten up the line there. Big bumping tackle. Players trying to get in and rip that one away. The Sharks still alive. Good job there by Southern Nazarene. The Crimson Storm keeping things in a certain area, really corralling them with their defense. It's going to be a first scrum here to this Southern Nazarene team.
Yeah, and you see this crimson wave of defense up in the face of this LIU attack and creating the pressure to force that knock on.
9, 7, hold it.
Ball comes in, and here go the Crimson Storm. Crimson Storm, little pass to the outside, trying to get it wide. Another bobbled ball there. Rain's starting to come down a little bit. Uatafe's pass just didn't quite get there. LIU with an extra player at the moment, working the ball across field. Good coverage so far as LIU passes to no one in particular. The ball rolls out wide into the hands of Zaragoza. Kid Zaragoza gets a penalty. The player off feet there, and Southern Nazarene with 6. He's going to take the tap and see where they can get to.
Yeah, let's go.
And they're going to choose the scrum here. Try to take some more time off of this yellow card, Phaedra.
Yeah, it's a smart decision. You know, consolidate, and then you have a better chance. They do, I must say, SNU, based on what I've seen so far today, do a really good job of spreading the field, whereas LIU plays a little bit more condensed. Their players are a bit bigger, so this may be to their advantage, especially playing short a player.
Ball across there. There's Uatafe. Uatafe gets up, keeps the ball in hand, wasn't tackled. Referee says that time he would have had to release. So penalty against the Crimson Storm. See what the choice is here for LIU. LIU on the move from their own 40-meter line. No score here, 3.5 minutes to go. Winner's going to play AIC tomorrow in the semifinals. Uatafe makes that tackle. Coming across, and as you said, Phaedra, LIU not using a lot of the width of the field here, keeping it fairly tight. And coming in, turning that ball over for Southern Nazarene is Riley Erickson out of Wadsworth, Ohio, and quickly they go right up the middle of the field. Ball out there into the hands Chloe Tarango, and now they go just a little bit wider. Good run coming here. Southern Nazarene will get first points on the board. It's going to be Ireland Jeffrey touching that one down. And first 5 go to the Crimson Storm of Southern Nazarene.
Well, it all started with that turnover, that quick tap, and then SNU getting the ball out to the speedster that's Ireland Jeffries, she's made her presence known earlier today with 2 big tries, and you can see she just brushes off the tackle, strong running. That shows a really good understanding and proprioceptive sort of feature of balance. And that's something that you can't really teach, something you have to either have naturally or just train. And wow, what an outstanding run there by Jeffries.
Works there. Southern Nazarene has their full complement of players back. They're up 5-0. There's just under 2 minutes to go in this quarterfinal. Ready to get us started again, and it's going to be Jeffrey from Plano, Texas. Puts a ball up. It was played there initially by LIU.
No 10.
In front of the 10, but referee says not 10 nonetheless. We're going to come back to halfway for a free kick.
Yeah, I'm with you. That ball obviously didn't travel 10, but it was played by LIU, which makes it, anyone's ball at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ball hit her hand, so it's game on. Game on. Yeah.
Well, the decision's a decision, so here we are. It's LIU on the run. Player trying to rip it away by Southern Nazarene. Go to that right-hand side. They have 1 extra player out here if they can get it there, and they do. Let's see if LIU can tie up the score, and they just about did, but the ball spills forward. There's an advantage here for Southern Nazarene. Referee quick to call that advantage over as the player gets a little isolated for the Crimson Storm, but they keep the ball alive here. It's going to come back to Uatafe. Uatafe is going to kick that one downfield. Little chase coming. We'll see what type of speed they have here. Good work coming in from Zaragoza. Zaragoza can't quite get there. Player from LIU able to get that one back, but they're at midfield. Harder road here for the Sharks. Drive it forward. Player to the ground. They're going to recycle this one. Little fend comes in there. That's probably going to be penalized. Player just shot her forearm out there. Illegally so it'll be penalty here for the Crimson Storm.
Scrum.
Yeah, and this all started with Uatafa. I must note her IQ to notice that there was no sweeper back, kicked the ball, but yeah, you see that looks like Sailor Russell with, maybe that's not Sailor Russell, but that's a big forearm to the face, a little bit of an elbow. If it were MMA on the professional level, it'd be all good, but not here in rugby.
Beauty. Ball goes out to Uatafe, and now they're looking around the corner. Little step in, little step out. They're going to get their second one here. Southern Nazarene, Vivian Wright from Ellensburg, Washington, across the line. 5 points to the good right at halftime. We are going to see the conversion, and they should roll into the break. Wait and see.
Yeah, but playing off of this quick tap, nice, letting the ball do the work, move to the space, player with ball in hand, and just beautiful individual effort, footwork, that in and out, as you stated. She saw the hips of her defender turn in, and she turned out. That's how you end the half.
Kick was good. We're going to go to halftime at 12-0. Southern Nazarene. We'll be back with second half action in just a moment.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but they it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were.
And we open up, but look at this beautiful tries. First one with Ireland Jeffries, dotting down her third of the day. Look at that strong run. And then we've got Wright, who closed out the first half with just the right amount of pace to get around the defender and give SNU a 12-point lead.
Welcome back. It's the CRCs. It is going to be the second half of the final quarterfinal, the women's premier. Southern Nazarene University leads 12-0 over LIU. Tight game here. Winner of this is going to play AIC tomorrow. The bracket is Brown versus Navy. High hanging kick there from Southern Nazarene. Doesn't make it 10. So we're going to come back. It'll be a free kick here. I'm not sure we've seen a restart go 10 in this game so far. It's going to be LIU ball. They have a couple of tries to score here and plenty of time to do it. Ball comes back. Go a little wide immediately. Trying to get it to a danger runner. Just a knock-on prevented this player from scoring a little earlier. Gets tackled this time by Uatafe. Tafe, clearly the key player for the Southern Nazarene University, just back from USA 15's senior assembly. LIU. Down the right-hand side, but still an advantage here to the Crimson Storm. Taken quickly, little handoff, second one there. Always fun to watch is Lauren Anderson. Another key Southern Nazarene player. Ball's gone back. Good work there by Wright to keep that one alive as they come out to this right-hand side. Looking for Uatafe. And Uatafe, the first time this weekend, gets in full flight. She didn't play the first game to rest. And Uatafe is going to work her way towards a trial and just needs to speed up a touch. Yeah, 5 points on the board. Expect to see a few more of those.
Yeah, and that started with number one, just keeping the feet active with that low center of gravity, pitched it out to Ireland Jeffries and into the hands of number 7, who read that line of Otafe so well to set up this change of direction, this switch play. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. And then nice little fin, kind of changed direction on the dime. Almost got caught here, but had a little bit more in the gas tank to turn it up enough to cross the whitewash.
Great work. Uatafe kick was good there. They extend their lead.
That's
Should be a knock on.
It's a no-con scrum.
Just a knock on there according to the referees. So we're going to have a scrum here for Southern Nazarene.
Yeah, LIU just can't get things going their way. Every time they get a little bit of momentum, knock-on happens or some penalty situation arises.
Stay with us here at NCR TV and at the CRCs. After this matchup, we're going to go to the men's premier semifinals. Finals will be later on today, around 6 p.m. Eastern. Right now, we have a very talented Southern Nazarene team keeping that ball alive. Uatafe receives an amazing pass, has the hands to get it, puts in a little offload herself.
And Southern
Nazarene throwing Tarango. So Oklahoma is going to touch down that try.
And talk about being in the right place at the right time. Timing is everything. Otafa reaching forward, but with sticky notes on her hands to keep that ball in check. Gets it to Tarango, who does much of the same off of a bobble. Pulls it back in. What concentration, man. That is good play. That is chemistry.
Absolutely impressive there. To get us started again will be Southern Nazarene. Come commanding lead here with about 3 minutes to go. They're playing AIC tomorrow. Games tomorrow. First one, Brown Navy, is at 11 a.m. Eastern here in the stadium. And if this holds the way it is, 11:20, the AIC versus Southern Nazarene University. LIU can change that, but have to get some points on the board here quickly. Rushing defense there from Lauren Anderson, closes down an outside channel, and Uatafe right there to try to rip that ball away, and does so. She gets the penalty. Player from LIU, wanting to go in the other direction, did Sailor Russell.
And you see that tactical decision-making by SNU, opting for the scrum. Let's burn some clock. Let's preserve our energy.
You can take a breath.
Subs coming in, give LIU some fresh legs, see if they can get this motor turning.
They deserve some points. They've put some effort into this one. The changes are coming in and out, but it's SNU ball. Let's see what the Crimson Storm have cooked up here with 2 minutes on the clock. Ball bounces, but goes back. They're still good. So they move the ball to Uatafe. Uatafe steps in and then out and is well marshaled. A little disjointed here, but getting some go forward. Ball to Lauren Anderson, and it gets pushed forward there. So it's going to be a scrum here to LIU. Getting just a little wet out there. I think the ball's getting a little slippery for these players.
Yeah, they've done pretty well to keep control of things to this point. But they're just going to have to play a little bit more conservatively, probably decrease the distance between, get these passes a little bit shorter just to ensure they go to hand. And second guess that 50-50 pass, because that's when things go off the rails.
Ball in here for LIU. Gets knocked on in the effort. Just a scrum here for Southern Nazarene. Just over a minute to go. Southern Nazarene backing up, thinking they got penalized again. Guilty consciences.
Yeah, that's good pressure in the scrum by SNU. See if they can turn it on again to their advantage.
Players split in the back line here. Lola Rosario is going to move this one out into Uatafe's hands. Uatafe again has a player just essentially assigned to her. So the tackle comes in there. We're going to get the ball back, but a player in off of their feet or not supporting their body weight, so it'll be a tap here for Southern Nazarene. 15 seconds to go. There's the break, but the slippery grass is going to make it happen. A knock on. We have time. We do not have time. That's going to be that one. It is 24-0. Southern Nazarene is going to take on AIC tomorrow in the semifinals. LIU will go the other direction. John Broker, I am with Phaedra Knight, and we're going to step aside, come back. Mike Petroby joining me for some premier semifinals in the men's division.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It is semifinals time at the Collegiate Rugby Championship, National Collegiate Rugby's flagship sevens tournament. John Croker joined by USA Eagle legend Mike Petrie for this one. Dartmouth, Notre Dame in this first one. Wheeling versus Kutztown up next. This is the matchup to go to the championship game. Dartmouth got by. Dartmouth got by. Ball up, taken down.
We are underway. Dartmouth with the
Ball
ball.
here to Dartmouth. Come across, they do. Banton in the number one there, makes a tackle, scored a couple of good tries yesterday. May have gotten his name wrong yesterday on the team sheet, so we do apologize. But we see him there right now as Dartmouth, recycling Dartmouth, a long history of success in this tournament. Will want to continue that, have a good team. No particular superstars names, just across the board, hard-working, talented players. So they don't rely on one. They've got a penalty here against Dartmouth. Jamie Phillips is going to take the big hit. We'll come back to a penalty against the University of Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. Mike, good start here from Dartmouth.
Great start from Dartmouth, and as you mentioned, may not have any high-profile players within their team, but they're doing the simple things really well right now. They're getting go forward. They're putting Notre Dame on the back foot very early. They're opting for the set piece here. They're choosing a scrum, fantastic option for Dartmouth. You know that this is something they've rehearsed time and time again throughout this tournament. It's been a real asset for them. Imagine here, you'll expect to see more of the same from the green and white.
Dartmouth beating Michigan AIC and then St. Bonaventure to bring themselves to this point. St. Bonaventure always a tough customer as they take the ball now, and they are moving ahead. It's Wofford going to get a penalty. Player not rolling away there. Wofford, one of their top try scorers for the weekend.
Yeah, his blood.
We have a little blood sub coming in here.
He's bleeding, and they've chosen a scrum.
Going to be a scrum here at the penalty, as it's getting attended to here for Notre Dame.
John, that's 2 penalties in a row against the Fighting Irish. As you see there, one of their players just stepping out to get some treatment as quickly as he can in hopes to get back on the field. But in games like this, you can't give away penalties at midfield. Dartmouth just had a scrum a couple meters away on the other side of the field. And a Notre Dame player is back in action now. He's all right, but didn't do much with their last scrum. Let's see if they have a better attacking platform here. But Notre Dame, they're certainly disciplined for them, going to be a key. 2 penalties within the opening 2 minutes.
Dartmouth coming to left-hand side. Leading try scorer, Knight takes it. Second leading try scorer, Wofford has it. Wofford on the run. Wofford across the 22, gets it back to Knight. These two work in tandem so well. It is going to be Ethan Knight from London, went to the Hampton School, gets the first 5 points for the Big Green here at the Collegiate Rugby Championship. Dartmouth on the board.
Again, just like we talked about, nothing flashy, nothing fancy, just one-on-one, stiff arm to the outside, offload, and then a little stutter step. There it comes, bang, 1, 2, 3, 4 white jerseys on scene, but not quite enough. Dartmouth here strikes first in this semifinal, and just some good, quick footwork that time, as you mentioned, for Dartmouth to get on the board first.
That kick is no good. So we're at 5-0, Big Green over the Fighting Irish. Restart to come here from Dartmouth. Fighting Irish will want to answer quickly on this one. They've had a good weekend. Similar to Dartmouth, not an absolute standout they're relying on. A team game played by the men from South Bend. As they slip that ball forward to Dartmouth, it's going to be a knock-on coming back. Scrum here for the Fighting Irish. Mike, little rain coming down now here in Boys, Maryland, so affecting the way these teams play.
Yeah, it's going to affect everything quite a bit. I mean, you're going to see probably a little less risk-taking overall. Nice job by Notre Dame, though. They almost had that one. You know, when you put that kickoff short, you're the Fighting Irish, you got to send somebody to clean up those tap backs, and they almost had that. Instead, as you mentioned, some handling errors are going to happen when you get a little bit of wet weather like this on the field.
Referee is just going
until the
to
ball's in to push.
move him aside to get a cleaner spot there for
Crouch.
the scrum down. So ball's going to come in here.
Bind.
Jack Dunn went to Belfast College.
Set.
Yeah, Ireland. The 4 coming to Notre Dame. Big drive there from the big green. Looking to go the other way. There's a one-on-one here. Let's see what Dunn has. Dunn is taking on Dutta. Dutta working him towards the line. Ball comes back, pass, and went forward off of Notre Dame. So we'll come back for the scrum here, but good vision from Jack Dunn to get down that right-hand side.
Great vision from Jack Dunn, but great work from the defender, Rocky Dutta, that time out of Plymouth, New Hampshire. I mean, look how he keeps his feet and stays on the job. So gets fended off once, but then gets right back into the play.
Dartmouth has gone quick off that line out, so ball is alive. They're at their own 22. We'll see if that was a right decision. Trying to work in there are the Fighting Irish, but Jamie Phillips gets that one away. Ball slips by Knight and gets knocked on. A little error from him, so it's going to be a scrum here to the Fighting Irish. Knight not happy with his handling, but it is wet, as we keep saying out here, but scrum in a great attacking position for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and this is a big moment for Notre Dame as we near the final 2 minutes of this first half. They've got to try to level this score line. They haven't had much possession. They've played a lot of defense. Dartmouth has had all the territory and all the possession realistically in this first half. So Notre Dame, first real moment for them to try to make something happen, and a good platform to do it from.
Ball comes out there, high tackle going. Can they get to the try line? They do. So the high tackle doesn't matter, but Jack Dunn, after all this work, is going to touch that one down.
Jack Dunn.
And this is exactly what they needed, just what the doctor ordered. Just take it around the corner, quickly comes out of the scrum, one-on-one, and then the tackle comes in pretty high here. We just gave credit to Rocky Dutta a few moments ago for staying alive in the tackle, keeping his feet, not dropping onto the ground. This time comes up way too high and then just literally releases because he knew he was in the wrong there. So the lesser of two evils, he felt like, was just let the ball carrier keep going. And so Notre Dame, the recipient of a score there from the great Jack Dunn.
With a tough angle there to convert that one are the Fighting Irish, so they lead 7-5 with under a minute to go in the first in this premier men's semifinal. Everything to play for finals later on today in this stadium. That game is at 6:22, all for the national championship title. We're here at Notre Dame, about to get started again. Notre Dame hanging a high kick. Pod going up there, but knocked back by Notre Dame. Is it in the hands? Not played yet. So this is going to be Dartmouth ball. Jamie Phillips, very talented player, very stable, very powerful. Takes that one. Lose a little ground. Do the big green as they come forward. Matt Schlager takes that one into contact. Ethan Knight moves the ball across. Dutta looking to swing that across the field. You can see the players on the short side here getting themselves back in position to get some speed on the ball. Across they come. Looking for the space. Is it going to open up in the middle? Little show there. Player takes it on his own. Can't get isolated, but keeps it alive. They go out wide. It's a one-on-one. The wet grass gets a first player. Zach Banton is going to come in and try to make that tackle. Coming across is James O'Sullivan. Referee sees it going to touch. And that's going to be halftime. 7-5, just 2 points. Everything to play for in the second half. We'll be back with that action right after this.
Notre Dame leads 7-5 over Dartmouth.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in sevens. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
And take a look at this. This is about as close as it gets, and this is what you want out of semifinals rugby. Take a look, just a quick stutter step from Dartmouth. They strike first, but they missed the conversion kick, and that could prove crucial in a game like this. And at the other end, towards the end of that first half, Notre Dame gets to strike back. They hit the conversion kick, so that puts them in the lead by 2 points. And John, this is fun. This is as close as it gets, as I said, and we are fighting here for a shot at that national championship game.
Winner of this plays winner of Wheeling Kutztown coming up right after this. Mike and I will bring you that action as well. But these teams will be battling for the next 7. The Big Green want to get there, and it's penalty against Notre Dame for illegal entry around the ruck. So they're going to slow it down. There is Wofford, one of the key players from Atlanta, Georgia, playing for Dartmouth. Dartmouth is going to call the scrum, Mike. They're just trying to draw some people into a smaller part of the field and open it up for some runners. We'll see how it works for them.
They certainly are. They had a couple of opportunities in that first half. They had 2 early penalties against Notre Dame. The first scrum for Dartmouth didn't really amount to much. The second one, though, they spun it into that wide channel, and it resulted in a try. If you're a Dartmouth fan, you'll be hoping for more of that same magic out of this set piece.
Ethan Knight gets it in the middle of the field. Little wrap around there to Dutta. They've got some numbers. Banton comes in, and he makes that tackle. Banton. Shut that one down. Well done. Is there space on this side? Jamie Phillips. He is a powerful man. Ball up here. They're going to look to go in the other direction. They're going to stay there. Going to have to really work at this. Players coming in from Notre Dame, but not releasing or coming off their feet. So it's going to be a penalty here again to Dartmouth. They're getting a little luck on these penalties as they call another scrum, Mike.
They really are. This is now, I believe, if I'm counting correctly, the 4th scrum that Dartmouth has had in this game, all 4 of which came off the back end of penalties against Notre Dame, who have done a great job really to scramble on defense. You just saw that big hit there on the outside channel from Notre Dame. They held their water on that wraparound play off the scrum, made a big hit to stop it in its tracks, and they'll need more of that same defense right here because Dartmouth's knocking on this doorstep.
Wofford came streaming in there. Did he spill that ball forward? Yes, he did. Knight would have been so happy, but the referee just not to notice, but it's going to come to a scrum to Notre Dame inside their own 22. It looked like a well-designed set move was going to pay off, but just a little miss here, Mike.
It certainly did, and just previously we saw a very similar play that went into that outside channel. They wrapped players around wide, and so they gave Notre Dame a different look this time. They hit that short player on the short ball, but again, Notre Dame's defense answered the bell, made the hit, knocked the ball loose. In conditions like this, that's a big defensive stand for Notre Dame as they enjoy this 2-point lead, which is definitely not comfortable though, John. Still plenty of time left here. They have a ways to go to the other try line.
Notre Dame on their line. Look one way, go the other. They're going to set this up in the middle of the field, but they keep it alive. Send the ball over down that side. Caught, nearly bobbled, but Notre Dame on the move here. Notre Dame making their way upfield. Andrew LaFranchi out of Gonzaga College High School. Here come the Fighting Irish. They get it to Banton. Banton has been getting himself in the right places to make big plays all weekend and gets that one away with the boot. Is he going to stay in field? He was tackled legally as it hit, but deep in their own end with Banton coming onto them. The Big Green have some work to do now in their own 22. Driven into touch. It's going to be a line out here. Better result for the Fighting Irish. Fighting Irish, a line out just outside of the 22 of the Big Green.
John, this has been a fantastic sequence of events for Notre Dame. They did 2 defensive stands off of 2 defensive scrums inside their 22, held their lines, turned the tide on Dartmouth, spun the ball into the outside channels, kicked up ahead, turned them over, pushed them out of bounds. I mean, within the past 2 minutes of play, Notre Dame has gone from 5 meters with their backs against their own goal line to just outside of the 22 of Dartmouth. And that's a big turnaround for this Notre Dame side.
No walk in, you have to set the tunnel.
Notre Dame being told how they have to set this up. Ball a little messy off the top. They're going to get a hold of it. They get it into the middle of the field. That one slips forward. So Dartmouth have an advantage. It'll go away pretty quickly. Ethan Knight comes in to secure that ball. They bring it out wide. Teddy Johnson from Pelham, New York is a distributor. Good run here. Powerful. Phillips gets the ball from Benjamin Williams from Haddam, Connecticut. Coming across field are the Big Green. Are their numbers out there? They have Banton to deal with. He's a talented defender. Slips on the grass. They get that ball in his hand. Foot races on. Can they make this happen? That's Schlager. Max Schlager gets taken down inside the 22. They need a distributor. Player comes back. We'll see what the call is here. It's going to be a knock on by Green. So we're going to have a scrum here for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. As we hit the 2-minute mark, still 2 points in it, still everything to play for.
And here's that play. What a scrambling tackle by Notre Dame. Again, their scramble defense has been so good in this game, and that's exactly what you would expect. And there's the call. It's off the heel of the player in the breakdown for Dartmouth. And so it goes out. It's going to be a Notre Dame line out and a Notre Dame throw. But the scramble defense, the hustle, the work rate from this Notre Dame side has been outstanding so far, and that's what's kept them in this lead.
Ooh, just getting ahead of himself, looking at what the next move is going to be. Little mistake there from James O'Sullivan, the Black Rock College, a graduate, now playing at Notre Dame. So it's going to be a scrum here for Dartmouth inside the 22.
And this is a big moment for Notre Dame. We said the other one where they scored their first and only try of the game was a big moment. This is another big moment for them. You make a mistake like that, you've got to have the mental resiliency now to continue to hold your own line on defense, because this is it, make or break, just about 1 minute to play.
Wofford hands off another. Wofford spins out of a tackle. That's going to be a big tackle coming in from James O'Sullivan, but he can't roll away quick enough, so it's still Dartmouth ball. Dartmouth, see what they decide to do. They're going to call a scrum, take away some time, just a minute to go, Mike, so this should work in Dartmouth's favor.
And fifth penalty, fifth scrum. Dartmouth has gone with that option every single time, and that big hit that came in from Notre Dame. John, that was James O'Sullivan, the player who just moments ago knocked it on to put his team in that situation. So he felt like he owed him one, came in and laid that big hit, needed to do it. But again, we're under a minute to go. They have to hold their lines.
Ball comes wide to Wofford. Wofford in a crowd of Fighting Irish defenders. They all roll away. They still have the ball straight up the middle. They're looking there. Ball gets taken in there by Teddy Johnson. Looking one way, coming back the other. Wofford has it. Going to run her outside of him, and Schlager takes it in himself. They were a little outmatched. Ball is still alive. Space is open. Ethan Knight puts it up over the top. They've got a runner, and this should seal it. Jamie Phillips, well-deserved. He is a tremendous player, the grad student at Dartmouth College. Maybe sending the Dartmouth Big Green into the championship game.
Wow, how about that? What patience from Dartmouth. They take Notre Dame side to side, and look at all those white jerseys trapped on that side of the field. And that's what creates this overlap on the outside. They throw that big pass. I mean, look at the numbers. That was a 4-on-1 to the outside. Nothing that could have been done there. There it is. Look at all those green and white jerseys and all the scrambling that Notre Dame has done. There was nothing they could do about that. Credit to Dartmouth. Good patience. Way to be persistent. And they will walk away with this win and punch their ticket to the championship game.
They're going to be in the championship mat with the Big Green. In the third and fourth place game will be Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. Coming up next is going to be Wheeling versus Kutztown for the other place in the finals. We'll be right back with that.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in 7s. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
we wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, you know, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of like the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeast.
It is semifinal number 2. Dartmouth has punched their way to the big dance. Collegiate Rugby Championships, National Collegiate Rugby, National Sevens 2026. Wheeling versus Kutztown. Kutztown to kick this one off to Wheeling, defending 2-time champion, who will play Dartmouth in the finals. John Broker with USA Eagle legend Mike Petrie for this second matchup. We had a very tight game last time. We'll see how these two teams who know each other well fare. Mike, this should be fun.
If it's anything like that last game, John, this should be another set of fireworks for all those fans in the background, because this is what it's all about. This is just about putting you in that situation to play for all the marbles. Lots on the line. You've played for so much already. It's raining down there in D.C., but this is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Ball gets taken down by Shadrick Mendaza. He's a key player for this team. One of the big players and leading try scorer this weekend for them with 5. As the ball gets moved in the middle of the field. They have pace and power. Naven Couch, the power player, to Kuzwa Musinguini. Moves that ball wide. They're on their first run here as they get the ball to the outside. Kutztown is a power team, and they have taken that one. They have a penalty, however, to Kuzwa Musinguini. Musinguini has played for the Zimbabwean 15s team as a fly half in the recent past. Now playing at Wheeling.
Sorry. Guys. All right, hey. It's going to be a scrum here.
And we're going to come back to a scrum. Player getting attended to for
I got time off.
Kutztown.
And this is not something you want to see, John, so early into the semifinal game. You hope that this player from Kutztown is all right.
Heads up next
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please clap
just
off
getting helped
Archie
off the field
Grayson,
here,
who's
so
been very
switches.
good in this
This is for
tournament.
that young man.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's all right, because this is not the way you want to walk off the field in this national semifinal. But here's another look at it. How about the acceleration, the way that this team has accelerated throughout this tournament, the way they've accelerated in this game out of the gates. I mean, look at the skills. Put this ball to the outside channel. They are just such a Class 7s program at Wheeling.
Wheeling Cardinals put this in. Shadrick Mendaza. They're going to bring a change in here for Kutztown. We wish that player well. Mendaza, one of many Zimbabweans on this Wheeling team, set to put it in. Opposite him is Lasha Asanije, Tbilisi, Georgia-born player who has been dynamic for this Kutztown team today and through the weekend. Ball comes down to the left-hand side. Hand off right there. Muga Gordy has it. Muga Gordy works his way across. Muga Gordy gets by 3. He's got runners coming around the outside of him. He is working on his own right now. Has to come in and make this happen. Good work around the contact area there. Kutztown trying to force their way up here. Little offload, well done. Ball gets up into Musinguini's hands. Musinguini loses it in contact. Whose ball is it going to be? Referee seems content to let these teams play. So here comes Kutztown. Both these teams have been champions of this tournament. Kutztown, very physical the first time they won it, and have added a lot of different talents to their toolbox in the ensuing years. A lot of fun to watch. Here come Kutztown on the move. Wheeling players rolling away, but not quick enough for the referee's liking, so quickly they go. Steluti got initially took that in, back to Asanadze. Asanidze into the contact. Down they go. Penalty this time for Wheeling. 0-0. Just under 5 minutes to go. Shadrick Mendaza. Musinguini shows that ball, gets the pass away, slips on that wet grass. Something people are going to have to be careful about. Wheeling down to the ground. That's Nia Munda that took it in. Penalty here for the Kutztown Golden Bears.
Back-to-back penalties for holding on, first against Kutztown, then against Wheeling. So both teams just trading penalties, and it's in Kutztown's favor here in terms of field position. A nice switch on the outside, John.
Big break here for Kutztown. Coming through there is Luca Janssen van Vuren. Van Vuren, a key player on this team, dragged down by the shorts are Kutztown. They want this win. Van Vuren looking for the line. Van Vuren finds the line. First 5 points to the Kutztown Golden Bears. And they are on the board in this semifinal. It is all business for this Golden Bears team.
All business is right, and if you're going to beat the defending back-to-back champions of this tournament, you're going to want to strike first, put a little bit of doubt in their mind, because so much of this is mental. You go in to play a team like Wheeling, we talked about the caliber of their players, we talked about the history of their team these past few years in this tournament. If you're going to do it and you're going to get past them, strike first, and that's exactly what Kutztown does here.
Kick's no good, so they're at 5-0 with 3 minutes to go in the first half. Exciting rugby here as we take another look, Mike.
Again, nothing flashy, nothing fancy. Just put your head down, and then look at that. Gets nice and low, wins the body height battle near the goal line, and he gets over for Kutztown's first points of the game. They missed the kick, and again, we see how crucial that can be. We noticed in that last semifinal how important it was, and it's going to be the same here. This is going to be a close contest. Let's put the matter.
Ball pushed back, and Niamunda is off to the races. He's the power and pace man for Wheeling. Just hands off a defender, and he is in the try zone. It is tied up here. Cardinals and Golden Rams at 5.
John, no sooner had we finished our comment about Kutztown scoring, then Wheeling just returns the favor, and take a look at this. Good reception. They kicked that ball right along that sideline, and then the problem is that they have no players there for Kutztown because they go after the kickoff, so they leave that channel a little bit vacant, and then you talk about power. Oof. Bus is full. Sit down. And there he
Wheeling
goes.
gave up the first try to Belmont Abbey in the quarters and then went on to win 29-10. Before that, they beat Utah State in the second round and Indiana Tech. Kutztown on their way here beat Rio Grande, then beat Brown in the second round in Indiana in the quarterfinals to make it to the semifinal. So some good experienced teams under their belt they've gotten by. The teams have scored first on Wheeling, haven't panicked. We're tied at 5 here as Musanguini hangs up one of his trademark kicks. They stay in the air for some time. Here comes Kutztown. Kutztown's pass just sails by, so it'll be a line out here for Wheeling.
And again, you mentioned that Wheeling is not an unfamiliar territory for them to have scored first. That's certainly true. But generally speaking, like if you're playing Wheeling and you're playing those defending champions, you definitely want to strike first, give yourself a little bit of confidence. But Wheeling, the composure that they have, the professionalism, they don't just have the skill and the power. They've got the mental aspect of this ticked off too in terms of a box to check because, again, they're just powering their way right back into this game.
Players not releasing there, so it's going to be ball here to Wheeling. Shadrick Mandaza. This has been his tournament. He's been the MVP. He's going to get us started. Not the biggest man on the pitch, but he will take on anyone who has speed and power as Niamunda comes around again. Niamunda can't hang on to this man, and Alex Niamunda touches down. He's from Harare, Zimbabwe. He gets another 5 points. That's 2 in a row for Niamunda.
You say not the biggest fella on the pitch. This guy very well might be. I mean, look at this. Doesn't need much. Just a little bit of daylight. And he's going to force his way through. You give him an opening in that door, and he's going to break it down. And here he goes. Making it look almost easy at this point. Those 2 tries. And he is just full of confidence. And so too are Wheeling after being down early 5-0. And they knocked this one through.
That's going to be halftime 12-5. Wheeling is going to take the lead. We'll step aside for a minute, be back with the second half of this Premier Division semifinal in a moment.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of like the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
I mean, it's an absolutely great experience. I mean, I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby! If you're on the fence of going on a tour.
And here we go. Kutztown comes out of the gates and strikes first in this national championship semifinal. There's a good look at it, powering over the line, trying to put a little bit of a dent in Wheeling's armor, but absolutely not. Wheeling's armor proves to be quite strong as that fend-off from here. I mean, 2 in a row. They just answer, and they answer big. So 2 big tries from Wheeling. If you're Kutztown, that's a bit of a hole to be in against the back-to-back defending champions with only 7 minutes left between you and a national title game.
Wheeling leads 12-5 and put up that restart from Musanguini. Well played there by Kutztown to get up in front of it. Players converging here. Defense coming from Mondaza. He gets that player in a touch. Archie Grayson from Bristol, England could not find a support player, but well done by Mondaza.
And that's just good, smart rugby that time by Archie Grayson. That ball was kicked off, and he went to the exact right position. We talked about that last time. Kutztown oversold themselves a little bit on the last kickoff and then got burned down the sideline, but that time it works out in their favor. They get a nice line break out of it, but good scrambled defense from Wheeling to push them out of bounds.
Musanguini gets the ball to Niamunda. Niamunda launches it downfield. A little surprised to see him kick, but it comes off the knee of one of the Kutztown players. They're back inside their 22. It's 2-on-2 here with players working their way back. Some players were looking for the kick, but Niamunda's going to make the tackle. They're going to keep that one going to Archie Grayson. Archie Grayson just got done with a big run. May have knocked that on. Musanguini calling for it. And they get it. It's going to be a scrum here to the Wheeling Cardinals. Musanguini spent all the time there waving for the knock-on. Had to make sure he cleared the ball.
And another big 180 in terms of momentum right off the kickoff. Kutztown looked like they had lots of green grass in front of them and a sprint up the sideline. Wheeling scrambles well, drags them out of bounds, not far from their own goal line, and then turns the tide on them very quickly. And now they enjoy a set piece inside of Kutztown's end. But I will say, John, Kutztown, a bit of their own fault there in terms of, like you mentioned, they reached down to pick the ball up, ended up kicking it back accidentally, so continuing to lose meters into their own backfield. And so ultimately that wet weather there getting the best of them in contact. They spill it forward, and now we get to see Wheeling do one of the things that they do best. I mean, look at the size of that pack. Look at the size of those forwards up front for Wheeling.
Some big boys. See the rain starting to come down a little steadily here. Shadrick Mondaza, ball in hand. Haven't seen some of his pure magic today in this one. Mondaza, but he can pull one out of the hat at any given moment. So we will see. Naven Couch, the big, steady number 3. One of those big boys, 6'3", 235 from Troy, Ohio, has played almost every minute of every game. Stalwart for this team. Ball stolen there by Kutztown. That's something they needed. 12-5. They're just down a converted try here as they move the ball out to the wing. Sliding back in. That's Wesley Dayton from Trumbull High School. Had a big go-ahead try yesterday. Musanguini, the international from Zimbabwe, in and over. And Chadwick Mandaza comes over to decide what they're going to do with this as the players assemble into a set move. They're going to come down to this right-hand side. Mandaza looking for a runner. Spills forward from Niamunda there, so it's going to be a scrum here for Kutztown. It didn't work out. They went the way they would have liked, Mike.
No, and you get 2 quick turnovers on either end of the field as you see the rain coming down there in D.C. So the handling errors are just going to be part of what's happening here. Unfortunately, in a game like Sevens where you're trying to spin that ball out wide, you're trying to utilize all the green space you have around you, and then you get weather like this, it's a bit frustrating. But nonetheless, play the hand you're dealt. Kutztown had a great scrum previously, stealing one from Wheeling. They'll need another good one here. Despite all the credit we gave to the size of that Wheeling pack, they've done a fantastic job up front in those set pieces.
Ball put to the ground there, kicked forward. It's going to bounce up in the hands. Long way to go still. At the 22, good work there by Kutztown. Wheeling trying to press the case here. Back on defense quickly. Ball slips in behind, so give some pressure to come from Wheeling. Player to the ground, bounces there off of their hands, so scrum's coming. It's going to be a scrum here for Wheeling.
And you can see that those handling errors just starting to stack up now, and it's going both ways. Everyone out there is struggling a little bit to just get a good handle on that ball. Slipping through in what generally would not be an errant pass or generally would not be a drop ball, but not much you can do in these types of conditions. Just try to keep it simple. Try to be very direct and go forward. But again, this is a national championship semifinal. So you got to test the waters a little bit and try to get some creativity to your game as well, as best as you can.
Ball spills out of Mendoza's hand, so it's in the hands of the Kutztown Golden Bears. Golden Bears, an opportunity here. Have been unable to breach this defense very much of Wheeling. They're certainly playing strong as the ball comes a little wider. Power runner right there, Van Vuren. Referee telling the Wheeling players they have to release. Ball's gone backwards. Referee's happy with it. Still in possession are the Golden Bears. Sanidze gets it, but he spills it forward. It's going to be a scrum for the Wheeling University Cardinals.
And you see the frustration there from Kutztown. That not certain that was a knock on, but generally speaking, this ball goes to ground and they're probably going to call that. What I will say is, right now, it must be a strong wind in the face of Kutztown because Wheeling's showing 7 up in their defense, giving a lot of space in that backfield. And in wet conditions like this, especially if you're facing a territory battle, you might want to look up and roll the dice to put that ball into some green space behind them.
Mistake there from Wheeling, coming in too hard at that scrum, and they've given it up. Are they headed towards the line? Here comes Kutztown. That was Alexander Richard. Ball here to the Golden Bears. They're a converted try down right now. Can they put this ball into the try zone? Looking at the power, Naven Couch is holding on. Ball comes back in. Will there be a try? Yes, there will. Kick to come, critically important. But Benedict Quinn is going to touch that one down, the senior communications major.
And great inside support line from Quinn. You can see that rain really coming down here. And look at this spin pass to the outside, but double pumps just to make sure, because again, that wet weather out there, that make you think twice about throwing that pass. Great defense from Wheeling, and then look at little offload inside. So great support line that time. Puts down number 15, Benedict Quinn from York, England. And here's the kick, crucial. Let's see.
It sails, it hangs, it drops just in front. We have a 2-point game here with some time remaining. You can see the rainy conditions, as Mike pointed out. It's going to be a kick from this Kutztown team as we take a look at this try.
We mentioned how important these kicks are, these conversion kicks. I mean, right now, you're looking at Kutztown going over for their second try of the game. But unfortunately, only 10 points to show for it. So Wheeling 1 of 2 on the kicks, and right now that's the difference maker in this one.
Knocked on there by Wheeling. Dangerous days. It's a Kutztown scrum about 30 meters out. 30 seconds to go in this semifinal. Can the Golden Bears punch their ticket? An unconverted try puts them in the finals. Little mistake there from Niamunda in the rain.
Again, games like this with the weather the way it is, sometimes it's the team that makes the least number of mistakes. You just got to really, ball security becomes absolutely critical, whether it's going into contact, whether it's catching balls out of the air, whether it's catch pass, whatever it is, you've got to make sure that ball security is #1 priority.
Ball comes out there. Now it's spilled forward by the Golden Rams. Little pass outside. Shadrick Mondaza has the gas. He's across the 22. He's looking at that corner, and Shadrick Mondaza is going to close the door on this one. Wheeling is headed for a three-peat if they win against Dartmouth in the championship game. Kutztown will play the University of Notre Dame at 6 p.m. 6:22 will be your national championship matchup here in the Premier Division. 32 teams boils down to this play right here. So well done, Mike.
Yeah, outstanding stuff from both teams. Both of these semifinals right down to the wire. This is what it's all about. I am so excited. Make sure you tune in for that national championship game. It should be absolutely epic.
That kick is going to be no good, but it doesn't matter. Wheeling goes to the finals again. What a game. We're going to step aside. We're going to hand it over to Tim Wilkes and Craig Wilson for the Premier Shield Bowl and Plate Finals. Mike and I'll be back at 6 p.m. with the third and fourth place game. As we said, that is Kutztown versus Notre Dame. Then Dartmouth versus Wheeling for the big one at 6:22. Stay tuned.
No, I was listening.
If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour. Reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most of them haven't had beans on toast ever, and they're definitely experiencing that here, but they're also getting a chance to watch players that they look up to playing in the Women's Rugby World Cup here in England, which is incredibly important for them to see these people, because if you could see it, you can be it, and we are so happy that our athletes can see the Eagles, and I know they also want to be the Eagles, so this is a massive opportunity for them.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the Maryland Soccerplex, home of the 2026 National Collegiate Rugby's College Rugby Championships. National championships on the line today. Turned into a soggy afternoon here at the stadium, but we are just about ready to rock and roll for the Premier Shield Final coming up next. We've got Michigan taking on Air Force. I'm Tim Wilkes, joined up in the booth by the contact coach himself, Mr. Craig Wilson. Find him on all the social medias, but we've got a good one here. Air Force and Michigan, both teams with a couple of losses early yesterday, but plenty of talent on each one of these rosters, Craig.
Absolutely, where they're going to have to battle today, or particularly this afternoon, the weather has come in here at Boyd's, Maryland, so expect a lot of scrums, expect a lot of spilled balls. It's going to be the team that deals with that the most.
Off to the right-hand side come the Wolverines, looking for some space out there. Nice little fend coming that way from Noah Alvarez. Alvarez takes us to deck, gets it off to Reagan. Looking for some space on the far side, not a lot of room out there. And the white jerseys there for the Air Force Academy. The Falcons looking for some effort here. Good defense. Still holding them out 4 meters away. Off to the right-hand side again. Here comes Callaghan. Didn't get anywhere either. Stout defense here in the first minute from Air Force. Wolverines got repelled back behind the 5 again. Scrummy Alvarez back in there, but he gets ripped to the deck. Not a lot of width so far. Now they come around with Reagan with the offload. Took 2 defenders, spilled it off. And Alexei Matleyev with his 4th try of the tournament, first of the match.
Yeah, very confrontational play. Maybe the weather has something to do with that. They're having to keep it tight, but what I like about this is the show, the go, then the presence to get that offload in by Reagan. That is beautiful play in wet conditions. And there we are, gets over for the score. But that was well worked there for Michigan. I suspect it's going to be much tighter play than we have seen over the last day and a half. Just look at the weather here. The teams are having to really deal with that, and that's going to force their hand in how the style of play goes as the rain is coming from left to right. Oh, that's made it really interesting there, Tim.
Yeah, tough to get that kick through. So 5-0 is our score to start things off. And again, in this tournament, a little bit different than most you've watched. It is a full knockout. You have to go undefeated. And again, both these teams with a couple of losses to start things off yesterday got them down here into the Shield final. But some wins earlier today. Earlier it was over Virginia Tech for Michigan, and a win over Indiana Tech for Air Force, and they are on the front foot here. Great burst, and they are going to score their first try of the match all the way in for Reagan Tubbs, try number 2 in the tournament.
Oh, how about that for a line break? Beautiful outside arc towards the midfield. Reagan Tubbs, and then he is happy with that one. Looks like the kick just went over as well, but that is a way to split up the defense. Absolutely beautiful running lines there, and he races all the way over 60 meters to score that try. Awesome work there from Air Force, and particularly that man, number 13, Reagan Tubbs.
His second try, Tubbs with a good tournament so far out of Flower Mound High School down in the Texas area. Senior systems engineering major. Almost midway through, both teams trading the tries. The kick was good for Air Force. They've got the 2-point lead. That one going to go all the way out on the full, so we'll come back. It'll be a free kick for the Wolverines from midfield.
Yeah, these are always great attacking opportunities, often a set play. It's not often in sevens where you have all your defenders where you want them in one place, and they'll be trying to do some running lines. It looked like that went slightly forward. The referee was right on the spot, and that was a wasted opportunity there for Michigan.
Yeah, that was Caleb Owen. Could not get that pass out there on the line, as you mentioned. So both teams trading a couple little mistakes, as we would expect here with the rain coming down in Maryland. Thank you so much for joining us on NCR TV, wherever you may be watching. Tim Wilkes and Craig Wilson taking you through everything. Air Force looking for some space on the far side of the pitch. It's Colton Norris, team's second leading try scorer with 3 so far this tournament. Strong tackle, jars that one loose, pops out, and did go forward, says the referee. So another knock on will give us another scrum here with a little over 2 minutes left to play in the half.
Yeah, just as you thought, an opportunity was going to be created there with that line break. Once again, that slippery ball is going to cause absolute chaos. It's like a bar of soap out there with this rain coming down. So it's all about just protecting that ball a little bit more, get it completely tucked, as we see a great scrum there from Air Force.
That's the easy way to go with the steal there. Use the power out here in the rain, and it's beautifully done there by the Air Force Academy. There's the try scorer, Reagan Tubbs, sending out fends left and right, but coughed it up as well. Scooped up here. Diego Alvarez Dominguez out of Madrid took that one in, but we'll come back. No advantage gained. Knock on a scrum back to Michigan.
Yeah, I'm sure Air Force are not going to be too disappointed with that. If you saw how they defended the scrum last time, they put on the power and they turned it over. So Michigan, they're going to be aware of that. Just 30 seconds ago, they were on the back end of it. But actually looks like, oh, they might have got away with it. It looks like an Air Force ball.
So they'll have the shot here. Beautiful feed. Coming out here to the right-hand side. Another powerful burst coming in from Cole Norris. Takes him close to the 22-meter line. Strong work to secure possession out the back of the ruck. Big-time tackle comes in, jars that one loose from Micah Fergard. They still have ball in hand, but finally coughed it up there. David Wright just tried to get one extra pass in, didn't come to hand.
Yeah, both teams here just struggling to put anything together in this weather. You're going to have to change how you're going to play. Offloads now are going to have to be at an absolute premium. It was potentially a knockdown in the tackle there, hence the penalty. So good communication between the referee and the assistant referee, and we get to see Air Force start with a penalty play.
Off the quick tap. Again, straight into contact. They'll look to work off of this, but it squirts free. And the knock-on going to be called here, I think, against Michigan.
Sorry, first knock on.
No, jarred loose, but it was originally knocked on there by the Air Force Academy. So 30 seconds left, just a couple of scores in this one. Some players to keep an eye on out there. Maximo Nelson, number 8 for Michigan, leads the team with 4 tries, and he's joined right now after the previous try by Alexei Matleyev, number 2.
Okay, let's reset. Your head needs to be here.
Reset this one. Remember, coming up next, we do have the Premier Bowl final for 17th place on the line. And then the plate final right after that here in the men's Premier Division, whittling it down from 32 teams. And another penalty. Air Force came up, broke apart, and so it will be a penalty over to Michigan.
Looks like they're going to go get that ball into touch, opt for the line out, just trying to get a bit of territory. It might be half-time here. Let's see what the referee does. Oh, he just snuck it in just in time there. Last play. Oh, a line out's going to be difficult in these conditions. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, see them creeping up towards that line. Lots of front jumpers here. They're able to get that one through. Now they'll look for one final try here in the half. They led early, down by 2 now. Strong run on the outside. Flips this one back to Matleyev. Couldn't quite hang on to it, but they retain possession. Look at that charge defense coming up right in their face. Cole Norris out of Des Moines, Iowa. Again, playing hard-nosed defense. They have to kick this one through, scooped up by Bennett. Dishes it off, playing ball in hand inside their own 22. Got to play mistake-free rugby here. Michigan fell on top of it, off their feet. Good job not playing it. We'll continue on, off to the left. Here comes Wright. Big looping pass up over the top. Hits its target at pace. It's going to be Buckby out there flirting with the touchline. No flag goes up, though. They continue to drive, the Falcons. Looking for some space there. Here comes this hard-charging defense to see what they can do to get around it. Just have to slam on the brakes. Good job stifling them on the outside and slowing it down. Now Michigan has this one. Advantage being played. They'll skip it over the top. A little discombobulated there, but the kick through comes to fruition nicely. The sprint on. Opportunity here, but the collision in front, and a penalty is going to be on.
No, wait.
Hard coming, so nothing quick here, Craig.
Yellow.
All sorts are going on here, Tim. There's cards, there's spilled balls, there's line breaks. Oh, I don't know what to make of this. But just as that kick went through, I actually don't think the kick through is a bad option at all, particularly in this weather. It's become really difficult to go around teams because you have to condense the play because a slippery ball passing it 5, 10, 50 meters is difficult. So I kind of like that going over the top. And then they go forward here. Oh, that's poor tackling there from Air Force, but great work from Jack Reagan to get over for the score. And it all came from that kick, the chase, and then they just got themselves some territory. And then number 10, Jack Reagan, does the rest. Great stuff there.
Good work, an excellent try. Again, a yellow card on for the rest of the half, and that will take us to the break with the kick. And Craig, they scored first and scored last here in the half, and they've got the lead 10-7. We'll step aside, and we've got the final 7 minutes of this one when we return.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together, you know. We had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game.
Welcome back to a soggy Maryland Soccerplex. We are just about ready for the second half of action here for the Premier Shield Final. 25th place on the line here out of 32 teams. Again, rough starts with both these teams yesterday, but as we sludge through the rain, I'm Tim Wilkes with Craig Wilson up in the booth. And Craig, a big-time first half. Michigan took a little bit of a break there. They were down by 2 for most of the half, but they come right back with that final try.
Yeah, they did well scoring either side of the restart and right at the end there, but this game could go either way. Really well-matched teams. It looks like it's starting to clear up just a little bit there. Brighter skies, certainly, and hopefully that allows for a bit more free-flowing rugby. But credit to these two teams. Look, game 4 at the end of a long weekend. They are going to give it absolutely all for 7 more minutes to finish their season on a high.
Jack Reagan, the fly half with a beautiful high ball, ends up trickling forward into the midst of the maize and blue there. And the Wolverines take the charge. Struggle for it on the outside. They're able to pick this one up and keep it moving. It's Matleev with the try already. Now they'll spin it. Center of the pitch, cutting back in. Strong work there from Callahan. Or excuse me, that's Plockmeyer. Now they'll spin it back to the near side again. One-on-one there. Beautiful fend into contact. Strong take, but we're going to bring this one back. Offside's the call, so back 10 go the Air Force Academy.
Yeah, referee quick on that one. Clear communication, calling the advantage. Nothing there for Michigan when it looked like their ball was going to be stolen. So nice work. They're going to come back. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. Obviously, lineouts are difficult. Perhaps a scrum. Yeah, it looks like they're calling that, particularly in midfield. Why this is a good opportunity to attack? Because it splits the defenders, and that means whatever side the 9 goes from the base of the scrum, that's going to instantly create an overlap, which Michigan, from a defensive point of view, have to deal with. But one way they can do that is by putting maximum pressure on at the scrum, so it's slippery ball. So that means that Air Force are going to have to start making decisions defensively there.
Set.
Well, Alvarez, the business major, sophomore, gets this one going off to the left-hand side through the hands of Reagan. There's some space out there, but they coughed it up right at midfield. So Air Force Academy will have the put into the scrum. It's been a tight situation there in the tight 3 through this match. Both teams with a couple of penalties. We'll see how it goes here starting the second half.
Yeah, with 5.5 minutes to go, we're going to see a few more scrums. But this is also when the substitutes, the replacements are going to add real impetus to this game. It looks like there's a couple coming on now for Michigan. Fresh legs to try and see out the tournament. And what you're going to say to your team, look, you got 5 more minutes of work. That's all we need from you in this finely poised game. Both teams are going to be working hard there. Expect a few more scrums in here. The big men are going to be working hard.
Air Force Academy coached by John Cullen. Looking for some hardware here in the Shield Final. Bring something back, and opportunity there. They've earned themselves the penalty, not releasing the call, as Cole Norris was just a little too stranded out there.
Yeah, nice work. Excellent defense. Putting numbers in and around the ball and then just latching onto it. And you saw the Air Force were desperate to clear. If it wasn't a penalty for holding on, it probably would be from Air Force going off their feet, but they haven't made touch with that kick.
Well, off the side of the boot that time, the Air Force Academy looking to make something out of nothing inside their own 2. Zachary Buckby takes it into contact. Another sub in this one, has it ripped away. Quick whistle there, no advantage gained. There as Evan Wells coughed it up, and it'll put the Wolverines in a good position to possibly extend the lead inside Air Force's 22.
Yeah, although that kick didn't go to touch as planned, I actually think the kick in this weather is a significant advantage, because even if you don't reclaim the ball, we've seen how difficult it is to retain possession with this slippery ball. So just send it deep into the opposition's area, make them go for 80, 90 meters, force a mistake. Here we go from a scrum.
Alvarez still with it, back and forth, finally pops it out. Little offload there from the deck, hits its target nicely, and Reagan continues the charge for the Wolverines. Shoved back a good 10 meters here, but still in possession. That's the main thing. Good double tackle. Support is just there in time, though. Matleyev doing hard work on the inside in a lot of these rucks. Picking off right here. A little bit of space out there. The two 10s collide with it, though. Scramble for it, still on the deck. There's the chip through, off the hands there of Alvarez. A play on, says the referee. A little obstruction to get around a player. Kick up over the top, and this time it's Air Force securing possession. 10 meters out. Good scramble for it. Casey Reedhead back in the match after his card earlier. Push forward, still inside the 22 though. Tries to go up over the top, smashed right back down. And offside is going to be the call. Wolverines a little too aggressive, Craig.
Yeah, just getting offside there. As we tap and go. Let's see if he can make anything happen. Catching the defense off guard here.
Yeah, Reagan's really been the spark plug. He gets it off now, and over the midfield stripe come the Air Force Academy. Strong run, Lucas Nelson, already with one try on the tournament. There's the pick and go in space, opening up in the center. All the way in, I believe that's Gilliland. Gonna take it the distance, slam it home. There for the try, Air Force Academy. That's like Micah Frigard, who was able to take it all the way through with his 5th try of the tournament.
And that comes all the way from back in their own 22. That quick tap and go, find the edge of a defense, and then eventually there's a line break as the Jackler goes in, leaves his position right in and around the ruck defensively for Igard. He does not need a second invitation to take that space under the post. Conversion's good. That has made this very, very interesting going into the last 1 minute, 45 seconds. What an end to the tournament for these two teams we're going to see.
2 converted tries, the only thing separating these two right now. 1:35 left to play. Air Force Academy looking to take home some hardware. And the number 6 seed out of the Midwest, number 7 seed out of the East is the Michigan Wolverines. As here in the Shield Final, this one just going to grub forward, scooped up by the Wolverines. 1 minute left to play, down by 4. What do they have left in the take advantage on? Maybe try with something here. Ball in hand, advantage over. Strong run on the outside. I believe that was Gilfillan. But now Alvarez with it. Dances back and forth. Still able to slip one out to the outside, but it's knocked on. Jack Reagan couldn't handle it. And we've got a scrum here for Air Force with about 50 seconds left to play.
Yeah, this one's going to be tight, so you're going to think Air Force are going to try and take every single second out of this. Looks like they think there's about 1 minute left or so. Referee's time is the one we've got to keep an eye on. But now it's just all about keep in possession. Do not force it at all. Just give yourself a bit more depth, more time on the ball. But first of all, you've got to win your scrum, and they've lost it.
Alvarez with it now with the steal. And maybe a little offsides here, as we'll listen in to the AR.
Conversation between the officials.
Okay. Okay, straight outside the tunnel only, so just scrum back.
So we'll redo it again, as Craig, that one came out the side. That looked like it might have been the exact remedy that Michigan needed, but they'll have to do it over again.
Once again, these matches go down to the absolute wire. The ball came out. It's probably a good thing for Air Force because it's killed the clock even more. Now they just have to retain possession for maybe 1 or 2 phases, and they can get out of here with the win. Let's see what they do.
They slip it through again, and here's Cole Norris. He's been outstanding throughout this match. The spark plug for the Air Force Academy, and there's a burst through. Evan Wells drags defenders over the 22-meter line. Support arrives just in time. Contact is made right before he gets the ball. Now back out to the outside. Here's David Wright. Again, just need to hang on to possession. The penalty is going to be given. Air Force Academy came in from the side, and one final chance for the Wolverines.
Oh, I'm not too sure why they didn't clear that ball out there. Asking the referee, do we have time? This is give Michigan one last lifeline here.
Yeah, sometimes the referee will let you know when that time's out. Others, you just got to play through to the whistle. And Alvarez surveys the field, brings it off here to the right-hand side. Dishes it at the end. Nice little switch. He's got space here on the near side, and this could be it. Michigan, the pressure is on. Besky with one try already, but he gets slowed down. 30 meters out for the Wolverines, down by 4. A try would win it. Here's Reagan again. Slows it down, back off to the right-hand side. Gilfilin couldn't get much with it. Look for something on the left-hand side, but a strong tackle from behind. It's Sunderland to the deck. Air Force Academy with it. They were fighting through, and they've earned themselves the penalty, not releasing the call on the Wolverines, and that should do it.
Ooh, holding on penalty to finish the play. That ruck was a little bit of a mess there. That one would be really interesting. But it looks like they're going to have to play the line out. He did not tap that. Oh, he did. He must have. Oh, very smart play.
That will be it, and it's the Air Force Academy. The Zoomies able to celebrate here with the victory, and they get your 25th place overall, the Shield Final. We'll step aside. We've got the Bowl Final in the Premier Division coming up next on NCR TV.
I take time just to make sure because it's a final, so.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in sevens. We're going to be coming to you once every other.
Welcome back to the National Sevens Tournament here for the Collegiate Rugby Championship. We switch gears now. Premier Bowl Final coming up next. 17th place and some hardware on the line as we've got Marian taking on Fordham. Marian in the gray, Fordham in the dark red there. Red and black stripes, and off the initial kickoff, this one will be a knock-on. Marian's put into the scrum. I'm Tim Wilkes. Thank you so much for joining us here. Still got one more plate final for the Premier Division coming up next, so stay tuned here to NCR TV. Got Craig Wilson, the contact coach. Catch him on all your favorite social medias with some video analysis. And he has been with us in the booth. And Craig, we've got a good one on our hands here. Marian is a tough team, number 3 in the East. And boy, have they got the gears cranking here to start things off. Far side of the pitch, it's Zachary White dragging defenders down with him. Gets close, about 10 meters out. Now they'll shove forward. Another good run coming through from Martindale. Leon says the referee, ball's stable in the back. Craig in here in just a second for the analysis, and it looks like it might be that of a try. Casey Graybill, his 5th of the tournament out of Westfield, Indiana, and gets on the board first.
How good was that try in this weather from that initial scrum? Moved the ball out wide. And if you're going to Google leg drive, you should see Zachary White come up. But that's fast forward here. That's just good running lines. And then number 2, Casey Graybill, through a big old hole. But that was created from number 13 there, Fowley, with that running line. Targeted in between 2 defenders. They bit onto him. There's number 2, Graybill. He is going through a hole, and he will not be stopped, the big man. Great start for Marian. That was proper rugby in this weather.
Excellent match on our hands here. The number 3 team in the East, Marian, taking on the number 4 team in the Midwest, Fordham. Again, both these squads lost their first match yesterday, but then were able to come away with 3 straight wins since for both of these clubs, sitting in really good position here for Marian College, already up 7-0. They've got one of the leading try scorers of the tournament, number 14, Mackenzie Bridges. We'll see if we get to call his name here in a few. Right now, it's Fordham with it, looking for the response. Couple minutes into this match. We'll spin it through the hands out to the outside. Looking for some space out there. Into the hands of Rad Mill. Gets it back in and we'll switch gears. Back to the left-hand side. Big skip pass. That finds a 2-on-1 here in the near. 3-on-1. Eventually, strong work coming in. Casey Graybill from behind and gives the numbers right back and makes the tackle. They'll still look for some space out here. Nice little fake. Cutting back in. Over the top there. Beautiful pass from McNichol. They'll keep things moving through the hands. Good job letting that one go backwards. It's Foster with it. He'll spin it back to the near side. A little bit of space on these edges here for Fordham. Into contact they come through Benja Thompson. There's the offload. Finds his target, Gavin McNichol. Just outside the 22-meter line. High tackle is going to get things going again.
Seriously good rugby there from Fordham. Really patient play. Offloading when it was time to offload. Great passes in front. And then most importantly, their running lines. That was highly classy. What Marian did with ball in hand, Fordham have done exactly the same. Let's see if they can keep that momentum up.
There's the tap. Tries to take this one, does McNichol into contact, but the defense comes up, knocks it free, jars it loose, and it'll be a knock-on turnover back to Marian. That's their first defensive stand inside their own 22.
Yeah, just the commentator's curse there, just as he was talking about how good the ball in hand was. Then the bar of soap, which is that ball out there right now in this weather, just slipped off Gavin McNichol. But you don't want to give number 13 for Fordham any space. He is absolutely lightning quick. But Marian, we've seen them before from this scrum, what they can do from deep. They're going to try and do rinse and repeat, go again. Be interested to see if they go wide or hit it up in the middle this time.
Again, both these teams in their last 3 matches averaging 34 points per match in those last 3 wins for both of these clubs. But a different story here today, a little wet and a little bit of tired legs to go with it. 5th match of the tournament. There you go, Marian able to put the pressure there off the kick. Had 2 on the ruck and they're able to come away with it. But here comes Fordham and the Rams respond with one of their own. Penalty here, and it looks like, yes, a card coming. So it will be 2 minutes in the bin for Joseph Martindale.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Referees are hot on it, particularly at sevens. As Fordham tried to go quickly, it looks like the ball might have been slightly thrown away. But oof, that was a good let off there for Fordham, and they give themselves an opportunity to attack here, starting on an edge.
Stay Marie gets us going again. Fordham with it on the right-hand side. Beautiful little ball finds Manino. And Menino streaks forward over the 22-meter line. Caught from behind, but slams it home. The celebration there as Fordham responds with a try of their own.
Excellent try there from a set play, from a penalty. They moved the ball right. There was left, right, running line, short and wide. And eventually the gap opened up. Remember, Marian, they do have a man in the bin now where that play would have been. But that is a world-class offload under pressure. And then It was number 11, Lenny Menino, to do the rest. He still had work to do. Graybill was chasing him down, giving it absolutely everything. And just look at that complete awareness. He's got his head on a swivel. Graybill comes out of nowhere, but that is a great finish there from Lenny Menino. We have got an excellent game. Two elite teams going at it here.
The conversion is no good.
Menino there with a great job. Takes it the distance out of Rockaway, New York. A little prop on prop action from the 15 side as we see the speed on the outside. Gotta love it when the big boys turn on the juice. And you mentioned Graybill almost caught him here coming out from the right.
Yeah, I'm not too sure Lenny Menino's a prop as listed.
Yeah.
He looks very much like a winger from me, but my word, he can move. Great play. But now they've given up that restart. Restarts are absolutely crucial in sevens. Just giving up possession there in the middle of the field. That allows Marian not only to take the sting out of the sin bin, but also launch an attack of their own.
Clayton Peters with the strong flow there with the mullet over the top. Finds the kick. We've seen a lot of good work or good things come to fruition out of these, but it's knocked on, and it'll end the half here with Marian up 7-5 over Fordham. We'll take a quick break, and we'll have the final 7 minutes of this Shield final when we return, Bowl final when we return.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in sevens. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
It's an absolutely great experience. I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments.
Welcome back to Boyd's, Maryland. Hardware on the line here, Premier Bowl final. Halftime right now. We've got Fordham taking on Marian. And right now, it is the Knights from Indianapolis on top, 7-5. As we get this one restarted, Joseph Martindale sends it high into the Maryland sky, and we are back underway. Tim Wilkes joined in the booth by Craig Wilson. And Craig, another little bit of what we've seen, another knock-on here, and Marian with that 2-point lead in a strong position.
This is exactly how the first half started. It was a Marian kick. It was a Fordham knock-on. That time, Marian scored. They got the scrum. They moved the ball wide and scored a fantastic try eventually under the post. I wonder if they can do it again. But these teams are very evenly matched. This is going to be a very tight second half.
Out the back it comes. Marian looking for more. Off to the right-hand side through Fowley. But it's knocked on, coughed up out there by Zachary White. And another knock on will send us back. Remember, we've got more action coming your way in CRTV. As the ponchos are out, the supporters still ready to rock and roll. Hiding under the tents a little bit out here, but up in the booth, Craig and I are a little bit dry as we're watching some excellent rugby. A little over 5.5 left to play here in this one. Again, hardware on the line for Marian and Fordham. Put in here for the Rams, but a shove early that time gives the free kick. Not back 10. That'll send them and make it a full arm penalty. No, just going to send him back a little bit and replay here from the free kick.
I'm surprised that's not a yellow card. You often see there. It was pretty cynical. Stop that play straight away. I think Marian might have got away with that one.
Double free kick, and now we'll swing it back off to the left-hand side after the inside cut. Looking for some space out there. Thompson just eats it in the end. Back off to the right. Numbers coming in hot here for Fordham. A little bit of a high tackle there, and that sends Marian back 10 again. And Marian still back to full strength here. But back on the defensive end. Up by 2, and that one's kicked forward, but right into the arms there for the big number 8, Clay Peters. Peters coughed it up, though, but almost an opportunity out of nothing there for Marian.
Tell you what, if you like a scrum, this is the game for you. I think in the next 4.5 minutes, we might see multiple more as well. But as we've seen from Marian, they have actually opted to use the kick a lot. And it looks like, oh, was that advantage over there? Marian might have got a bit of a tough call. I thought there was a knock-on from Fordham, and they're not much of an advantage, but this has turned into an excellent attacking position here for Fordham.
They'll get this one in through Stay Marie. Off to the right-hand side. They've got numbers out there, but they'll cut it in a little bit. Extra defense there, and that one kind of kicked out of the hands that time after they knocked it on. And they'll have another scrum here pinned deep inside Marian territory, but they've had a little bit of trouble coming away with some of these scrums.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marian, if they do get the ball and retain it, they've shown that they are not afraid to kick. They have been sending that ball long, and it's a great tactic because the ball is slippery. The defense has to go back to then go forward, where if you kick it, you've got all the momentum. So let's see what they do.
Looking back and forth, decide to hit Peters there at full speed on the inside ball. Back on to it, Fincher. Thought about slinging it off to the right, dishes it back inside to Peters. Always looking for contact. With the skullet in, takes 3 players to finally bring them to deck, and they've earned themselves a penalty. No rolling there, and a back 10 call there for Fordham.
Yeah, very simple decision there for the referee, not rolling away. But just as you saw that Marian were about to kick it, it was great earlier defense from Fordham. They sent a sweeper in. They haven't had a sweeper in, one behind the front line all game. But they've obviously had a chat at halftime. As soon as that ball is left, the scrum defensively, that was really smart work. Because you saw as it was about to kick, he had to come back inside, and that went into the Fordham defense. Although, yes, they did give away a penalty. Brilliant tactics and adjustment there from halftime.
Christopher Mattina, the head coach there for Fordham. Also Federico Reinhardt and Tay Daniel Ayabowu. Deep one here, finds his target, Peters. He has support out there with him, and they're able to secure possession. Numbers on the far side. Through the hands they go, but this one slips through the midst of Martindale. Excuse me, that was Fowley that couldn't hang on, and now we'll spin it back in. Marian just playing with this 2-point lead, a luxury that they have enjoyed this entire second half. No score just yet. There's Peters again. Flat pass here to the near side. The big boys getting involved. Here's Graybill, his team's second highest scorer with 5 in the tournament. Peters again slows it down. Big pass up over the top. Great pinpoint pass, and just enough work there on the deck to secure possession. Peters again, another little pump fake. Slows it down. 1.5 minutes left to play. Zachary White carrying defenders with them, but still they're pinned inside their half. Great defense coming in there from Benja Thompson. Gets them backwards. But again, Craig, as long as they've got ball in hand, you know Marian's happy.
Yeah, absolutely. They will be happy to use their big man, try and find the holes. And as we mentioned earlier, Fordham have decided to operate with a sweeper. So they are a man down defensively, but they're having to work hard. They're putting numbers in and around the ruck. So it's going to take something special to get past this Fordham defense. And maybe that high tackle might do it. Yellow card coming here. That just might be the opportunity.
It's Adam Radmill. That'll spend the next couple of minutes, the rest of the match in the bin. Big opportunity here as the time is off. Marian with a couple of subs, trying to get some fresh legs on here for the final go.
Yeah, Clay Peters there pointed to his head and walked straight off. That's a good decision. If there's any hint of a head injury, it's time to go off, get assessed by the professionals. I'm glad he didn't play on there. It was nothing really malicious in that high tackle, but it was certainly high. It deserved a yellow card, but there was no real bad intent there. It was just really poor timing. And Marian now have got the opportunity with a man down to really put the hammer down here.
Off to the right-hand side. That's Fowley with it. Into the match. Another player part of the all-hair tournament team, William Toohey. Number 12 out there. He gets this one. Swims through one. Splits the defense there. Says see you later to one on the deck. Continues to push. 4, 5 players trying to take Toohey down. And a penalty is what the result is, so they'll slow it down even more. Referee has not said time is off. We're getting close, though. On the referee's watch, had a couple of stoppages here. There's Toohey with it, near side. Fowley gets corralled. Tries to get those feet to hit the deck, but not before it's ripped out of there. Still only a 2-point game. Fordham with one final opportunity. Strong work to retain possession through Ste Marie. They'll spin it now. Final play of the match. Little dummy looping. We'll cut it back here to the right-hand side. There's Declan again. Pass here to the near side. Sprint is on now. Marian, strong work to come up and make the tackle. A couple players getting involved. And now an offsides position there. Easy call as Martindale is caught. He gets dinged with the yellow as well. Back to 6-on-6, and the quick tap comes. Fordham trying to get the final try and come home with hardware. The bowl final on the line. Drugged down from behind, but they whip the pass out there just in time. Here comes Thompson. Gets it out there. Space on the outside for Lenny Menino. Try number 2, and that will do it. Fordham, 2 tries, and get one at the end to sling it in and bring home hardware.
Oh, what a finish there from Fordham. They got the turnover. I'm surprised Marian at one point didn't ask the referee to kick it out, but they have now been defeated by Fordham. That yellow card, it was a clear decision from being offside. Then Fordham, when they needed their skill set the most, they got it. Lenny Menino with the try. Well done, Fordham.
Fordham Rams, your bowl final champions for 2026. Great work by them. We'll step aside. We've still got the plate final on the premier side coming up next.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby! If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so...
Welcome back to the Collegiate Rugby Championship 2026 National Sevens Tournament. We have the plate final, 9th place and hardware on the line here as the Brown Bears take on the Clemson Tigers. Both these teams had strong tournaments, had wins in their first match, followed by a loss that got them down here into the plate. But they had a couple of victories, one last night and one this morning. Therefore, the Clemson Tigers, they had the win over Mary Washington 10-0 just about an hour ago. See what they've got left in the tank. I'm Tim Wilkes taking you through the action. Joined up here in the booth by the contact coach, Craig Wilson. And Craig, an exciting matchup here. 9th place on the line. Again, one loss for these teams, but still everything to play for.
Oh, absolutely. This is a very big game for both teams. You want to finish the tournament on a high, finish the season on a high. As we see a knock on there, get used to a few scrums. This weather is difficult, but this is Clemson, a D1AA team fighting against Brown, one of the perennial championship teams in 15s and in 7s in Division 1. It's a fair play to Clemson getting this deep in the tournament. They're up against a very classy team in Brown. I'm excited to see this one.
Clemson, the number 5 seed, and they were able to get that first win over the 4-seeded Wisconsin Badgers.
Set.
And got themselves into this position. It's dug out of there. Out the tunnel, says the referee. Just got to get it inside that prop's foot, but it just came out in front. And so we'll do it again here. As Clemson with the put in to the scrum.
Bind.
They're led by Alexander Smith-Stevens, number 14, with 4 tries on the tournament. Also, number 15, Luke Rinklin, has 3 as well. So we'll see what they can do with their first possession. 1 minute into this match, strong tackle. Came in hard that time. Tito Ajua working on the defensive end. He's got 8 tries to his name, but working hard out there. On the right-hand side now, Tingham takes it over. Good work from the Tigers to retain possession. Nice wide movement. Hands coming through here to the left-hand side. They try to take it up the gut. Support arrives just in time, and they keep things moving. Picked up by Smith-Stevens. There's the kick through. We've seen this working a lot more in some of the sloppier conditions. Rain coming down a little bit, not as bad. Here for the next few hours, about a 50% chance of rain. Down in the low 50s. But great rugby weather as it has been throughout the tournament. Play on, says the referee, as that one got a little clustered up. But now they'll stab kick through again. Ajua looking for some space down the near side, but it's scooped up beautifully by Alexander Smith-Stevens, the business major. Sophomore retains possession again here for the Clemson Tigers. 2 minutes into this one, all Clemson off on the offensive end, but Brown more than happy to keep playing some defense. They sling him to deck there, not released though, so the referee gets sting. Looked like he popped back up though, Craig.
Yeah, not sure if he was held. He's got all rights to play on there, but referee was right on the spot. What a tackle in midfield there to cause the turnover. Can he get around on the edge? Yes, he can. He races away, and that's how quickly it can change. Alexander Smith-Stevens with a wonderful try, but it all came from that great hit in the midfield there, Tim.
Again, he extends his lead now with 5 tries on the tournament. He is a great speedster, again, 6'1", 190, out of Tunbridge Wells, Minnesota. He'll take his own kick as well, knock that one through, and start the scoring off 7-0.
Yeah, just got that bit of space as number 11 there, Trip King, tried to get him with the fingertips. He had enough gas to get out and on the edge, but you must compliment his teammate. I didn't quite get a number, but that hit on Tito Ajura to knock that ball on to then lead to the turnover was absolutely elite.
Yeah, Brown really with just a couple seconds of time in possession there, and another beautiful restart. 2 for 2, getting possession back are the Tigers. Off the kickoff, and now this one, and they look to charge again as the Bears having a tough time securing possession. Back out to the right-hand side through Smith-Stevens. Come way deep here. Good 30 meters back. They look for some space, but a slip there causes some more meters to be lost. They try to spin it out. The Bears doing a good job fringing here to the near side. Slam that door shut and force them back right. There's the kick up over the top. Clemson a little bit more, or non-reluctant to go for the kick. Another strong one there from Smith-Stevens. And this a little bit slower pitch, booting it down the pitch, not a bad option. But the Bears with their real first opportunities with it. Strong offload there to keep things moving. Even with the slick ball, they hold on strong. Down into contact, Matt Schwab. They'll spin it back around through Doherty. This time gets slung to deck, right back to their feet. Owen Clark collects a few more meters for the Bears. Space on the left-hand side. Able to eat up a couple. Beautiful spin move, brings more space. Inigo Langford gonna take it the distance. Hit the circle button, beautiful spin. Gets around the defense and the speed to take it home. Beautiful response for Brown, right between the posts. Opportunity to tie it back up.
Oh, I've got a feeling I'm going to see this again on social media tonight from number 15, Langford. The footwork here was absolutely mesmerizing. Just watch here. Oh, the spin out of contact and then the ability to race away. He's smiling the whole way. Just check this out. Oh my, that wouldn't be lost on the dance floor. That was absolutely beautiful. Oh, well played that man, Langford. That is some try.
Langford, just a freshman out of Rhode Island. Beautiful work. That's try number 4 for the tournament. Outstanding effort again for the freshman to really put his team on his back here. And got their first try of the match. Extremely important as the Clemson Tigers play in that spoiler position here. The number 5 seed taking on number 3 seeded Bears. Now with 50 seconds left to play, they'll look for a response of their own. Beautiful work here from Rinklin. He takes it in. Support arrives with the purple jerseys, and they again secure possession. That has been the strong part of their game throughout this match. Good job snagging that one out of the air. Fends off one tackler before the rest come. The Bears look to fringe this one back out, still on the defensive end. 20 seconds left now. Clemson more than happy to slow it down a little bit as they look for some space now on the far side. Beautiful little fake to the outside, but a big-time hit from behind jars it loose. Knock on the call, and the Brown Bears always lurking for the big pop.
Yeah, just as you thought a line break might happen. This has been a seriously quality game so far. Both teams with ball in hand, moving it left to right, asking questions. The defense from both teams have been up to it. 7-all, I think, is a fair reflection of this half. But we are witnessing some real quality rugby here from both of these sides.
That was number 6, Tito Ajua, the junior center, with 8 tries on the offensive end, but boy, he was coming from behind that time. Huge collision to jar that one loose and get the turnover back to the Bears. Now he's back with it, but coughs it up in return. There's that slippery ball coming into play, and we'll take a break. 7-7 your score, and we'll come back and see who brings home hardware when we return.
If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most of them haven't had beans on toast ever, and they're definitely experiencing that here, but they're also getting a chance to watch players that they look up to playing in the Women's Rugby World Cup here in England, which is incredibly important for them to see these people, because if you could see it, you can be it, and we are so happy that our athletes can see the Eagles, and I know they also want to be the Eagles, so this is a massive opportunity for them. Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the plate final here. Hardware on the line. This Brown Bears there in the white and brown hoop jerseys. Let this one trickle just over that 10-meter line. Now the Tigers pounce, ready to rock and roll again. Looking for something here near side. A little backhanded fling. Doesn't come to fruition, but that's okay. Alexander Smith-Stevens scoops it up, and he is always dangerous over the midfield stripe. Caught from behind. Purple jerseys more than ready to pounce there in the back of the ruck and get it going again. Into contact, a little shove there from Conkley. He continues to drive a good 10 meters after contact. That was actually Tingorn getting into the physical action there. Back to the near side. Rinklin looking to find something here. Beautiful offload, but it's just a little bit behind the target. Alexander able to grab this one up. Smith-Stevens continues the charge for the Tigers. 1 minute into the half. Haven't made a lot of distance. But Craig, this is what we saw. Time of possession and a little bit of kicking for territory was really working for the Tigers.
Oh, Tito Adura there. He is still upset from the end of that first half where he knocked it on. And my word, what a collision that was. Just as Clemson was starting to build something, the defense was just repellent, and that is a fantastic hit. Not only the hit, but also bundles that ball into touch. So that should be a Brown line out or a knock on. So they might have a choice here whether they take the line out or the scrum. Maybe in this weather, I think I would take the scrum.
They agree with you. And that, again, as you mentioned, that's Ajua's probably second or third jarring tackle that has caused the turnover. So their team's leading try scorer not on the board in this one. He has, again, 8 in 4 matches. But right now he is needed elsewhere, and boy, has his defensive effort really been paying off. Clemson player on the deck. Seems to be good enough to jog this one out, and that is Alexander Smith-Stevens, a player who scored the try, and the grit and determination for him to stay on the pitch.
Yeah, that is not a player Clemson wants to leave. He is an absolute athlete with wheels to burn, great rugby IQ as well. He wouldn't go amiss at a track meet on the 400-meter race. He is that much of a perfect runner, but he's going to have his work cut out here in the midfield.
Bears back with it. Here comes Ajua again, looking for some space, trying to play havoc with the edge of this defense. Gets a good little fend, but the pass behind the back somehow might have hit the foot there to come back forwards. Eventually goes out. Beautiful work on the edge. Take us through it, Craig.
Yeah, just as he's trying to find an edge there, he's really giving it a go on the edge. He's trying to, he sees that Trip King is there. He's trying to pass it back into the midfield. Back to Trip King. It doesn't quite work out, but it comes off a Clemson player, so it worked out just perfectly in the end.
Krebs got a paw in there, but it's the Tigers that are able to come away with it. Again, securing possession, dominating the clock throughout this match, and the kick to try and relieve some pressure and put a little more territory into it as well. Smith-Stevens continues to give the effort. He comes back and makes that tackle on Ajua. But the Bears only had that one little burst from Inigo Langford there at the end of the half. Do they have a little bit more magic here? Tied up midway through the second half of action here in this plate final. There's the offload, opens things up for Ajua. He slows it down a little bit, carries defenders with him. Strong tackle from Ainsworth. But he didn't get out of there in time. And we'll have a penalty here for Brown.
Excellent refereeing decision. You can see before he got the ball, hands were clearly on the ground, and it looks like Alexander Smith-Stevens, his day might be over. He is struggling out there. He gave everything for his team. Just want to compliment the referee there. Excellent decision right on the spot. And it came from a bit of pressure from Brown. There was a nice little inside ball there, eventually to Tito Ajura, who just decided was not going to do nothing flash, was just going to keep possession, set up the ruck. That forced the penalty, and it's going to be interesting to see what Clemson do here, leaving one of their talisman.
Send it back up to the top there for the college rugby show. They'll take you through all of the scores and highlights throughout this tournament, get you set up for the men's premier third place and national championship coming your way at 6 and 6:22 p.m. Eastern. The free kick given here for the Bears as they take their time with it. Under 3 minutes now. Choose to come out to the left, into contact. A couple of fends as they try to swim through. That's Owen Clark, 6'4", 240. Out there slinging players to the deck. Ajua through the hands. You see Clemson more than ready. All going to come down to some of these one-on-one tackles. There's the Sonny Bill Williams backhanded pass. Gets it off to Langford, but another knock on will send this one back to the deck and in the hands of the Tigers.
Just forcing it a little bit too much there, Brown. Langford, it was a nice inside ball, and then it was just forced that little bit more off Indigo. Well, it wasn't from Langford there. That one was Tito Ajuri. He was trying to claim that it came off his knee. I don't think he was going to fool the referee for that one. And this is giving Clemson a good opportunity to get the ball in hand. They haven't seen it for a while. And let's see if they can launch an attack with 2 minutes to go with this game poised at 7-7.
A real slobber knocker on our hands here as both teams just trying to get one more try and bring home the plate final here in the Premier Division. Strong work by the Brown Bears, continuing to hit hard, and a beautiful hit drives them out, and that's Theo Romero, the wing, the junior, making his presence felt out there. And here we go with Ju again, off the quick tap, sends this one down, still looking for his first try, but good defense. Comes off the back heel that time of Shane Milligan. And a quick throw gets things moving again for Brown. They've got plenty of numbers on the outside. Got to get it through the hands. There's the speed to come around, and Diego again. Langford with his second try of the match and gives the Bears the lead.
Oh, Clemson are not happy. They are claiming that that should never have been a Brown lineout. But Brown, they took 2 quick lineouts in a row, and they eventually got the ball to Langford on an edge to score a try. Oh, that was a big moment in this game. Just as we look back here, that looked for me, but that went off a Jura. Oh, wow, how close are these calls? But let's just compliment the rugby IQ to get that ball moving through the hands here. And check out this last pass, just taking the opportunity away from that push defense from Clemson, and then gets through for an absolute vital score there, Langford.
Economics major, the freshman cashing in here for the Brown Bears. 14-7 the score. They're going to boot this one final time. Saw Clemson strike early in the first half. They've been held off the board ever since. All that possession, all that territory that they've earned will come down to this one final play. Word in from Next Level Rugby Production Studios. That one did come off. It was the right call. They're off the Clemson player, off the back boot. And so we play on now, and they've got one final opportunity for it. Into contact goes Luke Reekland. Big shove from the Bears, but they're barely able to secure possession. One final shove here for the Tigers. Take this one nice and slow. More numbers out to the left-hand side. Those will go weak. At pace here, into contact, strong run coming from Max Tinghorn. Another good burst, but they're a little bit stranded. Huge counter coming in, but the penalties earned. Brown have it, and that should do it, Craig.
Oh, how good was that? 2 tries from Langford, and then one of the world-class turnovers. And they're going to kick it out, and then Brown get the win that they deserve in the end. But that man Langford, he had a big thing to do with it.
Brown win 14-7, and they're your premier plate final champions. We'll step aside. We've got the College Rugby Show coming your way next.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing.
And we're down to just 2 teams in each division on the men, down to the quarterfinals and the semifinals on the women's side. Lots of rugby has been played, guys. Let's dive right into it. And let's start with the women's quarterfinals and Brown versus Westchester. You take it away, Darian.
Well, the Brown Bears versus Westchester was going to be a tough one there, but the Rams really gave it their all. But just like UConn, they just couldn't keep up. The relentless defense got Brown consistent possession, and Ross, honestly, I think she ran through her whole bench throughout that. Everybody seemed like they wanted a piece of the cake. Julia Murray was just absolutely incredible throughout the matchup here in Westchester. I mean, the speed alone for Brown is something to contend with, but the physicality that they play with, I mean, you take a look at Baptiste, who just slides in so seamlessly. So, I mean, the Brown Bears right now, they look like they're in perfect form. It's not even a matter of if they peak. They've already done it before, and, I mean, they just look like a fan favorite. Westchester was quite the performance.
The quest for the one for the thumb is still on for Coach Roschow and the Brown Bears. How about Navy and Queens? That was a great game as well, D.
Navy and Queens really boiled down to the last minute, but then Navy really opened up the space there. Queens' physicality was really good, and they felt confident going into the match, but they just couldn't keep up with the speed of the midshipmen. They got everyone on the boat, and they sailed right on through, 21-5, and they really took that one. The second half was what did it. The midshipmen right now look like they're really fit. They look like they're really strong, but it's going to be really tough to go up against anybody else within the pool. The Brown Bears, I think, are really going to have to stick it to them. And Navy, I mean, I don't know. They're going to have to find a little bit of grit there. But they did it time and time again, especially with roundabout tries. They contained them well. Queens, unfortunately, though, they get knocked out in this round.
Yeah, Navy, one of the blue bloods of this tournament year after year, and they're back in the Final Four. Fantastic. Steve, tell us a little about that AIC New Haven matchup.
Yes, AIC New Haven Chargers. Earlier on, we talked about AIC and their swarming defense, the Yellow Jackets. Physical, organized, put a lot of pressure on Walsh. This game was the flip. It was an offensive blowout. They win 53-12. Scorers all across the board, but in particular, another hat-trick from Kiana Edwards. So AIC showing purpose on both sides of the ball. So I'm still with them.
All right, I love it. AIC looking good. They're hunting the Bears, and that hunt is still well and good. Zach, tell us about SNU and their big win over LIU.
Yeah, just got to say, it's championship time, and I love that feeling. And when you're talking about the championship feeling, you can't talk about anyone other than Talesi Watafi, who's a big-time player. She personally is hunting every other team in this competition as well, and she is fully rested, ready to go for that game against Long Island. You saw in the first round they gave up some points in their first-round matchup, but this one they shut down Long Island. The Sharks had nothing going for them here. Talesi scored a try in this one, but really you saw her kind of close down the space as well. She's such a dynamic athlete that she'll cover for any sort of defensive lapses that they might have in sevens. So she scored, but again, the other teams are kind of picking up the slack for her. Ireland Jeffrey really playing well for the Crimson Storm so far. She's got 3 tries through 2 games, provided quite a spark. Vivian Wright as well scored twice through 2 games. So you see Talesi's teammates kind of stepping up on the offensive end as well. But with her back in the fold, they're a very dangerous team.
Yeah, Ireland Jeffrey's playing fantastic. SNU looks like they may be a real contender in this one. All right, now let's talk about the women's premier semifinals. We just did the quarterfinals. Now let's look at those matchups here. The women's Premier Cup semis. We've got Brown taking on AIC, and we've got the Jackets. We got Brown taking on Navy, and the midshipmen taking on AIC against Crimson Storm. My goodness. Tell me about this. The Brown. Take it away, Steve. Good grief.
It's cold.
You got me confused
it's
now.
Cold.
You can't look past Brown on that side of the bracket, right? So we talked about them at length, in detail, and with knowledge. So I'm picking them, but I'm sticking with my my Yellow Jackets from the Northeast, AIC. That's my pick over South Nazarene.
All right. How about you, Zach? What do you think about that other semifinal?
I don't know. It's some great matchups, and I think we thought AIC was the only team that's going to come in and have a shot here. But whoever wins that other game as well, I mean, SNU looks very strong. Navy looks very strong. So there's a lot of competition out there.
You got to pick one.
I don't know. Oh man,
No.
I can't even decide. I don't know.
All right, well, let's talk about the women's D3 semifinals, Zach. I know that's a division you're keeping a close eye on.
Now we can make some picks. I know what I'm talking about here. Our pick coming in here, Endicott, the Gulls, #1 overall seed. They're on the hunt for that repeat title. Had a relatively smooth ride so far to beat Colorado College 30-7 in round 1. They're going to be taking on, though, a very dangerous Colorado School of Mines team who have kind of breezed through their competition today. They have not struggled at all. 35-5 over Loyola Maryland, and then another blowout, 24-5 over an East Stroudsburg team that is no joke, guys. And that's all thanks to Aaliyah Lynn and Piper Lee, who've had a brace in that first game. Piper Lee had a hat trick in the second game. If Endicott wants that third championship in the last 4 years, they're going to have to get past them. Other side of that bracket, Colby College, Amir Costa as well. Some great teams, both upsets, lower seeds, a 5 and a 3 in this one. They beat some really good teams and upset Baldwin Wallace did Colby College earlier in this one.
Now, take us through the women's Division II semis. We had some really competitive quarters in that one.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide open field here, and I think that that has to do with our preemptive favorites coming in. Roger Williams getting knocked off really early here, and the team to do that is Colorado Mesa is going to be taking on the Eau Claire Blue Golds here in the semifinal. Again, Mesa had a great tournament. Bentley Stayert has been carrying the load for the Mavericks in that, and Eau Claire, they survived a muckfest against Fairfield 7-0 in this one, so they've been tested by a strong team by the Stags there. The other side of that bracket, Coast Guard Bears still here. They're probably the favorites now. They got a great matchup against Coastal Carolina, who haven't been scoring as many points as we're accustomed to. They've been held in check. Can Coast Guard do that to them here in the semifinal as well? We'll have to see. No Kate Boggs, no problem for them. Regan Doyle and Agredel have been doing well for the Bears.
And Darian, women's D1 AA, we have a huge rivalry matchup, the Rocky Mountain Showdown on one side of that bracket. Talk us through them.
Oh, and there's no love lost between the two sides here. I mean, we've talked about the rivalry, but also just seeing them, I think that after we saw them in passing, both our teams are very much looking forward to the competition. Colorado State has a lot of standouts there. Ava Hughes is really going to be leading the front, and then Colorado is coming off of there. Lucia Hoffman, I love the passion that she plays with. I mean, she's such an emotional leader, really gets the team to rally, and they're going to need a lot of that to go up against Colorado State. This is just a representation of, I think, what is to come out of that region. We've seen a lot of Colorado really show up. You mentioned Colorado Mesa, so it's just cool to be able to see what the state produces, and the fact that they've got two sides from the D1 in the semifinals speaks volumes about what the state is doing out there.
Absolutely. No love lost whatsoever between those two. I guess it goes back to a little bit of maybe an injured player in the fall and celebrating a big hit. Who knows, but it's going to be fantastic to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, Northeastern against Arizona State. I mean, we gave the dog tag to Lily Morrison, who was super grateful. And Arizona State, they barely got out of there against Ohio. But Northeastern, Keith Katnock said that they struggled a little bit at that beginning, but now they found their groove. Now the dogs are running together, and so he's really excited to see what they're going to do whenever they come up against Arizona State.
And as we mentioned, the men are down to just one game. We're down to the finals, guys. Let's talk about these. Starting in men's Division III, set up this matchup we got, Zach.
It's awesome. It is so good. I was the one I was waiting for all weekend. Both these teams coming in with chips on their shoulder, the biggest chips you've ever seen on both sides. Slippery Rock upset about that finale in the fall, and Denver has felt upset, I think, the last 2 years that they haven't won with a superstar in Anthony Rice. So they both survived a wonderful semifinal round where Denver beat Springfield College, who looked like they might go all the way. They had a huge senior class with 10 guys. They thought it was their year. It was not. Slippery Rock, another great game over Richmond, the Spiders, too, in that one. So they both proven they deserve to be here. That's going to be some fireworks. Contrasting styles, too, as well now, I think. Slippery Rock, big physical team. Denver, a little more athletic, want to spread the ball around.
Murderers Row there on the Denver side of the bracket. And Slippery Rock, as you mentioned, huge chip on their shoulder. It's trophy or they're going to be very upset here this evening. All right, men's Division II, another great game. All Carolina here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see. We have the Colorado teams on one side. In men's side here, we have a lot of Carolina teams here. And this is a great matchup. Again, not as much love lost between these two teams either. I have to say, UNC Wilmington, the Seahawks have been showing out this weekend. Max Buckingham for them is on the leaderboard and scored. He is on fire. He cannot be stopped. He's the biggest human I've ever seen. And Coastal is going to have Coastal's going to have a hard time stopping them, but we did see Coastal Carolina beat UNC Wilmington earlier this spring in their first automatic qualifier tournament they went to, so there is some history there. Both teams, though, have looked very good through this competition.
I cannot wait for that one. I don't care how much it's raining. I'm going to be here, bundled up, ready for it. All right, D1 AA.
Well, we'll start out with Louisville. The Cardinals are looking red hot. They smoked Westchester, absolutely shut them out there. They haven't had anybody score on them since the first round whenever Nebraska did. Only 19 points scored across the board for Louisville, so they know how to play a lot of defense there. I mean, they just look like they've got the ability to get a lot of points on the board. And then South Carolina, they took out the Aggies in a last-second try. It was heartbreaking for the Aggies, but somehow South Carolina was able to pull that one out with the last-minute try. That matchup between Louisville, like you said, has a little bit of contrasting styles there, but Louisville right now looking in really good form. South Carolina look a little bit beat up there, so they're going to have to really rally, find some inner strength, find that grit to go up against the Cardinals.
All right, and Steve, the Men's Premier Cup, we had some fantastic semifinals. Dartmouth with an absolute banger over
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Fantastic game there at the end. Tell us about that matchup we got in the final.
Yeah, so Dartmouth led their offensive spark as Ethan Knight, English sort of first receiver. He's been superb all tournament. He sort of led them. Interesting for Dartmouth. They are, as what Alex Ferguson, the Man United manager, used to call squeaky bum time. They are the masters of squeaky bum time. They beat the Bonnies by 3, Michigan by 5, AIC by 5, Notre Dame by 3. They are plus 10 points differential. So that's 4 tight games have got them through here. So that's mental toughness as well as rugby skill. And they did it again with a last-minute try. An unlikely try scorer, Jamie Phillips, brawny hooker, but he did the business for them. Fantastic game. For Notre Dame, terrific performance, standout performance. He's Jack Dunn, Irish scrum half. Very impressed by him. And the man on the wings, Zach Banton, looked good too. So they can be proud of themselves. That was a hard one to lose.
I think when they came up with the Fighting Irish moniker, they were thinking about Jack Dunn. Some of his tackles in that game were absolutely highlights. Yep. Does Dartmouth have enough to take Wheeling in this one? And tell us who you like in it.
No.
All right, that's simple enough. Wheeling for Steve. How about you, Zach?
You have to like what they're doing. I think they're so dynamic, and they have in the rain. They did it. I mean, they just have been the smoothest team. I think coming through on this. They no matter who they're playing against, the Kutztown is a very good team, and they just had enough in the tank there, enough athleticism to make those little plays, the little inches. They find them everywhere. They're so dynamic, and I just don't see them losing again.
Darian?
Oh, this one's a toss-up. I'm frustrated that the Bonnies aren't in there, but I've got to kind of give it to Dartmouth. I think that now they're starting to peak a little bit there. Do they have the ability to take on the Goliath? I'm going to have to go with Steve. I'm going to have to say no. I think that Wheeling's going to do it.
Well, look, I picked Wheeling. They're in my bracket, which I am now shredding because Ethan Knight is him. Richard Wofford is him. Oh, Big Green, that's who I got. I got a prop in here I got to find.
He has a hat.
I got a hat.
He had a hat.
Coach, I had a hat. Here we go. Big Green, Dartmouth. I flipped my script.
Wow.
Oh!
I'm going Dartmouth, all right? I think they've got everything.
Oh, my gosh.
Ethan Knight's the best player in this tournament. In this final, which says a lot with Dr. Bruce and Queenie, Shadrach, Vanessa, Alex, Nyamunda. But I like Big Green. It's the team of destiny.
Perhaps. So if they stay in the fight long enough, they got that self-belief now. So possibility. Wheeling, they were tested against Belmont, they were tested against Kutztown, and they have that explosive ability to score from anywhere. 4 or 5 players have that. So I'm still sticking with Wheeling, but credit to Dartmouth this weekend.
It's going to be a great game. We've got some great finals teed up. We've got great women's action tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. Stick with us. We'll be back tomorrow here, College Rugby Show Live, the Maryland Soccer Complex, the Collegiate Rugby Championship. Now it's time for some men's finals.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride.
It's championship time at the Collegiate Rugby Championships National Sevens 2026. We are going to award a national champion of sevens. We are at Boyd's Maryland Soccerplex. It is going to be the third and fourth place game with Notre Dame kicking off to Kutztown. Notre Dame lost to Dartmouth, Kutztown to Wheeling. That will be your final next. John Broker with Eagle legend Mike Petrie for this one. Mike, these teams fought hard. They are up for it. This is for third place.
They really are, and as you mentioned, this is the third place game. You got to be honest, this is probably the hardest game there is to play in this tournament. You just came so close, just within the past couple of hours, to a national championship title game. Instead, you're playing for third place. So much on the line, so much energy, but again, maybe not what you wanted out of the gates, but you got a lot to play for still, and 14 minutes to do it.
Ball slips, the rain starts to come down a little bit here. It is Kutztown going to be defending their own line. In white there is Notre Dame, coached by Justin Hickey, Lonnie Heater, Dennis Von Billion. Kutztown, Alex Faison Donahoe, Greg Jones, and Jeff Duke. Third and fourth place in the line. Little switch move in there. They've been very methodical, this Notre Dame team. Zach Banton been a key member of it, but not releasing. Ball's going to come back to Kutztown. Kutztown had to face the high-flying Wheeling in that semifinal. Brought them here. Wheeling back-to-back champions. Going to try to go back-to-back-to-back. We'll see what happens. Ball comes up there. It is in Banton's hands. Banton coming across there from the Harrow School. Banton crosses the line, and Banton, on an individual effort, is going to touch down the first 5 points for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
We saw him in that semifinal, the impact he can have on both sides of the ball, on offense and defense, and Banton touches down in this first third place game, and you can see the weather getting the better there of Kutztown. Those wet conditions. That ball surely looked like it was right in his breadbasket, but he coughs it up forward, picked up by Banton, and then he does the rest. You know, a lot of times in rugby, John, you're taught not to run across the field, unless your name is Banton, of course, and then you can do whatever you want. There he goes, just dicing across several Kutztown defenders to score in the corner.
Well-deserved try right there for Banton. He's been great all weekend. He's got 5 or 6 tries to his name. Kick was no good, so it's going to be 5-0, 5 minutes to go in this first half. High kick from the Fighting Irish. The Golden Bears looking to take this one down. Comes back their way, but comes into the hands of the Fighting Irish, so they maintain possession.
The Irish win the restart.
Across the field they come. Little hitch kick there from Philip Guinan. He's been important. Here comes Banton again, this time taken down by the Golden Bears. Penalty, however, they're going to go quickly. This is going to be Jack Dunn. Jack Dunn's been important to this Fighting Irish team. We're going to have a yellow card for a player not back 10 against Kutztown. So to their fortunes, Notre Dame will be a man up for the next 2 minutes, Mike.
That's a big loss for Kutztown early in this game. And what I will say, after having watched the semifinals, Notre Dame was on the other end of this in terms of the start of the game. They gave up a couple of quick penalties. They were not getting a lot of possession, not getting a lot of territory. And so far, almost halfway through this first half, and they've had all the territory, all the possession, and now an extra player on the field. They've got to capitalize here, John.
Notre Dame ball in. There's some space. It opens right up. No invitation needed. Right towards the line. Big smile on his face. That's going to be Jack Dunn. Jack Dunn is going to get his 4th of the weekend as he touches down in this third, fourth place match. Notre Dame on fire early.
And again, we mentioned that they had that extra player on the field, and take a look at this. That's where the space is, the disconnect between the back line and that scrum at set piece, and that's just good heads up play from Jack Dunn. But it starts up front. It was a really good scrum for the Fighting Irish. Good clean ball at the back, picked up beautifully in the wet conditions, and then spots a gap. And off he goes, all smiles when you got 2 tries on the board. in the first half of play so far for the Fighting Irish.
Belvedere College in Ireland, where he went to high school, now at Notre Dame. Ball knocked forward there by Kutztown, just not handling these restarts well. Another knock on, then a knock on by Notre Dame, so will be a scrum here while Kutztown is still shorthanded, up 12-0. Notre Dame in a great attacking position here, looking to add to this points tally.
And 2 possessions so far if you count kickoffs for Kutztown, and 2 knock-ons. So again, all the possession, all the territory so far being enjoyed by Notre Dame in the opening phase of play.
Cheeky there, I think, from Kutztown to draw that penalty. But coming in and driving early is Notre Dame. So here comes a shorthanded Kutztown. Kutztown driving their way through. Coming across the field, Benedict Quinn. Trying to beat Banton is Wesley Dayton from Trumbull High School, now playing at Kutztown. Penalty here against the Fighting Irish. Going to have to get back 10. They've seen that yellow card awarded, so good job there by the Fighting Irish not to lose a player. And here comes Kutztown. Big hit coming in on Janssen van Vuren. Ball's free, so referee says Notre Dame's free to play, but the player wriggles out. Kutztown. Nice play up to the top there, and here is the big man, Luca Janssen van Vuren. Van Vuren headed to the try line, and Van Vuren will touch down his second try of the weekend. Van Vuren puts 5 on the board for Kutztown that they needed.
They absolutely needed that. They're playing shorthanded, but take a look at it. Van Vuren must have some glue on his hands because those conditions out there, watch this. Whoa. Almost bobbles it out and forward for a knockout, but instead hangs onto it. Take a look again. 2 Fighting Irish players go into the collision, and Van Vuren comes out with the ball. And that's a big man with a big head of steam headed towards the try line, not to be stopped. Kutztown gets on the board.
And the kick is good, so they have 7 points on the board. So they're inching closer to this Notre Dame team after a great Fighting Irish start. We have just a minute to go in this first half, 12-7. An unconverted try is the difference as the ball heads up for Notre Dame to come down with. Banton can't quite handle that one the first time or the second time, but working his way backwards. Referee's going to whistle. I think it's a knock on here against Notre Dame. Banton saying, I was going back.
You've seen handling errors off both ends, on both ends, off the kickoffs. And again, just indicates just how difficult it is out there on the field, how slippery that ball is. But ball security is so important. You have to do your best to bring those in because now we talked about territory and possession in favor of Notre Dame early. The tides have turned, and it's been all Kutztown for the past minute and a half or so.
Ball out, slicing back in. Great run there. That's Wesley Dayton. Wesley Dayton has had a good weekend, and he's going to tie this up right now. Is that Trumbull, Connecticut native with his second of the weekend at least.
And a good run that time by Wesley Dayton, the criminal justice major. It's almost criminal how he goes through this line. Look at that. Get off of me. Stiff arm to the side to the oncoming defender from Notre Dame. What a line. What a run by Wesley Dayton. Take a look. Here it is again. There's that fend off and straight between the uprights.
That is the try. It's 14-12 Kutztown after 2 tries from Notre Dame. It's halftime. We'll be back in a minute with the rest of this third, fourth place matchup.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone and it was a lot of fun and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in 7s. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was to be the biggest testament for the future of the game.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, you know, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of like the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing. And
Here are the early tries here, Mike. Notre Dame gets this first one from Dunn.
Yeah, Notre Dame gets 2 early scores, but Kutztown, not to be outdone, gets 2 of their own right before the halftime whistle, and more importantly, converts both of them. That gives them that 2-point lead coming into the second half. Now, mind you, Kutztown played a little bit shorthanded for some of that first half. They played with someone off due to a yellow card infringement from not being back 10 on a penalty. They'll need to keep everybody on the field to hold on to this lead and walk away with the bronze medal.
Kutztown looking for that bronze. This is the bronze medal third, fourth place match. It comes down into the hands of Kutztown. Good first start there. That's Ben Collison breaking through, and Collison's going to touchdown for 5 points. Good start there for the Golden Bears, looking for this third, fourth place medal. As you said, Mike.
Ben Collison.
The kickoff is just such an issue, but look at the support that Kutztown has. We've seen the errors that have come off the back of them, and then as a result, Kutztown just crowds that space where the kick is landing. Good defend at the end, and he's in there. Great start to this second half by Kutztown.
There's a question there whether this could have been a knock-on into Collison's hands. But it was not, so 19-12, unconverted that time. 6 minutes to go.
Hey, when I put time back on, use it, okay? When I put time back on, use it, okay? All right. Time back.
Little conversation with the referee there. Wants him to get going. Hanging one high up in the air is Benedict Quinn. Looking for another take off of the restart there, where the ball hits and rolls in a touch. We'll see whose ball it is. Referee and assistant referee conferring here.
No. So, hey, off right out of that.
It's going to be a Notre Dame ball here. Notre Dame needs a converted try to tie this one up. Notre Dame players coming in, looking for LaFranchi up in the middle, but doesn't go straight. Tough one in the weather. So it's going to be a choice for a scrum or a lineup for Kutztown. You can nearly be sure they'll take that scrum, Mike.
Tough one in the weather is right, and they needed that possession. They haven't had the ball in quite some time. As I mentioned, the end of the first half was all Kutztown, and the start of the second has continued that momentum, and again, been all Kutztown. Notre Dame hasn't really been able to get anything going offensively. So they need the ball in their hands. 2 minutes gone by already. Not much time left. Down by 7, they need the ball.
Little bobble there, so Notre Dame able to press here on defense. Kutztown, hard runner coming through the middle there. What a line, going to take that one ahead. Alexander Richard gets taken down just about 5 meters out. Collecting that ball, looking wide, getting the ball into the hands of Quinn. Quinn going to head to the corner, and no problem, he's going to touch it down. Kutztown bounce back from those 2 early tries from Notre Dame and have been nothing but a scoring machine since.
And a great stutter step on the outside by Benedict Quinn to just stand his defender up. Take a look, Kutztown straight through the middle, a couple of fend-offs, recycle possession, and then all you need is a little one-on-one on the outside, and check out the stutter step. There it is, just stands his defender up. As soon as he goes upright, the rest is history. Benedict Quinn knew what he was doing the entire time, was in the driver's seat from start to finish. Left-hand fend into the corner for another try for Kutztown.
Referee wanted the player to take a conversion. He's going to miss that one, but they're 24-12, looking strong with 3 minutes 45 to go. Remember, stay with us. We have the national championship matchup between the Wheeling University Cardinals and the Dartmouth College Big Green coming up after this. Both teams have been back-to-back champions of the CRCs, Wheeling the last 2 years. We'll see if they can be unseated. It's going to be a matchup, but right now we have Notre Dame and Kutztown. Little mistake from Notre Dame. You can see the Kutztown reserves are thrilled with that as they're rolling towards a third-place finish.
You'd can see the frustration there. Again, these kickoffs. I think everybody that's out there at this point is in a situation where they're thinking, this weather, just hopefully that kickoff doesn't come my way, because it is like a bar of soap trying to catch that ball out of the air. So Kutztown bats it back in. Cannot be handled by Notre Dame. And at this point, time is not on their side. As I've mentioned, they've gone pretty much this entire half without the ball in hand. And that's been quite an issue for them.
Asanidze gets us started. Big drive in the middle of the field from Luki Janssen van Vuren. Notre Dame trying to take this one away. The fight's coming here for it. Penalty against Kutztown for holding that in. We're going to have a yellow card potentially here. No, we're not. Referee is just going to tell the Kutztown players they have to move away. And Notre Dame, really, like you said, Mike, one of the first possessions of the ball as Blanton looks at it. Blanton looking for a way through, but he's got 4 defenders in front of him. Gets around 3 of them. The 4th one catches him. He's going to hand that ball away. They're going to have to get this ball set. They have some work to do. 10 points down, 2 minutes. Penalty is going to help. That's a penalty against this Kutztown team.
And Notre Dame taking their time here. Not quite sure why. As I mentioned, time is not their friend. They've got quite a gap to close, and it's more than a 1-point game, so they need 2 scores on the board, converted or not, to make something happen. There's a high tackle. That'll help their case, though.
And they're going to get a yellow card here as well. It's going to be the try scorer. Scored that great try earlier. Did Wesley Dayton. Now he's going to be off the field. Minute 40. 10 points down. Need a little pep in their step here, do Michigan. Do Notre Dame. Turned over there by Kutztown. Kutztown look to shade that ball away, but hangs on to it. Not releasing there by Notre Dame. The referee's going to bring that one back. Time winding down, minute 12. They're up by 10. See if they want to slow this down. They do have a player on the field. Could take the scrum. It looks like they may be looking for the lineout.
And this is the right call here, John. You can see them pointing to the corner. I think if they do go to the corner, yes, this will take plenty of time off the clock. Perhaps bring their player back onto the field from that yellow card. And this is going to all but do it for Notre Dame, as Kutztown is in absolutely no hurry to get this ball back in play.
Referee calling for Kutztown to get in there. Don't want to get called for time wasting at this point. 30 seconds on the clock. Up to the front they go. Taken down by Richard. Bouncing around, winds up in the hands of Notre Dame. Offsides, however, so it's going to be a penalty here. Linky is going to argue that one, but here come Kutztown. Kutztown through Richard. Looking for late points, are at the 10-second mark. Could be a little referee's time, but it looks like the bronze medal third place match is going to go the way of the Golden Bears. Golden Bears, great tournament so far. Only loss to Wheeling in the previous match, the semifinal. We have a penalty against the Kutztown Golden Bears. And here comes Notre Dame. If they score, probably won't make a difference. They're going to go for the run here. A little mazy run around the outside. A little one-on-one duel going on. Looking right there. It's Colin Ardise going for it. Gets the ball back inside to Linky. Linky's going to make a run. He's across the 40. These defenders not giving up yet. Winding the other way. Gets taken down. Notre Dame want this final 5 points. Ardise gets it. Kicks it over to the side there. Bounces it back. Looks like it's gone forward. The referee sees it. They're going to whistle it up, and it's going to be Kutztown University. The Golden Bears are going to take the 3rd and 4th place game, and we will step aside. We're going to bring you the championship match in just a minute.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
It's an absolutely great experience. I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby! If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible...
Welcome to the championship. 32 teams started to remain. Dartmouth and Wheeling. One of them is going to be your national champion at the Collegiate Rugby Championships, National Collegiate Rugby's flagship event. Mike Petrie with John Broker. Mike Petrie, this is Dartmouth.
Dartmouth, what a tournament they've had so far. They take it to Notre Dame just hours ago to set up this championship game with defending champions Wheeling. And Dartmouth won that one at the death. They scored at the very end of the game. And Wheeling, they came out of the gates a little bit slow. Kutztown strikes first. But then from there on out, it was all Wheeling. And they were doing things that they do best. Scoring tries, making big hits, and then this is how that game ended. A sprint to the corner and carrying that momentum into this championship final. Can anyone stop Wheeling, John? We'll find out if Dartmouth is up to the task.
Here come your two teams right now. Dartmouth obviously in green, and in the black and red is Wheeling. Wheeling are back-to-back champions the last 2 years, but know the fact that earlier on in 2011 and 12, Dartmouth were back-to-back champions. So both of them are back-to-back champions. Wheeling have made it through all their games. Indiana Tech 45-0, Utah State 38-10, Belmont Abbey 29-10, Kutztown 17-10. And we're going to take a break for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able, please stand, remove your ball caps for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red gleamed, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was awesome.
With the Star Spangled Banner, we are ready for this championship matchup. It is going to be Wheeling, as we said, in the black and red, and in green, the big green of Dartmouth. Mike Petrie. We're going to look at Wheeling right now, how they got here. We looked at this just a second ago. Indiana Tech, Utah State, Belmont Abbey, and Kutztown was their road to this moment. Wheeling high-flying, 129 points for, 30 against. 4-0, of course. You have to go undefeated to win this one. The Dartmouth Big Green. Big Greens matchups for AIC, St. Bonaventure, Michigan, Notre Dame in the semis. They have made it here to face Wheeling. We are just about ready to go as we look at the points. A little less, 56 points for, 40 against. Dartmouth ready to kick us off here. Impressive team. We will see who goes home a national champion. Mike Petrie, are you ready for this one?
This should be epic, I will say. Dartmouth comes into this one a little bit battle-hardened. If you saw those score lines, much closer games for Dartmouth throughout this tournament. They have proven that they are hungry. They are ready to take on the defending champions and get their title back into New Hampshire.
Big collisions in the air there, but it comes back to Wheeling from that restart. Shadrick Mondaza went up and got that one. A little rain here in Boyd's, Maryland. Kick ahead by Mondaza. Is he going to get a hold of this one? It comes off his toe. Another player hits it. Dartmouth coming back on this one. We'll bring it back. That's Rocky Dutta. Brought that one in from Plymouth, New Hampshire. Penalty of a player playing someone on the ground against Dartmouth, so Wheeling have the first penalty.
And one of the things we saw Wheeling do in their previous game was so well off of these set-piece moves. They're so patient. They have their strike phases set up, and then they can really punish you with some of their really powerful runners in the outside channels.
Wheeling taking that one in. Dartmouth looking for that quick take. There are 4 defenders around that breakdown, so if there's room outside, we'll see where it comes to. The ball comes out to Mondaza. Mondaza, the magic man, looking for some space, looking for the switch back in to Muga Rigodi. Muga Rigodi lets that one slip. It's going to be a scrum here for Dartmouth.
And that was great defensive work that time from Dartmouth. You see what Wheeling was trying to do. They were trying to spread the field. They were trying to go from one wide channel to the other, isolate some of their faster runners on the outside, but Dartmouth up to the task, and Wheeling had no option but to switch back inside. And in these conditions, like we've said, we've seen so many handling errors. The pass goes to ground, and it's Dartmouth's ball for the first possession of this championship final.
Coach! To the big number 8 there, Magoshi Mashigo, 6'6", 220 in the game for Wheeling. They have a big forward pack that brings the power. They have Musanguini pulling some strings and Shadrick Mondaza around. Look at that show as they break right through the middle. It's a foot race. Mondaza's in chase. Are they going to the corner? It's going to be a first try. Richard Wofford has 3 on the weekend. Richard Wofford has 4 on the weekend, and the first points go to the Dartmouth Big Green.
Speaking of Big Green, how about the big stride on Wofford? Take a look at this. A good show and go on the wrap. There it is. Ball leaves his hands just momentarily. And then to win a foot race like this, wow. That is outstanding stuff for this young player out of Atlanta, Georgia. Outstanding work there from Richard Wofford. I mean, look at him go. Look at that pump. Look at that stride. And all smiles on his way in for the first try of this championship final right between the uprights.
Try was converted towards 7-0 Dartmouth over Wheeling. National championship on the line. Will they respond? Dartmouth scores first. In the last 2 games, Wheeling's opponent has scored first, and they've gone ahead to win. So not an unusual position for them. Ball doesn't go 10, so Shadrick Mondaza going to take it to midfield and set something up.
That's tough, John, for Dartmouth. You do something so well. You score a try like that, hit the conversion on your first possession of the game, and then you give Wheeling an opportunity like this right in the middle of the field. That's not where you want to be, and here's why.
And Niamunda is going to take that one around. It's going to be Alex Niamunda going to answer quickly for the Cardinals and put down 5 points, as they've done in each of their last 2 games, answering when a try is scored against them immediately into the game.
John, I feel like we saw that exact same play. If you were to run the highlights back from the semifinal game, it was almost identical. Wheeling gets scored on first, and then moments later on the ensuing kickoff, This guy just powers himself right up the middle of the field to score. I believe the last time he did it up the sideline, though, in their semifinal. But nonetheless, that is a powerful unit and tough to stop, this Wheeling Jesuit freight train. But again, Dartmouth, they are defending champions in their own right in this tournament. They've got a few titles under their belt. This is the game of the weekend, no doubt, within this bracket.
Backwards, play.
Wofford lets that one slip, so it's back into Wheeling hands. Coming out to the hard-working Naven Couch. Couch shows the outside. Couch looking to go, has to take it into contact. Dartmouth launched in and latched over that ball. Great work there by Phillips. He lets everybody know. So penalty here for Dartmouth. They slow down that Wheeling freight train, and it's going to be there put in at the scrum.
This is a smart move here by Dartmouth. They scored off of a similar play last time, off of the scrum, set-piece strike move. They fake the wrap around to the outside. The show and go straight up the guts of that Wheeling defense.
Keep an eye on everything, guys.
And so they're in a similar position here in and around their 22. They've got to get this ball cleanly to the back and then release their back line into this Wheeling midfield.
Ethan Knight been a key player for this team, and he shows it right here as he breaks up that left-hand side. Trying to push away Mondaza. They both take a ride on the wet turf. And Dartmouth on the run down this side. That's Rocky Dutta. Dutta has a player right in and over. Is he going to get penalized? It's going to be a penalty against Wheeling for putting your hands beyond the ball on the ground, not supporting your weight. And Dartmouth is the strategy here, Mike, relying on these scrums as soon as there's a penalty.
We've seen them do it time and time again. They keep choosing these scrums. They have a lot of confidence in their set-piece moves. They've had 2 line breaks so far, so 2 scrums, 2 big line breaks, the first for a try. This one, they go from 22 to opposition 22. So excellent setup here for Dartmouth if we want to punch another one in.
Dartmouth get that one in, hold it steady. Looking to go forward. Knight just slips through, looking for somebody to pass to and finds it. Gets the ball into Teddy Johnson's hands. Can they work this ball back? There should be some numbers out wide here, but looking to keep it as Wofford. Wofford may have wanted to take one of those other options, but he's going to go to the ground here. We're going to back for a whistle. It's got to be a penalty here against Wheeling, I would imagine. It is indeed. So Big Green, another opportunity. Let's see if they take the scrum or inside the 10 if it's a different idea.
Scrum option.
Scrum they'll take, Mike.
Last scrum was great, guys.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, John. This is something that's worked for them 2 times in a row. That time, another line break straight through the heart of that Wheeling defense. And what it does is it forces those Wheeling players to come in from the side. They're trying to pile into that breakdown, try to create a turnover, make it a little bit sloppy, but instead they give a penalty away back to Dartmouth, and this is prime attacking moment for Dartmouth.
Knight gets a ball, not coming forward on that was Wofford, but cutting back in, looking at the try line. It's a try for Schlager. Max Schlager touches that one down. That should be 6 on the weekend. Great work by the Big Green. We'll take another look here. One of their moves off the scrum. They have a number. This works out for them.
Your 30 seconds starts now, okay?
Absolutely. Speaking of numbers, have Wheeling's number at this set-piece moment. I mean, several scrums they've chosen. They've line broke, made a line break, or scored a try each and every time. And this time it's Max Schlager from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that does a nice fancy step back to the inside, and then look at that excitement. They now take the lead. Big moment there for the Big Green off of some big set-piece play in the scrums.
That is going to be the halftime there. We are going to step aside here at the National Championship matchup. 12-7, Dartmouth leads. We'll be back with an exciting finish and a national champion in just a minute.
We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most of them haven't had beans on toast ever, and they're definitely experiencing that here, but they're also getting a chance to watch players that they look up to playing in the Women's Rugby World Cup here in England, which is incredibly important for them to see these people, because if you could see it, you can be it, and we are so happy that our athletes can see the Eagles, and I know they also want to be the Eagles, so this is a massive opportunity for them.
Welcome back to second half action. The first half, it was absolutely outstanding. Exactly what we expected. Dartmouth strikes first off a set piece move, but moments later, off the ensuing kickoff, Wheeling scores right between the uprights, and then right at the halftime whistle, Dartmouth off a scrum strikes one more time. What a game we have here, John. This is exactly what we'd expect from these two powerhouse programs in the National Sevens Championship game.
Absolutely, Mike. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to crown a national champion in 7 minutes. The Wheeling University Cardinals, back-to-back champions, facing the Dartmouth College Big Green, back-to-back champions in the early 2010s. Everything to play for here. John Broker with Eagle legend Mike Petrie for this one. Niamunda, the try scorer for Wheeling, takes that one down, and they're going to restart this ball. Be curious to see what the comments were from the coaches at halftime as they come across field here, looking to put a little speed on it, getting the ball to the foot. Referee's fine with that. Mugaragodi puts it to the boot. The grass is wet. He kicks it through, and they're going to come back. Went through the back of the try zone there. Good effort. Mike, I think some of the strategy is seeing that space in behind.
That's the second time that Wheeling has put that kick through. We've seen lots of teams throughout this tournament playing 7-up, leaving that backfield open. And Wheeling, it's a bit of a gamble. When you put that ball on the ground, good things can happen, but it can also go terribly wrong. That time, not such a bad outcome for Wheeling. The ball gets kicked out the back of the end zone. And so we're going to scrum down now to Dartmouth. And that's the exact position that Dartmouth likes to be in. They choose scrum time and time again at penalties. So this is a very familiar position for them.
Dartmouth, coached by Kyle Sumption, Dominic Waring, and Hunter Blanchard, have gone to the left-hand side here. Get it to the wing to Wofford. Wofford raising his hand time and time again for the Big Green. Wheeling trying to get in over that one and force the penalty. How quickly can they do that? Was that Shadrick Mondaza? Was that player not 10? Are we going to see a card? The referee sends Ethan Knight, a key player, to the bin for 2 minutes. Wheeling will be salivating at this.
They absolutely will. And Dartmouth, I think that was a bit of desperation for that particular moment, trying to keep Wheeling from the quick tap and sprint to the end zone. So we'll see if they can continue to hold their lines and keep Wheeling out. They've been really good about responding when people have scored on them, John. But that there, we're coming back, and that's in Dartmouth's favor.
That works to Dartmouth there. Referee was in great position as that ball just skips forward. We'll take a look, Mike.
And here it is, and that's a great look. Great job by our camera crew and our referee right on scene. Not happy with its trajectory through the hit. And so there we go, a good look at Dartmouth College. Scrum half about to put the ball in and get this reset for them. Again, they've had so much success in this aspect of play, John.
Push coming on this time, but we're going to get a free kick here. Early push from Wheeling. So Dartmouth is going to slow this one down. Want to take care of that yellow card. We'll see what their decision is. It's a short arm free kick penalty. Cannot take the scrum, so they're going to have to run this ball. They will take their time about it, as we said, trying to burn away some of this card. So they give it to a big, powerful runner in Phillips. Phillips misses 2 runners and goes around. Big Mashigo tries to get in there, but nothing happening. Dartmouth just playing conservatively, quite intelligently here. This dangerous Wheeling team. The Rugby Sevens IQ across the board can be dangerous. Wofford goes to ground. They're trying to win that one. Dartmouth's going to hang on to it. Straight forward goes Phillips. Phillips, big, strong, and powerful, but he's got Niamunda, and Niamunda is going to turn that one over. Niamunda has the ball in hand. Not releasing. Here come Wheeling. 3.5 minutes to go. Players still in the bin here for Dartmouth. They have to have strong defense here. Mendoza gets the ball away, puts the ball in the hands of Michael Mulea. Mulea goes to ground. They got players across the field, but a little side here, and Niamunda is going to spot it. He's just going to sidestep around it, and Alex Niamunda is going to get a second. He has been key with these tries. To Alex Niamunda.
As I mentioned, I think in the previous game, I almost said this verbatim. Niamunda, you just need to give him a crack of daylight, and he's going to break that door down. And that's exactly it. I mean, look at that. There is not much space there to work with, but that's all he needs. One-on-one, walks the tightrope down the sideline. But then the hustle from Dartmouth to stay on the job, because this upcoming kick, John, this is what it hinges on right now. We're all locked up at 12, but not anymore. That kick goes straight through. That's a big kick from Wheeling to nail that conversion.
We have a 2-point game here. Great try by that man, Alex Niamunda. Did a wonderful job. Ball kid coming across field. It's going to take a second for that one. Musanguini going to get us started. Be ready for a very, very high restart. Crowd obviously enjoying some of the ball players there. Musanguini capped for Zimbabwe in 15s recently as their fly half. As going to the air are Dartmouth. So they come down with that one, they do, but it slipped forward out of the hands. So it's going to be a scrum here to Wheeling.
And that's just a tough break. We've seen this throughout the tournament. With this wet weather, those kickoffs are so difficult to handle. And that was a great effort that time by Dartmouth. The second effort, I should say. You go up first, you bobble it a little bit. But then that was Richard Wofford trying to just reach out and grab it back in. But not to be. Wheeling scrum.
Wheeling have the scrum. They have some space on that side of the field. The referee's just going to bring that one up. Minute 15 seconds to go here. Clock working in the favor of Wheeling.
Front rowers always left. Crouch. Bind.
Wheeling coached by Jojo Bakasisi Kakala and Max Hamilton. Shadrick Mendoza gets it, moves it into the back line. Ball slips, not knocked forward there. Comes by Musanguini. Uncharacteristic, not great handling here. Muga Gordy gets knocked back. Niamunda settles. Coming back, 45 seconds. What can Wheeling do, and what can Dartmouth do to turn this over? Got to get some players in there. Quick to the breakdown are the Cardinals. That ball spills. Musanguini, he's tackled. Players in and over quick. 30 seconds to go on the game clock. Dartmouth need a big turnover here as the ball goes wide. Still want to run it wide. Do these Wheeling Cardinals. Little step there coming around from Michael Andrews. No. Wheeling comes back with it. Dartmouth thought they were going to turn that one over. As they go for the kick, they go for the long one. Phillips going back on that one. He's a big, powerful runner. He's not the fastest big green player out there. The ball gets kicked ahead. It's going to roll through. Do they have time for a scrum out there? We are going to find out from the referee.
He's diving for the ball. He's hit feet first. Scrum number 22.
We're going to come back. It's going to be a scrum here for the Dartmouth Green. Big Green. Mike, you have to figure this is pretty much the last chance dance for this Big Green team.
Last play.
John, you couldn't have scripted this better. This is as good as it gets. The Sevens National Championship game down to the wire. 2 points, the difference between these two sides. And Dartmouth with the final possession of the game in a position they like to be in, a midfield scrum. They've scored twice off of scrums. There are 2 tries that they have in this game. Both came off of scrums. Wow. John, I'm this is fantastic.
This is fantastic. Wofford, key player here, they're saying would need a blood sample. They can't clean him up quickly. The referee seems happy with it. They're going to bring it back on there. Wofford's such a key player to this team. You would hate to see them have to see out these last few seconds, this last play. As you said, Mike, this is excitement. I have goosebumps. We're going to watch the Big Green. Can they snatch a national championship away right now? That ball slips in behind. Not exactly what they would have wanted. They're back at their full complement. They have to be very careful here, as does Wheeling. Don't want to give away any penalties to the Cardinals. They bring it out to Wofford. Wofford slows down. Wofford puts a pass around the corner. This player may be a little isolated in their quicker, the Big Green. Hearts racing on both of these teams. Tired bodies. Great weekend both. That ball hits the ground again. Not what they want. Did it knock on? Referee says no. In they go. Is that Mulea's ball? Sorry, that is Niamunda's ball. And Niamunda is going to kick that one in a touch, and Wheeling are your back-to-back national champions at the Collegiate Rugby Championship. It has been a fantastic tournament. 32 teams started, 1 team wins. Dartmouth holding their head high. Tremendous work. Mike, your thoughts?
What a game. What a game. Like I said, you cannot have scripted the tournament better. Every team, so much fun to watch, so many close battles. The third place game was outstanding. The championship game was outstanding, and this is what it's all about. Devastation for Dartmouth, but they played so well. And it came down to the final play of the game, right down to the wire. That's what this is all about.
You see the trophy right there they've been given. There's going to be an interview coming up. If you want more rugby, don't go away. It's going to be the D3, D2, and then D1 championships coming up for the men after this. And then tomorrow all day, it is the women's championships. You look at the three-peat, Naven Couch been a part of all of them. Such a talented player. The Wheeling players thrilled with this effort as well. They should be doing Wheeling University proud. Women will be playing again tomorrow. Got knocked out of the medal rounds. Take a look at Mike Geibel there. Been a key player, a key member of the Wheeling community. And we are going to go down to Gigi for an interview.
All right, Mike and John, thank you so much. I'm here with the champion 3 times in a row now. What does this mean to you and to the team?
It's a great feeling. We're amazed. We had to fight this battle as a battle against the other boys with our brothers. But I'd like to thank the Lord first, and we'll keep on training and getting better to get another 4th one. Yeah.
What did it take behind the scenes to get to this moment?
A lot of hard work, sacrifices, a lot of things. Like in the boys back home who helped us to prepare for this game. I'd like to thank them. Thank our coaches for everything they do for us.
And is there anyone you want to highlight on your team that you feel like doesn't get enough credit?
There are a lot of boys, but I'll just say Panashem Gorgodi is upcoming. And do you remember the name Panashem Gorgodi?
Well, we're going to go let you celebrate. Congratulations, 3 years in a row now.
Yeah, we're stoked. We're excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and back to you, Mike and John.
Thank you, Gigi. Joy and elation for the Wheeling team. What a premier division it has been in 2026. Stay tuned, as I said, for D3, D2, D1 championships. Come in for all the women's championships tomorrow, all on NCR TV. Dartmouth put up a strong fight here. Wheeling comes out on top. We thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of this tournament.
Consistency on 3. 1, 2, 3.
do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together, you know. We had a mix of A side, B side, forwards, back.
Welcome into Boyd's, Maryland, the Maryland Soccerplex, the home of the 2026 National Collegiate Rugby's College Rugby Championship. We are just about ready to crown another national champion. Wheeling your first of the day. Right now we've got Slippery Rock taking on Denver. I'm Tim Wilkes, joined by Craig Wilson. And Craig, a strong first couple of matches there for Slippery Rock, and they were fantastic in coming back and taking down Richmond 27-7 earlier.
Oh, absolutely. They are a team that knows how to go forward, very direct. Keep an eye out for Kruzliak. He is a big, big player for them.
2024 champs looking to do it again 2 out of the last 3 years. On the other side, it's Denver, the Pioneers, with a big 15-12 win over Springfield earlier. They got a lot of pop in their step. Anthony Rice, their number 6, one of the standouts.
Yeah, Denver had to go deep in their semi-final. A come from behind victory to get them into this game. This is going to be an absolute cracker between Slippery Rock and Denver. I cannot wait to call it with you.
And both these teams undefeated through the tournament. That's the beauty of the College Rugby Championships. And they had a fantastic tournament. Your leading try scorer, as you mentioned, Cameron Kruzliak. Also have Alec Harbison with 3 tries, and Zachary Harrington, the number 15, dangerous player as well, with 3 also. On the other side for Denver, again 3-0, a big 19-0 victory to kick things off. And they are again led by Anthony Rice with 5 tries. Also keep an eye out for Benjamin Hyman, number 13, as well, as he's got 2 to his name. Just about ready to rock and roll again. Tim Wilkes and Craig Wilson, the contact coach, taking you through all the action, giving you the analysis here for the D3 National Championship. Next level rugby production. We thank everybody and all of you at home joining us here wherever you may be. It's D3 Rugby Championship time, taken by Slippery Rock. As John Ellick pulls it down and starts the charge for the Rock. Strong work from Harrington. He is quite squirmy back there, can get through just about any gap, but right now they're just going to have to play through the hands. That one off the mitts. To the deck, though, not quite expecting that pass was Ellick, and we have our turnover in our first scrum for Denver.
Yeah, Slippery Rock just forced it a little bit too much. They were starting to build some nice momentum. Number 20 there, Xavier Moya. He was just trying to free his teammate, but a bit under pressure there from the Denver defense, who stood up nicely, and that has earned a knock on, and this is a scrum in a very threatening attacking position for Denver.
Benjamin Hyman, the junior out of Longmont, Colorado, gets this one out the back. He is pressured immediately by Sinatra, but a little too quick. Offsides was Sinatra, and now the quick tap coming in from Hyman. Gets sent to the deck about 7 meters short. Here on the near corner, this one's knocked backwards. Strong work from Slippery Rock, and this one squirts out again. We'll see how the referee decides to handle this. A little bit of a couple of different bobbles there. And the intentional knock-on, Craig, will send off Kruzliak, their leading try scorer for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, that is a big, big thing for Slippery Rock there. Cameron Kruzliak, as you see him running off, he is one of the main people in the Slippery Rock team, and also he's one of their main scrummagers. So this is a really smart play here from Denver, because that's going to bring the defense really nice and tight, and that's going to create an instant overload on the outside. This is an even better attacking position here for Denver.
So put in again for Hyman. Gets it out with ease. They look to sprint out to the right-hand side, but a strong tackle in the center of the pitch. That time, a good one from Harrington. Need to push, little pick and go, gets him nothing. Out to the right-hand side. Quick through the hands, could open something up. But it's again bobbled backwards, and possibly knocked forward again.
Calm down. Calm down. Release the tackler.
Yeah,
Calm
slippery
down,
rock
says
there.
the-
Just getting involved in that ruck. Referee's telling him to calm down. He wants a real sensible match here. Denver maybe could have just moved that ball just 1 or 2 passes away. That's where the space is. You can see how narrow that slippery rock defense is as they call the scrum one more time. And in the middle of the field, this is where big opportunities are going to be opened up. They're going to have defensive back on either side of this scrum. So that means there's going to be acres of space. Let's see if Denver can capitalize on this now. As we see that defensive setup, there are holes everywhere. Let's see what they can do.
Denver a little bit better on the point differential with the defensive stand, but this time straight up they went in the scrum, and it's a turnover. Slippery Rock on the front foot. See what the Rock can do now.
No, release now.
So take this one into contact inside their own 22. Little fake and trying to find some space on the outside, but that door gets slammed shut again. Cross will just take it into contact. Slippery Rock dominated their last match. Again, over 26 points in every single match this weekend. They look good right now. Tied game, little inside ball, but it goes off the mitts, went forward. Moyer couldn't handle it, and it does eventually trickle out into touch. So Denver with another opportunity, they'll have the line out.
Yeah, really good defensive effort there from Denver. Just as you thought, Slippery Rock were going to make it down the wing as we see Cameron Kruzliak. He's back on the field. Evie raring to go. Slippery Rock just forcing that offload on the inside. Denver defenders were there. And it just shows you how tight and how fine these margins are for both teams in this D3 National Championship final.
Again, Slippery Rock, your 2024 national champions, looking to go 2 of the last 3 here. We'll have another scrum at it. It's not quite stable enough for our referee. And thank you to all the referees traveling up here. It's been an incredible weekend. We still got all the women's finals tomorrow, but a couple of more champions to be crowned even after this match. 3 more on the night. We already saw Wheeling with the first one. They took down Dartmouth 14-12. They're in the Premier Division. Good job by Denver to get this one out the side. High tackle coming in, advantage being played. That was Alec Harbison. A little bit too much around the neck that time. Oh, but it's coughed up by Denver. They've got this back in their sleeve here. They'll be able to come back for the penalty. Maybe push this one down the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, clear high tackle there. Good refereeing. Denver just finding it difficult to find holes right now. This Slippery Rock defense is getting off the line. They're getting man on man, and they're just finding space really difficult to come by. And that's why these scrums, they keep calling it to try and manipulate the overload with that 9 coming around the corner. And we saw earlier and all weekend what Denver can do with ball in hand. But right now, Slippery Rock, they haven't had a lot of possession, but they are hanging in there defensively. And if we look, there's only 1 minute 15 left. This half is absolutely flown by.
No score on the board. Back to full strength is the Rock as they look to crack it first, but it's Denver. They've got an overload there, but it's another strong tackle coming in from Harbison. Stifles that attack and sends them backwards inside their own 10-meter line. Looking for some space around the edge. That's Anthony Rice, the team's leading try scorer. Steubenville, Ohio. He gets sent to the deck, and back they come again. Good charging defense, not giving them much, but a beautiful pass over the top, even over the big 6'2" Kruzliak. We puff it up, though, eventually, and we see a little taste of what both these teams can do, but neither can put it together. Defense winning the day so far.
Oh, just check out the energy there from the sideline. Everyone is on their feet. That was a beautiful pass to put the Denver winger into some space, but that man, Cameron Kruzliak, he is there once again. He is such a talisman for this Slippery Rock team, and he just got himself latched on to that Denver attacker, forced the knock on. Massive play there.
Kruzliak, the senior, had 2 tries in their last match against Richmond. Looking to replicate that here, but so far it's slow going on the offensive end. A huge crash coming through, though. Just lost that one a couple of times in there, but the Rock continued to charge. Good strong tackle. Good hit from Hyman. Now they're back for more. Beautiful looping pass. Finds Sinatra. Can't get much more, but it's played by an offsides player. They'll get sent back 10.
Just a little bit too tempting there for Denver. They just kept themselves offside, and here we go with the kick through. Will he make it there? He absolutely does. How good was that from Harrington? What a play there, Tim.
Yeah, Zachary Harrington has been their danger man. He steps right behind Kruzliak. He's got 4 tries and a beautiful quick tap and just punched it through as that flat line presented itself, and he knew just what to do.
Oh, just brilliant play. Great awareness. He looked up, then the beautifully weighted kick, and then the finish. Kept his calm right in front of the camera. Zachary Harrington, that was a massive play. Slippery Rock have been on defense this whole game, and then they strike with the last action of the first half.
So that will do it for the first 7 minutes of action. You see Kruzliak, he loves it, and it's Slippery Rock on top 5-0 at the break in this D3 National Championship. We'll be right back.
We usually do a shorter sevens trip in the spring, but nothing abroad that I've been a part of. So this is a much bigger step up for everyone. You learn a lot, the players learn a lot. They learn about themselves probably more so than anything else, but it's a great way to get the guys coming together. You know, we had a mix of A-side, B-side, forwards, backs, experienced, unexperienced, and they're all a lot closer now than they were before. From the game, from the experience, from seeing a new country all together. It was great. It's great to see them all come together.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal.
Welcome back to the D3 National Championship on the line. Slippery Rock with the try late in the first half. Tim Wilkes with Craig Wilson, and Craig, what a beauty of a kick there at the end of the half.
Calmness to finish. That was a beautiful play there from Slippery Rock. But this game is in the balance, and you wouldn't expect anything less from a Division III National Championship game.
Strong work from both these sides, really stifling the other on the defensive end. Some big hits and one final moment of magic for Slippery Rock as they continue their charge, again looking for their second national championship in the last 3 years. High ball coming in to start things off from Chase Nething. Denver corral this one. Good snag from Peter Gray. Gets the Pioneers on the charge. Looking for a national championship. Always a quality perennial program. And there's the spike. It's Anthony Rice. Sparks the team over the midfield stripe, and here they come. Slippery Rock tries to get into it. Bobbled pass. Oh, and a knock-on called. Looked like it went backwards the whole time, but unfortunate stuff for Denver.
How good was that defense from Slippery Rock? Just as you thought, number 6 for Denver, Anthony Rice was getting through. It was a last-ditch tackle, all fingertips to get him back and on the floor. And then they just turned on the heat at that defensive ruck. That initially forced the knock-on, and that was a big play from Slippery Rock. Massive defense in the first half, and in this first minute of the second half, Slippery Rock are answering all the questions that Denver are throwing at them.
Had a little bit of rain here a couple hours ago, but it's cleaned up and the fans have made it back into the stands. Slippery Rock really taking the charge there on the fan section there, but here comes Harrington again. He's looking for try number 2. The speed to get around, gets wrangled, but I think he's able to get it down. Rice rolled him right into it. We're going to have to take a look at what you think there, Craig.
Oh, that was a try, and that was from this camera work. Amazing work. Harrington, he's pleading his case. He's listening.
Grounding.
Yeah. It's
Yeah?
a try.
Was it
Yeah.
try?
I see clear the ball.
Okay, clear the office 100%. Okay.
And it's a try. A spectacular try.
As they literally slip their way into the try zone. The roll from Rice, a good tackle. The momentum on this slick track takes them all the way through, and Harrington with the double.
That was some finish, but it all came from a starter play from the scrum. It was a wraparound play, as we've seen back here. That found the edge, and then Harrington saw the gap, and look at him go. And he was looking around. He didn't see the final defender. Is it Rice coming in? And this slippery surface for Slippery Rock was enough, and then it's just the nose of the ball touched it down. Excellent communication between the referee and the assistant referee. Great try there from Slippery Rock.
And the awareness, you saw Harrington, he knew right away. Great work, 2 tries, that's 5 on the weekend. And now Denver looking to come right back at it though. Peter Gray has it, but we are coming back. A knock-on called. Krusniak doesn't know the word stop. He keeps fighting, as does Denver. Finish it off on both sides. Beautiful stuff, but we're going to come back, I believe, to the scrum.
Yeah, it all came from that kickoff. When we look back at it here, there was a contest in the air. Looks like it bounced forward there. Referee right on the spot. And Denver, just as they thought they were making a line break, it comes all the way back. So a bit of a momentum shift here with Slippery Rock from that kickoff, forcing the knock on, taking a few more seconds out of the clock. And the scrum here.
Set up now here for Slippery Rock. They'll put this one through. Sinatra gets him back on the charge. He gets the return pass as well as he loops around. Harrington again busts through the defense, breaks the gain line, another 10 to his name. Here near side, Xavier Moyer with his first action shows the dancing feet. And really, as we move through this one, Craig, second half, 3 minutes left to play. A couple of subs coming in. Critical moments for both these squads.
Yeah, you're too right there. As Kruzulaki's trying to power way through, this is eating up valuable seconds here with a 10-0 lead as they start to move the ball wide. Is there space out there? They decide to go back inside, but the Denver defense is there at the ruck, but well secured there from Slippery Rock. It's a very narrow game here with all players in this screen right now.
Harrington continues to push. All in the center of the pitch. Rice is lurking out there on the defensive end, tries to come up and get the interception. And now they'll look to spin it around him. They had the 3v2, but Rice plays havoc with it, jars it loose, and they're gonna call the knock-on him as he made an excellent form tackle.
He's not happy there. He's a bit frustrated. He can see that the time is starting to tick. Slippery Rock, that was very good continuity. They were keeping the ball under extensive Denver pressure. They've got a scrum, and this, as we just look back here, there's a tackle. It looks like the arm came around and knocked it here. Look at this camera work, fantastic. Was it off his head? Was it off his hand? We'll never know, but it's a scrum. That's all we're going to do, and we play on from here.
Great next level rugby replay, and here's a burst through the teeth of the defense over the 22-meter line. Alec Corbison with 3 tries on the tournament, gets him a little closer. Look to attack here. Had him on the inside. Kruzliak gets it back anyway. Gets pounded from behind there as they try to chop that ball out. Denver not going to leave anything on the pitch here. Another defensive stand is what is required. But Slippery Rock keeps pushing forwards. 3 meters out, there's the pick and go, and they slam it home. Try number 3 for Slippery Rock.
Or was it Francher there who got himself over the line? He is happy, he is claiming it. Just as we look back here, it's very tight. Denver throwing absolutely everything into this, and the ball did go bobbling. Oh, look at this camera angle. We're going to get an excellent view of this as he powers through. Oh, that's a fantastic try. 2 hands on the ball. It bounces up, but that does not matter. Excellent play there from Slippery Rock, and with a minute left, 3 scores with the kick to come. Oh, they can start to breathe a little bit, but this game's not over. 17-0. They've still got to see it out and play until that final whistle.
Joe Felcher, the wing, just a freshman out of East Allegheny High School in North Versailles, Pennsylvania. He has been a little bit of a spark plug here, exactly what they needed as he gets his second try of the tournament. And one of the most important ones here is it pushes this lead maybe a little too far. Here's the kick forward, trying to come up with something here. Hyman hasn't been able to really get that to work. We've seen him use that strategy a couple times, but that will do it. Slippery Rock. The Rock has it again. 2 national championships in the last 3 years, and they get it done as the 2026 D3 national champions. Incredible performance. The hardware has been lifted. And Craig, it was a dominant performance. Denver just couldn't find any way around it. And that last try at the end of the first half really started the domino effect for Slippery Rock.
Yeah, absolutely. That was all built on great defensive effort. And then when the opportunities came, it was Harrington who got it going with those 2 tries. 17-0. Fantastic and well-earned win.
Great work from both these squads. A hard-fought victory for Slippery Rock. And we're going to send it down there to GG with one of the players, one of the most important. GG, what you got?
Reclaiming the title, back with Slippery Rock, again since 2024. Cam, how does this win feel?
It feels amazing. I'm glad we could bring back a W for Slippery Rock University. These boys, they work so hard, they really deserve it.
It was a team effort till the end. What did your team have to go through this season to be the champions you are now?
We battled through injury. We started practice in January, the first day we get back from school. It's negative degrees outside. These boys don't care. They love rugby.
And you guys put your blood, your heart, your sweat, your tears into this game. What does it mean to play rugby for Slippery Rock?
It means being a part of a brotherhood, a great program with a great coach, great fan base for all the people over there. We all just love each other. It's great.
All right, Cam, we're going to go let you celebrate and patch that eyebrow up. Congrats.
Thank you. Go Rock, baby.
All right, Mike and John, back to you up there. We're going to keep the trophy ceremonies going.
We've still got 2 more on the docket. D2 finals coming up next. An incredible performance from Slippery Rock. Cameron Kruzliak, another standout performance on the defensive end this time, as you see just how happy the boys from Slippery Rock are. Another national championship and beautiful effort from the boys. We will step aside. We still have a couple more champions to be crowned, so don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of rugby left.
It's been so much fun. I love getting to meet people from different schools and different experiences. It's been surreal with everything that we've gotten to do here.
I think my favorite memory has to be the flag bearing before the World Cup ceremony, like getting to walk out there with teammates and bear our country's flag before watching our country play in the World Cup was an insane moment for me personally. One of my favorite memories is probably the bus ride back after we won our first game. It was kind of quick right after we got here, but we bonded really quick with everyone, and it was a lot of fun, and we celebrated and had a great ride back.
Sounds good.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions.
It's a battle of the Carolinas. North Carolina versus South Carolina here in the D2 National Championship. UNC Wilmington taking on Coastal Carolina with everything to play for. I'm Tim Wilkes up here in the booth with Craig Wilson. And Craig, we watched these teams dominate in their previous matches earlier. UNC Wilmington with a huge 15-0 performance. and up against the Chanticleers, who took down Colorado Mesa 38-17 or to 7. Both dominant teams with excellent athletes all over the pitch.
Oh, you named it. These two teams have earned their right to be in this national championship game. You've got UNC Wilmington and Coastal Carolina. They were both dominant in their semi-finals. Some great celebrations as well. But they're going to have to go really deep here, because this is going to be an absolutely epic contest in this Division II National Championship Sevens final.
On the side here for UNC Wilmington, we mentioned it was a 15-0 victory over Northwestern. Maxton Buckingham, also Bannock Dione right there. Some of the leading scorers. Buckingham had 6 tries, Dione with 3 as they lead the way. Again, a dominant performance throughout, only giving up 24 points in 3 matches. A really tough squad. On the other side, for the Chanticleers from Coastal Carolina, keep an eye out for Griffin O'Connell. He leads the team with Christian Powers, both with 3 tries. Again, that 38-7 victory over Colorado Mesa really pushed their total points for, as they average 30 per match. And it all comes down to this, Craig. Should be an excellent one here with Scott Saylor getting us going.
Yeah, excited for this one. It's all about making a statement right from kickoff here. It's UNC Wilmington who have the rights to do that. Let's see if they can apply pressure early.
Coastal Carolina out of Conway, South Carolina, looking to take down the Seahawks here from UNC Wilmington. There was contact in the air that time. Got to wait before that player reaches the deck. Didn't do so, but not any heavy contact needing the card, and so we play on here. 15 seconds into it. Marshall keeps things moving off to the right-hand side to Carey. He breaks through over the midfield stripe as well. Got a few players coming in on the left-hand side. Dishes it off and keeps things moving through Christian Powers. Powers, nice little stutter step, spins around one and over the 22-meter line. Coastal Carolina looking to punch this one in early. Good offload, but Dione comes up with it, not held, spins out of it, and starts the first charge of the match here for the Seahawks.
Offside at the ruck.
A little too aggressive, so the Chanticleers had the first opportunity, and now they are on the back foot, back 10.
Pretty shaky defense initially there from Wilmington until Dione, he was like, I am going to put a statement down, made a significant hit, forced the offload, got possession back, and that led to that penalty. And it's a good clearance kick. They're going to trust their line out, and why wouldn't you when you've got Maxton Buckingham in there, 6'4", absolute beast of a player who can be an easy target. So it just allows Wilmington, after a shaky defensive start, to get their hands on the ball and build into this game.
Both these squads got some big players out there at 6'4". They've both got a couple of them. Frank Carey, number 7 for Coastal Carolina, can get up there as well. And it looks like he got his mitt on that one, maybe knocked it forward, but play on, says the referee. And a penalty in the end here, not releasing the call on Dione. They'll quick tap. They've got a full line set up. See if they can get around the corner here. Defense backs off a little bit. Charging run from Frank Carey. He tries to dish that one off, but it does not stop before going over the line. Scott Saylor couldn't save it. And 2 minutes into this one, we'll have a line out coming for the Seahawks.
It's been a nervy start for both teams here. Coastal Carolina, they have had the bulk of the possession, but they just haven't been very crisp in their passing with that one rolling into touch. On the other hand, Wilmington, it wasn't the best of lineouts, but they get an opportunity to put it right straight away.
They're able to bring this one down. Dione has it. Looks to dish it off. Back to the pocket they go. And it's a take there, but contact was already made. So Carey gets dinged a second time now. And they'll come back for more over the midfield stripe. That's Marsh. Dig it out of there through Wiseman. He's chased from behind. Strong work on the defensive end from Carey. Again, 6'4", 205 out there chasing down the fly half.
Dropped into it.
Charging run coming in. That's Buckingham, or excuse me, that was Maxton Buckingham, 6'4", coming in there. Penalty given. A player down for the Seahawks, but they don't care. They're going to push forward. Just tripped up as Mason Howlett flings it back to try and keep things moving. Still a player down. We'll spin through a couple. Good movement from Kerry Cortez. But again, that pass a little bit awry. Has Coastal Carolina right in their face. Dione around the corner, maybe around one of the players, but did not obstruct, says the referee. And Coastal Carolina got their hands on it. And Frank Carey again gets the turnover.
Well, not a ton of shape or structure in that. That was just two teams going at it. I don't think I've seen so many turnovers within a minute for a long time as they decide to kick it out and go for a scrum. But that was an excellent turnover there at the breakdown by number 1, Landon Wilson. He is a big man, but he got nice and low for that turnover, and a vital turnover at that for Coastal Carolina. These two teams are going at it. They are leaving nothing on this field.
Craig, kind of starting to see a little bit the same thing in these championship matches. Not a lot of high scoring throughout the tournament. Both these teams have been incredible, but just as we've seen, it was a 14-12 win for Wheeling. Only 15 points up on the board for Slippery Rock, and now we're 2.5 minutes away from halftime and still all zeros on the board.
There's a classic adage what we've all heard, that defense wins championships, and it really is vital. The defense is significant to allow you to get the ball back to then put it on. But as we saw in that D3 final just a few moments ago from Slippery Rock, defense is absolutely crucial. And both teams right now, with 2 minutes on the clock, 0-0, they're going to be somewhat happy because the next score is going to be absolutely vital to how this next few minutes goes ahead.
Big boys there, number 6 and number 7, both over 6'4", and a big drive again. It was Carey getting the better of it, but they get dinged for the penalty as they kind of turned that one 90 degrees before pushing forwards. They'll come out here. The Seahawks had a pass in line, but it's going to go all the way out into touch. Looked like they had an opportunity. I think that was Xavier Harrington that just couldn't snag that one.
Yeah, big opportunity there. Just found an outside edge. All we needed was that pass to go to hand, but look, as much as it was strong attack, once again, the defense was there, applying pressure, forcing the skill set. And remember, this is now game 4. These teams have been working hard, and no team is easy to beat at this national tournament. So fatigue is a significant part of how these finals go.
Christian Powers in and out with ease. Flings this one off, but it led him a little too far. The Seahawks charge through. It was Wiseman smashing in, trying to play havoc with it. Off to the right-hand side, it's Powers again. He loses it. Seahawks, 50 seconds left to try and get the first points up on the board in the first half. Dione bends off one, dances around a second. No more advantage to be played here. Coastal Carolina retreat. There's the run. Good defense to come up. Looks like there was a gap there, but O'Connell slammed the door shut. There's another burst. They're through over the line, but they knocked it on. No try awarded for UNC Wilmington, and a great defensive stand from Coastal Carolina.
Oh, how close is that? It is a game of inches. Look at this camera angle here. Just as he turns around and reaches out. Oh, that is so close. It looks like it was just short there. And then the referee has deemed that it's going to be a knock-on. So it looks like Coastal Carolina. But how about that camera angle there from NCR TV and Next Level Rugby? That gave us a great glimpse of how tight these finals are.
Tri-zone shot has been quite effective here in the championships, and this time straight up went the Seahawks. They go from almost scoring, and then we'll kick this one out into touch, and it's a stalemate. 0-0 your score here in the D2 National Championship. It all comes down to the final 7 minutes. We'll have it here on NCR TV when we come back.
Hello and welcome back to the College Rugby Show. The fall season is upon us. We have a brand new division, now 4 men's divisions, 4 women's divisions. We've had that in 7s. We're going to be coming to you once every other week here in this video podcast form.
I'm excited for a season of telling college rugby's best stories.
We deserve to be here. We're going to keep, representing.
That was, to me, the biggest testament for the future of the game.
We wanted as a team to get experience. It was something that we sat together last semester in the fall, and we decided, it would be beneficial getting to see different parts of like the culture that everybody has here and how welcoming everybody was has been a real highlight for me too.
We got a lot of guys that come to Northeastern all around the country and have different levels of playing, and they become lifelong friends by the time they leave Northeastern, and these trips are kind of where those memories are built.
I mean, it's an absolutely great experience. I mean, I would highly recommend. A lot of planning involved, but if you get it done, it could be some of the best moments of your life.
Seven minutes of action remain here in the D2 National Championship match. And boy, UNC Wilmington so close, Craig, just inches away from getting that try, but not to be had.
Yeah, referee right on the spot. Look at that beautiful slow-mo. Just as he was reaching behind to put the ball down, lost control, slightly short. But that just shows you how tight this game is at 0-0. He got 7 minutes to see who can take and claim the national championship.
The Chanticleers start this one off. The boys from Conway, South Carolina, looking to dominate the boys from North Carolina, but right now, just hitting galore. Back and forth we go, and it's ripped away.
Knee is down.
But did not release. Almost thought he made that in one clean motion, Craig.
Yeah, as soon as the knee's down, the tackle is deemed to have happened, so there needs to be a release. Coastal Carolina are in attack.
On the left-hand side, trying to find some space out there. Put the brakes on. They try to corral him. He has to retreat a good 10 meters to get back through it. Skip pass, a little bit behind. Coastal Carolina just has not been able to get the offensive juices flowing so far in this match, and a penalty here. High tackle the call, and this might be the spark they need.
Yeah, referee was right on the spot there, shoulder to head, nothing too much in it. Play on from a penalty.
Quick tap there, Frank Carey brings this one through and changes it around. Back to the left-hand side they come. A little bit of space out there. They're over the gain line. Great work. Here comes Scott Saylor, flirting with the 22, but just shy of it. And a penalty is going to be given as they were straight off their feet. And I believe that was Dione just laying on top of it and killing it.
Yeah, really impressed with the referee right on the spot there. Clearly off his feet from a defensive point of view. Hands on the ball, off his feet. Good decision.
Frank Carey again, the finance major, calculating every move. Dishes this one off, looking for the assist. Tries to get it back. The pop pass coming up from Alexander Marshall just does not come to fruition. Knocked out last there by UNC Wilmington. Or excuse me, yeah, by UNC Wilmington. So will be Coastal Carolina throwing the line out just 5 meters out.
Yeah, just as we're looking back here, tackler's made on the floor, looking for the offload. And it's a slap back, so the ball did go back. It looks like it might have bounced off Coastal Carolina there. So they might get a little bit lucky with this play, having the line out so close to the UNC Wilmington line.
Again, going short. The 6'4" target could not bring it down. They're back on the front foot are the Seahawks. Here comes Marshall Wiseman over the midfield stripe, being chased by two players, finally caught from behind over the 22-meter line. Wiseman looks to recycle this one. Scrum half is in. They have to come through. Big-time tackle from Frank Carey continues to disrupt things, but that's probably a third penalty. His aggressiveness is paying off, but still no score, Craig, as we're a few minutes into this one.
Oh, what a chase back there, and then just the desperation to try and get the ball. Just dives off his feet, but that was a massive, massive play there, just as Wilmington was racing off to score. Oh, this game is on an absolute knife edge. So we've went from Wilmington's try line, and you just think he's going to get away there, Capel, as they play on.
Here we go, the patriotic Maxton Buckingham brings them close, 5 meters out. A little bit of a slip there. Let's have to push this one forward through Adam Capel. Now the big skip pass all the way to the outside. Aiden Reddick, he's got lots of moves out there. He's not able to be brought down. Oh, referee says that knee touched. Had to release, did not do it. And again, another defensive stand inside their own 22 for the Chanticleers.
Yeah, you got to release when you're tackled. Referee has been on the absolute money with these calls. all from great positioning. But yeah, you got to release the ball if you're tackled. The tackler was holding him. Good penalty. And look, you've just seen Coastal Carolina. They could probably take their time a little bit more. If you're going to kick it into touch, you can reset, build a little space between you, get some breathing room in there, and then try and get a bit of a longer kick. Because as we know, lineouts are very, very dicey in sevens at the best of time, let alone with this wet weather. It's probably got to go to the front. So you're going to find that UNC Wilmington might load up at the front of the lineout. Yep, they have. So this could be very, very dangerous for Coastal Carolina if they don't get their basics right.
Definitely a slick surface out there as well. It's going to be Jack DeBoer from Mineola, New York. The junior gets this one through, and it goes through the hands. Cannot bring it to deck, and it's the Seahawks in possession, 25 meters away. Through the hands of Buckingham they come. Little pass, finds Cortez. He dishes it back to Buckingham, up over the top with that 6'4" frame. Finds the target on the outside. Aiden Reddick dives home for the first try. Coastal Carolina now down as UNC Wilmington are the first to strike.
Yeah, that lineout did worry me, and it happened, the turnover, but that's look at Maxton Buckingham. That was straight off a basketball court, under pressure, ball overhead. In these slippery conditions, do not underestimate how difficult that skill was. While he's got two defenders on him, just loops it over the top. Absolutely stunning play there. And then they race away from the try, but remember, it came from that lineout from Coastal Carolina. Oh, that was big decisions in big moments, but this is all about UNC Wilmington and that try. It sounds like I heard the whistle. The kick went over. What a big moment in the game this is.
You called it 7-0 with under 2 minutes left to play here in the D2 National Championship. UNC Wilmington looking to go back-to-back. They were your champions last year, and boy, are they so close right now. Coastal Carolina trying to keep fighting, trying to hang on to this one. A little bit of a high tackle there as they surge through. We'll bring it back. Strong run there from Patrick Morrow, number 8. And he does it again. A couple of spins. Dione's right on it, but a good job dishing it out of there.
He's in the way.
Dione causes a little too much havoc in there. We'll play on. Quick tap. And Coastal Carolina need a converted try here in the D2 National Championship. Carey's been carrying this team throughout the match, but still no points to show for it. A little bit of space on the outside. Looking to slam that door shut. Good shove there from Reddick. And they're out into touch. A turnover ball, line out back to UNC Wilmington.
Good hustle there from Wilmington in defense. Coastal Carolina just needed to have a little bit more composure and first and foremost, touchline awareness. They had to get that ball back in field because it just gives opportunity for the defense to use the touchline as an extra defender. But as we saw earlier, lineouts aren't always guaranteed in sevens, particularly in this weather. This is a big moment coming up. Was that straight or not? Play on from the referee.
Straight enough, says our sir, and we will continue on. They're not out of the woods yet, though. We'll punch this one out into touch. But there's still time left on the clock.
Nope, it's not final.
Referee did not give the signal. Fans back onto the sidelines. We are not done yet, Craig. Oh, no.
30 seconds.
Oh, my.
No, I blew the whistle because he kicked it into touch. He asked and I said 1 minute and he still kicked it out.
Wow,
Craig,
this
goes
is
to show
big.
you how important that communication between the referee and your captain is. They kicked it out, only gave the one whistle. We're both sitting here thinking that there might be a couple more behind it, but they don't come. 30 seconds left to play, and Coastal Carolina with one final line out, one final opportunity. Everything to play for. There's the fake there. They come forward. It's over the line, though. And Craig, 2 times in a row, critical lineouts go by the wayside, and that might do it for Coastal Carolina. There's the cap. There's the kick. There's the 3 whistles we're looking for, and it's back-to-back national championships for UNC Wilmington. Great work. The hardware's on the pitch, and the celebration has begun. incredible effort, Craig. Just a slobber knocker, 0-0 till the final couple minutes. But in the end, it's the Seahawks that got it done.
Yeah, fair play to Wilmington. They hung in there the longest. And it's getting a bit edgy out there. Wilmington should go away. We should celebrate. Coastal Carolina should move away. Let them get on with it. That's not take away from a great game of rugby. Wonderful work from Wilmington and both of these teams. 7-0. It's a tight one.
I think these two teams from Carolina might have a little bit of dislike there. They played each other multiple times in the build up to this, and then all culminating in a national championship, one that the boys from Wilmington are able to take back home 2 in a row. Congrats to James Buckingham, Jim Wiseman, Perry Pence, and Philip Christic, the 4 coaches for the Seahawks. Holding the trophy there. He had a great tournament, a couple of good ones there. Buckingham, another fantastic performance for him as well. Tremendous effort as we've got Gigi down there on the sidelines. Gigi, what you got for us?
Aiden, that was a nail biter. What did it feel like to get that try?
Well, I knew it was going to be wet out, and I told them, I said, if I got close, I'm diving and I'm sliding that try zone. So that's exactly what I did. And it feels great, man. It feels great.
What does it feel like to celebrate your team after such a hard-fought win?
Yeah, I mean, we battled hard all season, and we won almost all our tournaments. And, you know, we just come to show that we're the best team out here.
And Aiden, emotions a little high there. How much do you guys care about this sport and about winning this championship?
Yeah, I mean, it means everything. You know, Wilmington, small town in North Carolina, so putting them on the map feels great. And, of course, back-to-back national champions feels great.
Congrats. Go celebrate with the squad, too. Back-to-back championships. Thank you, Aiden.
Yes, thank you.
Aiden Reddick getting it done from Charlotte, North Carolina, just a junior. Still one more. He'll look to go for the three-peat next year, and it's UNC Wilmington, your D2 national champions. We will step aside. We've got one more champion to be crowned. D1 AA coming up next. South Carolina versus Louisville.
In a sport of power and precision, you need a powerful and precise camera. Analyze your game. Build your team. Grow together.
Ready, up.
Video captures moments. A powerful camera for a powerful sport.
Rugby! If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour, reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here.
Welcome back. It's time to crown our 4th and final national champion of the evening. We welcome you back to Boyd's, Maryland for the Collegiate Rugby Championships. D1 AA glory on the line. South Carolina taking on Louisville. And the build up to this one, it was a great tournament for both these squads. I'm Tim Wilkes, joined by Craig Wilson, the contact coach. And Craig, both these teams really showed out. South Carolina came from behind with the victory we're seeing here over A&M. An incredible effort for the Gamecocks.
Oh, absolutely. That was one of the great comebacks. Louisville, they made it look a little bit easier on their side, but this is two teams who deserve to be in this D1 national final. Look at that celebration. Let's see if he's going to be celebrating after this game. It's going to be an absolute classic.
That was a Marian McLaurin, number 19. He leads the Louisville Cardinals in tries with 3. And we are expecting a big-time showdown here. On the side for Louisville, you mentioned a couple of shutouts, 34-0, 28-0. They have dominated opponents, beating them by almost 24 points per match. On the other side, for South Carolina, again, some more tough, hard-fought victories, not quite the same point differential, but I can't say enough about how they ended that match against Texas A&M. They were down 10-0, scored 3 tries, and that, if that doesn't say championship mentality, nothing does. It should be an excellent one here in the D1 AA National Championship. It will be South Carolina and Charlie Dwyer sending it high to start this one off. The Gamecocks in the white jerseys. Got wrangled a little high that time, so they'll take their time and quick tap. Spin it out. Liam Johnson, the wing, keeps things moving. This one coughed up, though. Here comes McLaurin. He has the speed on the outside. Jack Eberly, on the other wing as well. Somebody to watch out for. Spin into contact. They're through Moore and retain possession. They'll fling it all the way to the far side. Strong contact there. Big time tackle coming in. That was Charlie Dwyer. Back inside their own 22 now here in the D1 AA National Championship. Some beautiful footwork opens things up on the outside, but an excellent tackle from behind by Phelan. Drags him out to touch, but he did so high. A little bit around the neck there as he wrangled him around, and we'll bring this one back to Louisville. A couple of quick penalties. Have the Cardinals on the front foot, still in their own half, but they break over. Here comes Green. Takes it into contact. They'll sling him to deck. The ball is playable for Ballesteri. McLaurin tried to scoop that one up, but just knocked it forward. So a minute and a half into this one, it'll finally be our first scrum here for South Carolina.
Yeah, both teams just feeling each other out, just trying to test the waters. Where is it best to find a hole right now? Both defenses were stepping up strong. We've seen a couple of high tackles. So the referee's been pretty lenient. He does not want to be given yellow cards, but you don't want to force his hand too much. So they've got to get the tackles lower. But this is a good attacking opportunity here for South Carolina.
Get this one in and out quickly. Off to the right-hand side. Spinning out there, trying to find some space on the corner. Using the edges, but this one it's hung on to. McLaurin did not release. You must make sure you let that tackler go before you go in for the poach. He did not, and so another opportunity on the quick tap. A lot of penalties here in the first couple of minutes. There's a spin on the outside and a big shove. Dubois takes it in, and a penalty is earned. This time McLaurin did it correctly, got the ball back, and here come the Cardinals. Nice little step. Through the hands they come to try and find something here on the outside. Big time rumble through the defense. Jacob Moore makes his presence felt on the edge. Now they'll spin it back in through Dwyer. Ballesteri keeps it moving. Over. Now there's a little bit of space out there. There's a burst of speed from Camerata. Camerata gets driven out, but again, another illegal tackle. And we're going to have a full arm penalty, and back 10 go the Gamecocks again, Craig.
Yeah, once again, another high tackle penalty. They're really testing their luck out there. Just as Louisville was starting to get some go forward, number 9, Ryan Camerata, he is one to watch. He is lightning in a bottle. He can make anything happen as they go through here.
And McLaurin's gonna finish this one off. Marian McLaurin, just 5'7", 190. The bowling ball just gets underneath the outstretched arms and brings it home for Louisville.
Yeah, all came from a tap penalty play. They were faking that they were going to go wide. Just watch this, just keeping it nice and casual. And then when he decides to go, he puts the absolute hammer down. McLaurin, he's through, and he's got the power to get through. Just how he went from 0 to 100. Look how quickly he decides to go. Strong, strong athlete. Awesome work there from McLaurin to get an important score for his team. The conversion sounds like it was good. Louisville are up 7-0 and are good for that score.
I appreciate that.
Lauren with try number 4 leads his team on the weekend. Just a sophomore, the business major has been tremendous out here so far in Boyd's, Maryland. We thank you so much for joining us all the way. We hope you had a great Saturday of rugby as we look to crown champion number 4 here in Maryland. A beautiful high kick, great contest for it, but it's Pearson Braddock that brings it down for the Gamecocks and gets things moving again. Charlie Dwyer finally slung to deck by the jersey. Try to find some space, just haven't seen any real breaks through the line so far from South Carolina. But again, Craig, as we mentioned, it took them a little while to find their footing in the semifinal also.
Yeah, and how about that from a defensive effort? Although a slight knock on in the tackle, Louisville will not be upset about that. That was an absolute shot. Just as you thought number 10 was going to get away, that was number 1, Charlie Dwyer for South Carolina. It was a big old tackle. Although a knock on, Louisville just made a statement there in defense.
Camerata highly involved in that one there. We see the big number 9 out from Paoli, Pennsylvania. Put this one through. Scrummy gets it in and out. But a little bit too offsides. Camerata tried to get sneaky with it, but just knocked it away. Spin it back out. Again, looking for the first burst of the match. 1:12 gone by, and the string of tough defensive matches here in the national championships continue. Kick through, finally gain a little bit of territory, and a great burst around the corner. Jack Eberle already has 2 tries, and he shows a little bit of that athleticism with the sneaky burst around the corner. Now the physicality. Gus Dwyer out of River Forest, Illinois, charges forward and brings them a little bit closer. A pick and go opens things up through Ballesteri. Able to keep things off the deck. Finally just going to take their time with this one. Ballesteri tries something on the right-hand side, but a few defenders out there makes him think otherwise. McLaurin, see if he's got a little bit of magic left. Strong tackle on the outside. First defender finally brings him to deck. That ball is almost there. It ends up squirting back, and they're able to continue the charge. Camerata stifled again. 9 seconds left in the half. We'll see if Louisville has one more little burst left in the tank. Here's over the top. McLaurin again. Shoves off one. He sprints free. The double on the day. Marian McLaurin gets it down. Louisville 12, South Carolina 0.
Oh, good defense initially from South Carolina. They were putting in the shots. Louisville had nowhere to go, and it took a little bit of magic to unlock this defense. Just watch that step go, and then just that over-the-top pass. That unlocks the defense. That was brilliant work from Jack Eberle, and then there it is, McLaurin. We've seen it once, we've seen it twice. Just look at that movement, then defend to get over. Unlocked with some beautiful passing over the head, and then a finish under the post. That is a great finish there from Louisville to this first half.
2 tries right there for that man. Marian McLaurin has them going to the shed up by 14 with 2 converted tries. A good first half for Louisville as they look to get their second national championship in 3 years. We'll come back final 7 minutes when we return.
Collegiate Rugby Championships, the largest.
If you're on the fence of going on a tour, get over the fence. Go on the tour. Reach out to Rugby Travel Ireland. They've been incredible to work with. They've been so kind, so knowledgeable, and just so professional throughout the whole process. So I cannot endorse them enough. It's been an incredible experience here on the ground. The girls are having an amazing time, and so am I. So if you're thinking about it, just make the commitment, do it, and we'll see you here. We are having a rugby tour in Newcastle, England with the All-Americans from NCR, and we're having an incredible time. So these tours are so incredibly important for our All-Americans because they get to up their skills by having coaches that they don't normally work with, teach them new skills, new drills, new ways to apply their points of difference in the game. They get to experience a new culture out here, new foods. I'm sure most
Welcome back, folks. The lights are on here at the Maryland Soccerplex. One final national championship is set to be crowned here. The Louisville Cardinals on top, 14-0. I'm Tim Wilkes, joined up here in the booth by the contact coach, Craig Wilson. And Craig, it was a good first half, a slow-moving one again, but in the end, that man, the McLaurin, took it the distance and has them ahead.
Absolutely. It was a very cagey affair to start off with, and then Louisville and that man McLaurin, when he decided to go, it was absolutely game on, and that's all it took to get to 14 points. So South Carolina, they can't be too disappointed. 7 minutes, anything can happen here. This is going to be a fantastic finish to this D1 National Championship match.
Just got to set the table again. In the semifinal, it was a 10-0 match against Texas A&M, and 3 tries later, it was South Carolina that got it done. So they know they can do it, but they're looking to put the nail in the coffin here are Louisville. It's Kubalarczyk taking them close, 10 meters out now. They'll spin it to the outside, a little bit of space here. Good hard step coming in from Jack Eberle, and he slams it home. Try number 3 for the Cardinals.
Oh, that was a statement start to the second half there from Louisville. Eventually it was Jack Eberle getting over the line. Just look, coming back to the left-hand side. Check out this pass. That takes out the defender, and that allows Eberle to do what he does best with space. Really great work to come back to the left-hand side. Beautiful pass. Puts him on an outside edge. That turns the hips of the defender. That is a fantastic finish from Louisville and a great start from their point of view, and a kick to the second half.
Beautiful kick, tack that on as well. Carson Green strikes it true and through, and it's a 21-point lead for Louisville. Craig, it's really been the edges, both wingers with all 3 tries for them here starting the second half. A great performance on the edges.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a contest at the kickoff, South Carolina have it back, but you've been totally right. But edges space only is developed by good work in the midfield, and that's what Louisville have been doing. But this is vital possession here now for South Carolina.
For South Carolina, Nick Dubois, number 11, the wing, their leading try scorers. This one gets jarred loose, but knocked on by Louisville. So South Carolina, no harm done. They'll have another put in to the scrum.
We're going to start seeing some substitutions now. Try and get some fresh legs on. Try and spark something here for South Carolina. They need something, and they need it fast. 21-0, 3 converted tries. So that's 4 scores they need to get the lead here. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen right now.
Big time shove from the Cardinals, and it flipped 90 degrees. So they're going to continue to have the put in are the Gamecocks. It's a good shove from Louisville, but just couldn't come away with it in the end.
Yeah, they've retained possession here, get to put in, but those vital seconds are chipping away. And just watch Louisville here. When that ball goes in, look how they explode into action.
Another little bit of a drive. It's the Gamecocks that need a spark and need it fast. Around the corner they come. Beautiful little play there. There's that leading try scorer, Dubois. He takes it into contact. The accounting and finance senior continues to fight, and the Gamecocks. Time dwindling down. We're under 4 minutes now. Scrambling around, trying to find a gap in this defense, but there continues to be none. Another strong tackle. Not held, so he pops back up to his feet. Dubois again starting to cause a little bit of havoc here, and the penalty is going to be earned as Eberle gets dinged with it. Oh, the pass, trying to find the charging Dubois, but just off the mitts. So advantage being played, and there's a kick through. Trying to play with it, a little bit of defense coming in from Dwyer, but it's scooped up by Eberle anyway. Finger to the air, and he brings it home. A big-time try, 4 in a row for Louisville.
I cannot tell you how good a try this was, all the way back, how he reached out to get the ball. Let's just watch this play here. As we go through and the play on and the pass is given, it comes off a South Carolina player. Just watch here the athleticism to get that ball with one hand. That is world class. Then the kick through, and he stays in the fight, and this is not an easy pickup. Well done, that man, Jack Eberly, and he is through. But this athleticism there, that is fantastic skill level. Then the kick to get it back infield, gives himself a chance. Oh, he has to reach down below his knees, and he picks it up, hand in the air. Well done, young man. There's the dive. He has just sealed a national championship for his team. Oh, he's going to enjoy that one.
Again, champions in 2024. The champions in 2026. That ship looks to be going back to Kentucky as Louisville on the front foot throughout this match. They get dinged for the penalty here, get sent back 10. The Gamecocks still trying to get the engine started, get something up on the board. There's one of the first kicks we've seen from them coming through. Cole Manny streaks forward, boots it again, another volley. Now he's going to dive on top of it and brings it home. First try of the match for South Carolina. They look to boot this one through and keep it moving.
Oh, here we go. What a try. You can't go through Louisville. You can't go around them. Why not go over them? Check out that kick. That was brilliant. And not only the kick, check out this foot race, then the ability to get the foot on the ball one more time and a second time. This could be a soccer game, and then he gets over and he gets the try. Just watch this at the Maryland Soccerplex. You could be forgiven if you're watching soccer. No, it's not. This is just elite rugby. Wonderful try there from Cole Maney. Gives himself a lifeline. Is it a little bit too much, a little bit too late? That doesn't matter. That was a great play from that young man.
The senior, one of his final matches here out of Green Lawn, New York. Incredible effort there. Just might be a little too late as the Gamecocks still 3 tries down. Unconverted try on that one. Scramble for it here. Liam Johnson dives on top, but we'll play the original knock-on here in the 40 seconds left. Craig, what an incredible tournament for the Louisville Cardinals. They were the #1 seed coming into it out of the West, and boy, have they remained at that top spot.
Yeah, #1 comes with a reputation. It comes with pressure, but Louisville would absolutely take that on. Coach Emma Walton, he would welcome the pressure of being #1 seeds, and they have absolutely delivered in this tournament. They've still got a bit of fight here because South Carolina are not going to go down without a fight, but there's Louisville. Oh, that's a good finish from that young man. Great work, Charlie Dwyer. Again, it just seems like South Carolina have maybe turned it on a little bit too late, but you cannot knock their character as a team. They have come back out swinging, and that is a good final minute there from South Carolina. But this championship is going to go to Louisville.
2 tries for Marian McLaurin, 2 tries for Jack Eberly, and they get it done for the second time in 3 years. The Louisville Cardinals are your D1 AA national champions.
And a great tournament.
The celebration is on, and really in the end there, just the spark plugs on the edges for Louisville. 4 tries coming from the wing. An incredible performance, Greg.
Oh, absolutely dominant performance. 26-5, well deserved, as you get to see them there. These are the special moments. This is what you play sport for. Lifting that trophy in the air. Congratulations to Louisville. That is deserved.
It was
Awesome.
Into this tournament, it was a close match in their first one, just 26-19 against Nebraska. Their final 3 matches against the toughest opponents in the country, they only gave up 5 points. And those were 3 matches. There's your national champions, the Louisville Cardinals. Second time in 3 years. You see the emotions there. Gigi on the sideline. We'll go down to her in just a moment. She is the MVP. An incredible performance from both these squads. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an outstanding day of rugby. There's a little final icing on the cake. A beautiful backflip from Marian McLaurin, and the slide for the championship glory for the Louisville Cardinal. GG down on the pitch.
Thank you, Tim and Craig. Rocco, the emotions are flowing. What are you feeling right now?
I'm honestly so proud of this team. No one worked harder than us, and no one deserves us more than we did. That's how Cardinal Rugby is supposed to be played, and we're so glad to be back on top.
Why did you guys deserve this?
Honestly, you know, we put in a lot of work, and we have a lot of talent on this team, whether it's recognized or not. I think we have a great system. We have great coaches, great culture, and, you know, you can tell what we put out here today, and, you know, I think we deserve it more than anyone.
What moment this season challenged you the most to get to where you are now?
Oh, geez, there are so many. I can't even begin. I think we had a tough first game versus Nebraska, but honestly, it was a wake-up call for us. You know, sometimes you need to get punched in the mouth to realize you're in the boxing ring, so I think that was good for us.
Or punch in the upper.
Yeah, or in the eye, too.
How does it feel?
It feels all right, but, you know, it's getting better. What do you think? Does it still look good or no?
I will go clean it up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Rocco, go celebrate. Congrats on the win.
Thank you very much. Go Cards. Let's fucking go, baby.
All right, Tim and Craig, back to you after we bleep a little bit out. This has been a great day at CRC's.
Surely has. 4 champions have been crowned, and the Louisville Cardinals take it the distance. We thank you so much for joining us. If you've been hanging on here on NCR TV throughout the day, we've got the women's matches, all the champions to be crowned tomorrow. Special thanks to the entire broadcast crew, my partner Craig Wilson, John Broker, Lance Cavanaugh, and the rest of the Next Level Rugby production team. It's been a fantastic day. Come back and join us. We've still got more rugby on the docket tomorrow out NCR TV. Have a great night.
All right, Tim, my man. Thank you so much.